The Magic of Unkindness. Written by Kevan Dale. Narrated by Victoria Boulton. Chapter 18. Lies of a most manipulative nature. Well, I'd of course done more unnecessary magic than my master could imagine, the knowledge of which haunted me without respite. I jumped at every shadow. Corpses, demons, the strange defect that hung in the sky over Old Salem. Those barely registered. Would I return to the site of my mistake to find a smouldering hole in the sky? Ghostly fires that couldn't be smothered. Constables, Whitelock regulars, Swain himself, furious at discovering my lie. Making matters worse, my master wanted me to ride to Andover in the morning, hoping for the arrival of another shipment from Mr. Winslow, containing items pertinent to his efforts at identifying what had gone wrong with the resonance clock. I would have no choice but to go. As dusk approached, a little voice inside treated me to an unhelpful commentary. "This is the final dinner before you're apprehended," it said, as I rushed through a bowl of soup and a crust of bread for dinner. "This is the last time you'll sleep outside of a jail," it whispered, as I lay in bed, quite unable to sleep. It was a long night. In the hour before the dawn, I crawled out of bed, dressed and went to the stable. As I readied the horse and wagon, my fingers seemed dullards, slipping on the tack, refusing to buckle the bridle properly. My nerves did no better once I'd followed the lane through the forest. 3 times in the growing twilight, I stopped the horse, ready to turn around and throw myself at Swain's mercy. It was only when I decided that his anger and disappointment, in any imaginable proportion, would be worse than being placed under arrest, that I resigned myself to my fate. So on I rode, feeling weaker with each mile. My heart filled my mouth as I led the horse into Andover, each clap of his hoofs, each creak of the wheels, each jingle of the harnesses seeming to break the early morning silence like the tolling of a bell. Each window stared out at me, the shadows inferring furious townsfolk watching my guilty progress. The lanes were obviously empty because the governor's own had ordered it so in order to apprehend me. The ring of a hammer ceased because someone had spotted me. There she is, the one with the spells. It was almost as though I were observing myself from 6 paces away, the hapless heroine in a puppet show, riding into folly. I pulled the wagon to a halt. No citizens stepped from the doorways, muskets raised. No scarlet-clad regulars thundered down the lane on their stallions, shouting for me to freeze. Only a goat bleated from the field behind the stable of Knox's Inn and Tavern. No point waiting. My mistake would either catch me or it wouldn't. A fresh fall of snow made muffled crunches beneath my boots as I went to the door. I paused. "This is your last moment before they catch you." I ignored the voice and pulled open the door. Warmth rolled out over me from the fire crackling in the hearth. Iris knelt before the fire, settling logs with an iron poker. The public room was otherwise empty. She looked at me, startled. Then she relaxed. "Every time the door opens, I'm terrified," she said. "You look terrified because you used magic," was what I heard. Then I realized what she'd really said. Terrified? She leaned the poker against the side of the hearth. "Soldiers, the governor's own. They were just here an hour ago. They almost took Ethan away, thanks to his brother." She wiped her palm on her apron, as though dirtied by the mention of her brother-in-law. "Ethan?" "Yes, Ethan! To jail, in Boston." She shook her head. "For being a rattlesnake and plotting against the governor." "But he's not, is he?" "No, of course he's not. He has a family. It's Francis. Who doesn't? Which is why he never gives a thought for my family, never listens, and now it's caught up with him. He's been arrested, him and his friends. I knew it. I warned him. Ethan warned him. But all he ever has is more words, a well that never runs dry. And now he could hang for it. Ethan is beside himself." Iris didn't look quite as bothered by the prospect. "When did they arrest Francis?" I said. "Yesterday, in Boston. And because they believe the poison spreads, they had to come up here and question Ethan for 2 hours. Rousted us out of bed. Babes squalling. They all had muskets. I was so frightened. Nowhere near as frightened as I suddenly was. The 4 people who'd seen me do magic were now all in the custody of the Whitelock government. I nearly retched. That sounds terrible. She shook her head. It might turn out that way. Maybe it won't. Maybe Francis will put his golden tongue to good use and talk his way out of it. Or the governor will show mercy. Time in the stocks. A touch of public shame. Make a fool look a fool. Is he really a fool? I said. He seemed quite the opposite of a fool to me. The worst kind, a smart fool. He could be a lawyer, a scholar. He could find his way to influence all the wrongs he frets over if he was willing to lift a finger to reach his potential. Instead, he works at a printer's setting type, gives speeches in taverns, skewers anyone who offends him, thinks he has the right side of every argument, but he's a boy inside. No responsibilities, no sense of family, no commitment. She straightened out chairs at the nearest tables. And do you know where Ethan is? The complacent one, according to Francis. The frightful one. The wool-headed dullard, the one who doesn't care about community, according to Francis. He's helping the pastor gather back his sheep after they got out. And after that, he's going to help him rebuild his fence. That's what really matters. That's where a man's character shows. Ethan was in all ways a decent man, yes. Francis was clearly the ne'er-do-well, again, yes. But my mind was too busy doing math to hang on Iris's every word on the matter. If the governor's own had questioned the rattlesnakes over the course of a night, and gotten enough information to send men up to Andover looking for accomplices, then how soon until they heard, or pried out, the story of the fire spell? And how long would it then be before they sent riders to search the backroads of Andover, or further afield? Would the name of Salem occur to any of them? To Dr. Rush, should he hear of it? Which he certainly would, as soon as a hint of magic was drawn from the rattlesnakes' mouths. My several days' worth of vague terror had gone from 3 minutes of blessed relief into a much more imaginable, detailed scenario leading to my imprisonment. I confess to not paying much attention to the rest of Iris's simmering anger at her brother-in-law as she showed me the latest shipment from Boston. The supplies Swain wanted were among the goods, thankfully. I also found another letter from Mary Whitelock. Still, little of it made much impression on me, as I practically heard the clang of iron bars in my future. I was so lost in my worries that I missed the surprise, or was it, appearance of Iris's brother, Bertram, as I carried the shipment to the wagon. Iris bade me farewell, claiming something or other needing tending on the 2nd floor. Bertram watched from the doorway as I struggled with a wooden crate big enough to hold a pair of muskets. In fact, it contained 6 lengths of copper rods to be used in the modification of the resonance clock. After a moment, he lurched forward as though pushed by the memory of something Iris likely told him. Give her a hand. Be helpful. Don't talk too much. Here, he said. Let me. You shouldn't carry that on your own. I can manage. It's not heavy. No, but it's awkward. He took one end of the crate, nearly managing to rip it from my hands. I have quite an eye for awkward. His cheeks grew scarlet. I mean I can spot awkward. Poor choice of word. Because I only have one eye, Bertram. I didn't need a fire spell on him. He nearly combusted. Words escaped him, leaving him gaping like a fish pulled from a pond. Yet another distinction between him and Francis. Still, I didn't leave him dangling for too long. I wasn't cruel. It's fine. I only have one eye. I've only had one for 14 years. I'm not ashamed. He stumbled against the door. No, of course not. Why should you be? I'm the fool. An eye for embarrassment, both eyes in my case. I laughed in spite of myself. You can just help me carry my things. At the wagon, he slid the crate into the back. Refreshing. No shame. Only pity for my shame. Here I am thinking you'd be mortified, but only because I'd be mortified. Only because I usually am mortified. One thing or another, it's my curse. There are worse curses to have. The eye? Well, but you carry yourself with such confidence. Hardly. Every time I've seen you, confident, capable, like you've more than made up for only having one eye, by seeing exactly what you're after. No hesitation. I suppose I don't think anyone's ever looking at me. The confidence of being invisible. Oh, you're not invisible. You make an impression. A good one. The only one-eyed lass around. It's not that. Though the patches are lovely. Exotic. The flush returned to his face, creeping up from his collar. You just seem focused. Never confused. Or embarrassed. Or talking far too much, like I am. He followed me back into the tavern as I retrieved the remaining packages. 2 sacks of dry goods, a wooden box packed with hay and metal gears, the letter from Mary Whitelock. He carried the sacks for me. You never seem boring, like me, he offered, setting them into the wagon. Elected by my family to live with my grandfather and watch after him. He can't hear a thing, which is fine because I talk too much. But you're out and about, places to go. Chores to do, I said. Errands to run. Not very different. Except for the demons, the tear and the sky. Witchcraft spilling from my hands. A fire spell that I shall rue. Wagon loads of dead bodies. And my impending jailing. All my secrets. Well, you still manage it all far better than my uncoordinated stammering. We can be honest about that. No shame, remember? I reached out and touched his arm. You're kind to say so. The surprise on his face at my hand resting on his arm lightened my mood. Sometimes a small pinch of gratitude was a potent ingredient, the key material in a powerful spell. I could have sent him to the ground with a kiss to his cheek, no doubt, but I resisted investigating the premise. Swain would expect me back soon enough. I also still faced the possibility of being arrested en route. Tempting as it was to listen to Bertram's compliments, he appeared capable of more. I needed to face whatever lay in store. I hope I'll see you next time I'm in town, I said. Yes. The surprise hadn't lowered his eyebrows yet. I wondered if his words had all collided behind his lips. After a moment, he shook his head as though snapping himself out of a reverie. Yes, I hope that as well. And if I can do anything to help you, such as carry things for you while embarrassing myself with one ill-chosen phrase after another, please don't hesitate to ask after me. An eye for embarrassing yourself. So they say, yes. Bertram helped me up into the wagon and waved after me as I drove off from the tavern, wondering if I'd ever see him again. By the time I reached Salem, the afternoon had turned bone cold beneath the blue sky. My cheeks ached from the wind. My eye watered. I hauled the supplies into the barn, glad to leave the wind outside. Seeing no sign of Swain, I warmed myself with a kettle of tea and some rolls, then returned to my studies. In the corner of the barn stood a table holding an aqua-meeting device, a mechanism of brass, unstained oak, and curiously shaped blown glass chambers. A quartet of arms extended from gearing in the centre, driven by a pinion. Each arm ended in one of the glass chambers, and as the arms turned, each chamber passed beneath a glass quill that deposited a drop of water into it. It ticked at each turn of the clockwork, rotating the arms. The water dripped into the glass as the nearest chamber lined up beneath the glass quill. I approached it, halfway defeated already. Through manipulating the device, I was learning the basic techniques of elemental energy control. The various uses of fire, air, metals, and liquids in transmorgative processes known as transferent adaptation, which covered both simple alchemy and the more interesting use of recombinant elemental energies. In this instance, the energies extending out from the drops of water were supposed to be transferred to a larger scale, to fall from a glyph I'd scribed on the ceiling by the stables, resulting in a downpour of rain to be caught in a copper tub stationed there. The rain would allegedly be drawn from the source of the water I'd linked to the aqua-meeting device, which, in this case, was the well on the property. For all the attempts I'd made over several weeks, I'd yet to hear the patter of rain hitting thin metal. Raith gother grana gulmiflandi, thar fostri min fleotem, stirthi, ein thotti han thar olem betri, I said. As with my earlier attempts, I struggled with the incantation itself, my concentration strained between the intent and the enunciation, resulting in a poor effort at both. The challenge was to be both relaxed and focused. Too tense, and my will choked. Too relaxed, and I bungled the words. I'd yet to find the proper balance. There's no trick, only practice, Swain had told me on more than one occasion. Watching him do magic had the effect of witnessing a trick. I still searched for the one thing that would make it all fall into place for me. I closed my eyes and circled my hand above the glass chamber, groping for that elusive point between effort and relaxed flow. Again, nothing happened. I lifted my hand away and frowned, shaking my head. The air held the scent of smoke and flint, the acrid residues from my earlier study of elements. I reread my notes, held down on another work table by a lead plum. Next to it sat steel scribes, small glasses and an inkwell. Across my small workbench lay books, some open, others in stacks, with places marked by corners of paper or old quills. I picked up Henry R. Gardner's Transformative Processes of the Elemental Energies and scanned the list of incantations for transferent adaptation, my fingers tracing the musty page. Water must be led with nary a touch of forcing, the faded text read. A firm sense of pull and of gravity are crucial. The conjurer must have these in abundance for the will to precede the flow. Swain had taught me how to have a sense of energy that would lead the forces where I desired them to go. With fire, with iron, with stones, with breezes, I did well. Somehow those I understood. I pictured in my mind a useful analogue of how to manipulate them. Fire and metal were the easiest. It had only taken me a week to learn how to light a wick, and after 6 more I could bring a fully stocked candelabra to flame with a wave of my fingers and a whisper. Of course, as I'd shown with Francis and the others, I was capable of more than just that. Metals each had a character I found intuitive, tactile. Even silver, the most temperamental of them all. I showed what even Swain admitted was impressive progress. A stone was, for me, a beautiful latticework, and the old stone walls that rode the edge of the property's ridge had sacrificed many fieldstones to my practice, the broken halves littering the ground in colours of iron, lead and chalk, each one having sundered with a delicious crack that could often be as loud as a pistol shot. But water. Water was my bane. Swain insisted that while my hard-headed nature made me remarkably well-suited to cracking boulders, I'd need a good deal more humility and grace before water would register my bidding. As a consequence, he had me focusing on water 4 days out of each 7. I hated it. The slosh of it, the idiotic splash, the way it sat there, testifying to my graceless nature, mocking me. I put down Gardner yet again. Before turning back to the aqua-meeting device, I gazed out the window. In the mid-afternoon sunlight, the deformation over the orchard rose like a cracked spire of ice, or an enormous lick of water that had become suspended and rigid. Everything looked like water. I whispered a curse. Swain didn't care for demonstrations of frustration, those that weren't his own, leastwise. Frustration was to success in magic and sorcery as, well, water to a flame. His expectation was as clear as it was impossible. No matter how long I must practice, no matter how many times I'd need to run headlong into a wall, I must not complain. Complaints weren't reality. They were a rejection of reality, and thus had no place in the pursuit of the unseen arts. I placed my finger on the glass pane before me. The glass looked like a liquid, like ice, but it wasn't. I spoke a word from my stone studies, and delicate cracks unfolded like spider legs around my fingertip. I pulled my finger back. It was as easy as water was impossible. A shiver ran up between my shoulder blades. A demon lurked nearby. I instinctively touched the pendant I wore and looked about the room. A powerful set of glamours traced the edges of the floor and the corners of the walls, so I knew I was safe. Annoyed, however, I looked unhappily at the door. Not again. I crossed the barn and swung the door open. A revenant stood so close that I suspected its nose had been touching the wood on the other side. It was the young woman whom Mr. Preston had brought up the week before, the one close to my age. It was the 4th time in as many days I'd found her nearby, staring and silent. This kind of nonsense had gotten worse since the work with the resonance clock. In fact, all the demons in the manse had grown agitated. Swain had dismissed my concerns. After double-checking her bindings and my pendant, with the unamusing suggestion that she simply wanted to be my friend. The demon was still in the phase of practicing her dexterity, walking the traditional routes around the manse, while yet another revenant dealt with changing the obstacles. What she was doing standing in front of the door to the barn I did not understand. Her hair was lank, the colour of old wood, and her skin had the waxy pallor of death that never left the revenants. Her eyes were tarnished copper, and she'd had a pretty face, with elegant cheekbones and a finely carved chin. In life, she might have been lovely. In death, she looked severe. Her infernal gaze met my eye. Was that a frown on her face? As I stared at her, I swore that I saw the hint of a tremor on her bottom lip. "What are you looking at?" I motioned with my hands. "Go! Walk! Tumble! I don't care, just go!" She ignored me. I didn't have Swain's key. It, had no obligation to obey my command. "Fine," I said. I turned and closed the door. "Stare at that all you wish." Returning to the aquiometing device, I tried to focus my mind, but some part of me listened for the sound of the revenant leaving. She didn't. I tried to regain the proper state of mind. All I felt was my growing annoyance at the demon. So much for magic. I stomped back to the door and yanked it open. I said go! Go! Right now or I'll fetch your master, I said. Her dull stare disarmed me. I took a pair of steps toward her and put a hand to her breastbone. I shoved. It was always difficult to tell what a fresh revenant could tolerate, and it turned out she couldn't tolerate much. She tumbled backward, cracking the back of her head against the ground. Her limbs wriggled like serpents. She wasn't able to right herself. "Please, help me! I'm still alive," she croaked. Her voice was weak and hoarse. She lifted a hand as if pleading. "Somehow, in here, with it." "I rather doubt that," I said. Her face collapsed in a mask of pure despair. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. "I don't deserve this," she moaned, her chest hitching with sobs. "I was a good Christian. All I ever did was help my mother. How have I so offended the Lord?" Never engage, Swain had taught me, regarding the speech of demons. You may rest assured that you'll find nothing but lies of a most manipulative nature. Even knowing full well such intent, the doubt they sow in your mind can be as difficult to remove as pine pitch from your fingers. You have a new lord now. I crossed out into the yard before the barn and hitched my wrists beneath her armpits and heaved her to her feet. Her bosom quivered with anguish. "I'm in hell!" Her voice cracked. "Please, please, kill me! End this!" Too late. I steadied her and then moved her along by the shoulders until she was walking. "You're the only one who will listen. Please, believe me," she whispered. "Run along." A cry of sorrow burst from her chest, but at least she kept walking. I ignored what she'd said and what she'd looked like saying it. The pity I felt was due to an illusion. I'd seen her corpse, dead. It was deceit, those words of hers. Of it. As she shuffled off, a fall of powdered snow dusted me, sprinkling my hair and arm. I stepped away, irritated. Whirling snow spun from the barn roof. I shook my head at the irony of a demon having better luck at making something sprinkle down from overhead than I was having. Back inside, I lost the better part of another hour failing, still at water-based transferent adaption. I only broke my focus when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, a movement outside the barn window. When I turned my head, I cursed. The female revenant stood outside the window, staring in at me. That was it. With my aggravation brimming over, I readied a ward to cast. I couldn't work like that. The demon would pay for its insolence. Just as I neared the window, I paused. The revenant lifted a hand to me. But it wasn't her hand. The pale shape of an arm and hand rose next to the revenant, and that's when I saw another figure superimposed atop, within, the dead lass. Faint, misty, unstable as a reflection seen on a slow-moving river, a woman occupied the same space as the revenant. I stepped back, shocked. It was the same woman from Salem, the same one who'd appeared in Swain's library, setting it alight. She motioned. A thin voice floated in from the other side of the glass. "Take off your pendant. See." As I looked, I grew dizzy, disoriented at seeing first the revenant, and then a moment later the strange figure. Regardless, I certainly wasn't going to remove my pendant. Behind me, the door opened, and Swain walked in, wearing his dressing gown and boots, hair rumpled. He walked straight to the resonance clock, not even sparing me a glance, lifting up one of the openings to an inner chamber and shaking his head. "Master, it's the apparition, sir." Swain ignored me. The woman beyond the panes motioned to her own throat, mimicking the gesture I'd make if I removed my pendant. "Sir, she's—" I looked back at Swain, but he was gone. The door was closed again. "Sir?" With a glance at the figures outside the window, I stepped over to Swain's workbench. For a moment, I thought the resonance clock had sprung a leak of some sort. Even knowing it contained no liquids didn't dissuade me of the impression. A dark spill seeped from the corner. Had my spellwork somehow have drawn well water into it? That and other far-fetched possibilities. Spilt tea, animal urine, crumpled as absurd as I stared at it. It was only then that I noticed the spill wasn't a liquid at all, but rather a distortion in the air itself, winding out from the corner of the clock. Warped and clear like an icicle, it grew longer as I watched, the thin end stretching and stretching. From overhead came a series of thuds, and the sound of objects sliding down the roof. I heard a trio of heavy thumps on the ground outside. I rushed to the barn door and shouldered it open. A head sat in the snow, eyes open and lifeless. Next to it, an arm. Further along the side of the barn, a leg. All from the revenant Swain had made into a plainer weather vane, sliced apart and tumbled from the peak of the barn. I stared at the body parts, open-mouthed. Just then, the door to the manse banged open, and Swain hurried out, dressed now in breeches, a coat appropriate for the season, boots. "Into a protected circle, quickly!" "The revenant, it fell from—" "Finch!" He spoke the word like the bark of a musket, snapping me from my shock. I darted back into the barn, taking up a position between two column beams, inside a glamoured circle. Swain burst in after me. "Half my demons are trying to tear themselves free. The other half are baying." "The clock, sir. Something's happening to it." Swain pulled himself short, seeing the same curious windings of the space around the device. In the time I'd been outside, they'd grown, snaking out from each corner, the longest now nearly 6 feet in length, branching like tree roots. "When did this begin?" Swain said. "Just after you left it." "Left it?" He turned to me. "A minute ago." "I've been in my study all afternoon." I looked from him to the door to the device. "But you were here. You walked in." "I did no such thing." "You did, sir." "Finch." "I saw you. You were in your dressing gown and boots." He frowned. "What did you see exactly? What happened?" "You walked right there, opened the clock, looked inside, shook your head." "That was early this morning, after you'd left." "I don't understand, sir." "Stay where you are." He stepped back from the device and raised his hands. One long phrase after another passed his lips in a whisper. Flecks of deep red surrounded the distortions in the air, whirling about it like fireflies. Potent waves of energy passed through the barn. My skin tingled. My ears popped. The female revenant remained outside the window, but I saw no ghostly figure superimposed over her form. Swain lowered his hands. The spell he'd cast dissipated, having made no discernible impact on the strange twists of shadow and light emanating from the resonance clock.
"It's no good," he said. "It requires modifications beyond any I can execute. It's changed on the inside, retaining some channel into another plane. No wonder my demons are panicking."
"If you put it inside a glamour, sir?"
No, not unless you'd care to see every protection and glamour I've put in place neutralized in an instant." He paced as he spoke. "Such planar displacement. And would that I dug more deeply into the potential side effects before our ill-fated experiment. Desynchronizes the elements of such protections, rendering them useless in a wide diameter. A mile or better, as we saw. No. What this requires is a complex redesign. The occultatum ostium has suggested a technique powerful enough to do what we need. No more fiddling about, either. This requires full attention. The hands of a professional. I don't think I can be put off. For now, however, we'll have to—"
He fell silent, looking past me. I turned, and a small gasp escaped my mouth. Swain and I appeared to walk in through the barn door, conversing. I immediately recognised it as having happened the afternoon before, when he'd come to check over the calibration of the aqua-meeting device. The dress I'd worn, the teacup in his hand, the look of irritation on my face. While I couldn't quite hear our voices, a faint echo of our conversation seemed to zip around the workshop, flutters and trills barely audible. The image skipped around, at the door one moment, near the device in the corner, back in the middle of the floor, often breaking into 2 or more overlapping strands of motion. "Sir!" A pulsing crackle of energy surged through the barn, rattling bottles and tins on the workbenches, causing the arms of the aqua-meeting device to bounce up and down. The beams overhead groaned. Swain cursed, one of the few times I'd seen him do so. "What's happening?" I said.
"A temporal displacement."
He turned to his workbench and started gathering up items, sweeping them into a satchel he kept off to the side.
"Time is bending in on itself. We need to leave. This is growing far too dangerous. Help me. Everything on the first 2 shelves."
I stepped out from the glamour, still captivated by the sight of myself standing in the corner watching as Swain adjusted the device.
"Finch, now!"
Tearing my gaze away, I rushed over to the benches. "The resonance clock itself, sir?"
"No, it stays. Everything will need to be readied before attempting to fix it. Days at minimum. With luck, the displacement won't expand too far in the interim. Leave it as is. Bare necessities. That's what we need."
He worked quickly, his words clipped and precise.
"Ingredients, tools, books, as much as we can. I want us to be on the road within the hour, Finch."
Chapter 19. Grave Raven. The house in Andover was dark, cold and musty from disuse. A film of fine ash covered most surfaces, blown from the chill hearths over the course of 2 unoccupied seasons. I banged open the shutters and lit fires. Swain hunched over a trunk of books, placing them carefully on one of the shelves in a small room off of the kitchen. I sneezed.
"The 3rd trunk of books when you have a moment," he called out.
"Yes, sir." I stepped back outside. A thin and miserly snow swept in from the west as we'd finally reached the spare house, smudging out the last colours of sunset, dampening the wagon load of hastily gathered books, writing paraphernalia, clothing, Swain's travelling kit of ingredients for summoning and conjuring, several instruments he needed, and more books. I kept my hood up as I hurried to the wagon. Tall maples, barren of leaves, swayed in the wind. Behind them, thick woods of pine and hemlock stretched into the darkness, sighing as the snow gusted. I lugged the final trunk of books back inside, grunting as I struggled to keep my footing. With a swipe of my sleeve, I removed as much snow as I could before dragging the trunk to the small room.
"Are you sure you needed so many books, sir?" "Books are my food."
He knelt in his shirt sleeves, staring at the shelf before him. You might have thought him preparing to disarm a steel trap, so intent was his expression.
"Should I starve?"
"No danger of that, sir." He slid one volume out by the spine, then frowned and slid it back into place.
Here's the thing, Finch. You might look at my preference for books and solitude and think, oh, how lonesome that must be. Let me disabuse you of that notion. He placed some others nearby. Would you like to know when I'm loneliest? It's when there are people all around me, talking about this and that, none of it rising above the mundane. Talk of rum, talk of dog races, talk of the governor this or the governor that, talk of the price of land, talk of a new child, talk of a visit to Long Island, talk of a great auntie. No, please, not interested. It's when I have to stand and smile, to listen to people pontificate on narrow nonsense, that I'm most lonesome. He pulled another suitable candidate from the trunk and cracked it open, flipping through the pages. So, no. When I've a book in my hand, when I'm deep in my work, I'm never lonely. And do you know why? It's because I'm having a conversation, a dialogue, an argument. Not with myself, mind you, but with Blackwell and Laird and Schmeling. Those and their ilk are my companions, souls of my temperament, individuals of my sensitivities and inclinations, those rare souls who saw life as I've come to. He motioned to the book in the trunk before him. That we don't share the same years in the sunlight, nor the same spot on the globe, makes little difference. And just knowing people such as that once lived, or in some cases live now, does more to ease my loneliness than any hail fellow well met ever could. At my core, I am deep in communion with life, and those who strode forth with the courage to see it with their own eyes. Do you understand? Having lost hours to my studies, knowing what it was to engage so fully with the thoughts and words of another, that I'd forget to eat, to drink, surprised to see that morning had turned to late afternoon, I thought I did. My father, my brothers, they'd been happy using their arms, their eyes, on their feet, making, creating, hammering, sharpening. Yet since coming into Swain's service, I'd come to think more often of my mother, devouring one book after another, quiet and still, but with as much light in her eyes as anyone I'd ever known. Will we need to return to Salem to fetch others, sir? Don't get carried away, Finch. We're temporarily relocating to Andover, not sailing to India. He lifted out another pair of books. At the very least, this ought to be sufficient to maintain our ruse of being bookbinders, should any inquiries draw too near. As I opened the final trunk, I found the letter I'd brought back from the tavern. There's this, sir. Swain took the letter and pried it open, unfolding it. Oh, lovely. An invitation to a ball at the governor's mansion, at the behest of Mary Whitelock. He handed it back to me. Post a polite declination, if you would. Absurd. Are you sure, sir? More than. The fire snapped in the hearth. I frowned, taking more books from the trunk and setting them on a narrow table. Swain watched me. Well, he said, out with it. I sense an implied criticism. It's just that, well, Mary, I'm sure, expects you to go. She may expect all she wants. I'm not sure her expectations are my concern. She is a woman, sir. Meaning? Meaning that she expects her expectations to be, at least, taken into consideration. And so I'm to fetch when told to fetch? Come when told to come? I'm a sorcerer, Finch, not a puppy. From a woman's perspective, sir, I said, treading delicately. It's not about obedience. It's about acknowledging her feelings. I return her correspondence, don't I? Yes, you do, sir. I knew it well, as I was the one to smooth his otherwise clumsy replies before he set quill to paper. But she'd like to go beyond correspondence, clearly. And it mightn't be a bad idea for other reasons. I remind you there is a temporal displacement in Salem, a rather harrowing situation to prioritize above others. Of course, sir. It's just that it might be a good idea, politically, to demonstrate. Politics are for the snivellers and snakes, thank you. But with the incidents of rebellion, the Rattlesnake Society, and the vigour with which the governor has his men scouring the countryside and city for any hints of disloyalty, well, it might be best for your work, wouldn't it, if there was a way you could demonstrate publicly, that your motives aren't in question, sir?" My words tumbled out. "They've been searching wagons, arresting people, questioning people. What if someone saw something or heard something about Salem? You'd be able to find that out. Forewarned and forearmed, sir." "Who would have heard something?" "I don't know, sir. But with the searching and the hiding, who knows? And more than that, the opportunity to be seen as you are by the right people in the colony. You're very impressive, sir. Nothing like the superstitions. It just might be an opportunity. As you've said, if you're ever to help move society forward to accepting what we do, the ball could be a chance to do several things at once, all beneficial." Swain stared at me. I didn't look away. "And it's only one evening, sir."
"Is this all because you wish to attend a ball, Finch?"
No, it was because I was desperate to find out whether a quartet of rattlesnakes, now in the custody of Governor Whitelock, had made mention of a one-eyed woman setting their clothing on fire. "The invitation is just for you, sir." He turned back to his books.
"I'll say this much. If I am to go, and I'm not agreeing to anything, mind you, though your reasoning has a certain strength to it, I shall drag you along as a human shield. Punishment for your impertinent logic."
I was about to suggest it would be best if I didn't go, when a muffled clanging sounded from one of the trunks in the kitchen. A moment of confusion dissipated quickly. "Mr. Preston, sir," I said. In the kitchen, I opened the trunk only to see the small brass bell lift into the air, ringing.
"The one time I don't need corpses," Swain sighed. "Of course."
After a minute, the bell ceased its ringing, remaining hovering. "What should I tell him, sir?" Swain rubbed his forehead.
"Fixing Salem will require the construction of a Kefla tap. Complex endeavour. There's that. The resonance clock needs significant modifications, even though the principles are correct. There's that. I need to enlist the help of Boston's rogue clockmaker if I'm to have even the faintest hope. So there's also that. Why not add more bodies to the mix?"
He looked at his watch.
"Fine. Tell him yes. At least it's close. Ready the wagon. We'll leave before 9.
I plucked the bell out of the air and rang it once, twice, thrice. By the time we reached the bridge in the far stretches of town, the night sky had cleared, leaving the tops of trees to glint with ice crystals in the moonlight. My fingers ached from the cold. Bough and branch hung low over the lane, lending their shadows to the faint blue contours of snow. Ahead, I made out the shape of Mr. Preston atop his wagon. As we neared, I pulled the horse to a stop. The sound of the river filled the quiet. Preston climbed down from his perch. He tipped his hat at me. "Good evening, Mr. Preston." I climbed down, followed by my master. While the two men exchanged greetings, I went around to the back of Preston's wagon and untied the ropes holding the canvas over the bed. Pulling the cover aside, I saw dank clothing over stiff limbs. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was seeing. Musket shots bloodied a linen shirt. A coat bore scorch marks. Bayonet stabs had sliced deep into the corpse's legs. Leaning over to inspect them more carefully, I gasped. The face I found was of one of the lads who'd been with Francis when he'd tried to steal my wagon. Reaching in, I found the other lad next, the one who'd climbed onto the wagon. Next to them was a third lad whom I didn't recognize. The bodies had been ruined by musket and bayonet, with wounds through a cheek, an eye, maroon bloodstains across their clothing. And the burn marks from my magic were clear to see. He's been arrested, him and his friends. I looked for any others, Francis, the woman, but Preston's delivery was limited to those three. My pulse hammered. As horrible as the sight was, a tremendous relief bloomed in my chest. Should I have felt pity? Sadness? Remorse, anger, outrage? Of course, I was human after all. Injustice never failed to move me. Yet what I felt, I'm ashamed to confess, was relief. Pure, unalloyed relief. The guilt would no doubt come later, but for the moment it seemed as though my indiscretion with magic may have well gone to the grave, if you will, with the corpses before me. Swain soon leaned over the bodies, inspecting them. "What is this?" He turned to Preston, crossing his arms before his chest. "Mr. Preston, I hardly know what to say." Preston stood next to him. He rubbed a hand over his cheek. "3 of them, sir. Fair number." "I can count, yes. All the way to 3. My master reached down and pressed aside the collar of one of the bodies. "Shot, stabbed, beaten, hanged. And that's just this one. Tell me, Mr. Preston, you couldn't also find one who'd been pressed to death? Beheaded?" "Bodies is what you ask for, sir. I bring what I can get for you. But a day old, these." Swain examined the rope burn on the neck of one body. He pushed aside the legs of one lad. Around the neck of another hung a noose. He took the end of the rope in his hand and turned to Preston. The man flushed the colour of a radish, clear even in the midnight darkness. "Have I not insisted on discretion?" Swain said. "Not a soul did notice, sir." "No. You merely climbed the gallows and cut them down, one at a time, and no one noticed?" "Bit of excitement in the city last night. Whitelock's men had their hands full." "And it didn't occur to you that someone might soon note that their gallows are empty, hands full or no?" "Took a winding route, sir. I wasn't followed, if that's what you're getting at." "What I'm getting at, Mr. Preston, is that I demand that our arrangement not involve soldiers, night watch, or constables, nor anything else that might attract undue notice, such as cutting bodies down from the public gallows, words which I can barely force past my lips without sputtering." Preston fiddled with his hat. "In and out I was. Quick as you'd like. No one saw me." Swain stepped away from the wagon and shook his head. He looked at the bodies, exhaling a billowing cloud in the frigid air. I turned to Preston. "Was that all of them? At the gallows, I mean?" Both men turned to me. "You were hoping for more," Swain said. "No, but if they weren't all missing—" "Yes." "Well, if they weren't all missing, then it mightn't have been noticed quite the same way." "Are you suggesting that perhaps there were several score bodies on display, and a few missing around the edges wouldn't be noticed?" I'm trying to picture it." Preston's red face scrunched up. No. Was just these 3 lads, Miss Finch." "I see. Thank you, Mr. Preston." My mind raced faster than the water that burbled beneath the narrow bridge. Had Frances escaped? The woman? Was my secret still among the living?
"To your wagon then, sir?" Preston said.
Swain straightened and took out his billfold.
"Fine, yes."
Once the corpses were stowed and covered, Preston bade us good night, his figure fading into the darkness as he rode off in the opposite direction. "Should I gather up the ingredients for the revelations for the morning, sir?" I said.
"I've no time for revelations at the moment. We shall store the bodies."
"At the house, sir?"
"With all your talk of politics and searching, keeping a trio of corpses at our temporary residence would seem to be more than a little risky."
The horse's passage was muffled by the fresh snow. "Back in Salem, sir?"
"God, no. Far too dangerous. You are familiar with the pond beyond the eastern woods in Andover?"
"Yes, sir."
"We shall bring them there, to the marshy end that abuts the larger pond. You will set them in a state of preservation, using de Bourgh's grave raven."
"Me, sir?"
"Yes, you. You've enough experience now with Summerfield's second-order harmonic plangent. De Bourgh's spell should be within your reach. I've brought the book along, and the ingredients. The grave raven requires the hour of midnight."
"You're sure, sir?" He wrapped his cloak closer about his face.
"Best not dawdle."
The grave raven was the earliest documented spell for the preservation of a corpse, staving off decay indefinitely. First recorded by the English magician William Langton, the spell was used to preserve the body of a young knight in the service of King John, who died in the siege of Rochester Castle in 1215. The body remained lifelike, as though the young man were but asleep, being the most common observation, for 300 years, until King Henry VIII decided it was an affront to the eye of God. Henry charged his Lord Chancellor Archbishop Thomas Wolsey with seeing that the spell was undone. Wolsey clandestinely sought the services of Alan de Burgh, a magician from York, who not only reversed the spell, but documented and streamlined the technique for casting it in the first place, thus leading to the distinction of de Burgh's grave raven. Wolsey recorded that when offered a chance to glimpse the faded bones of the knight to set his mind at ease that the spell had been broken, King Henry demurred, demonstrating his peculiar unease with dead bodies. Noteworthy, given the ease with which Henry saw to it that many of those closest to him achieved the state throughout his reign. The ride back through Andover passed without my notice, as I prepared for the spell, recalling all I could of Summerfield, de Burgh, Gardiner. With Swain's guidance, I rehearsed the gestures and the words. I committed the list of ingredients to mind. This was a spell that demanded more of me than any I'd attempted. A base of harmonic shadow control, the transmorgative processes of elemental energies, a dash of transferent adaptation, and, with the pattern of glamours bound to the corpses, a hint of sorcery. In the time it took us to reach the spot Swain had in mind, my confidence in my ability went from shaky to sure, then from committed to doubtful, and from there to wait and see. The final leg of the journey found us carrying the corpses, one by one, from the back of the wagon and down a snowy slope beneath tall pine, all the while our steps compressing the snow, our laboured breathing swept away on the freezing breeze, carrying out over the marsh and open water beyond. The ghostly hoot of a great horned owl echoed off across the pond. We soon had all three bodies by the black water. I looked them over. Mouths open, necks broken, eyes glazed. Did I feel any guilt? Well, the answer ought to have been a firm no. After all, I'd neither forced them to join the Rattlesnake Society, nor had a witting hand in seeing them captured by the Whitelocks. Unease tugged at my conscience. I reminded myself that I hadn't been the one who'd killed them. I'd barely even hurt them, and I could have. Perhaps it was my friendship with Iris. Frances could very well have been among the corpses before me. Would I have told her? Would it have been a betrayal if I hadn't? And who was I to do the same with these three unlucky rattlesnakes? Swain knelt and lit a lantern.
Are you ready?
Was I? Well, I knew one thing. I wanted to prove I could do it. Most of the world I'd met had ignored me at best, stared at my disfigurement at worst, and to a one had dismissed me as no more than a young woman who might, if she's lucky, find her true small place somewhere within the world that men had made for her. I am, sir. Turning away from the corpses, I took up the lantern. I opened the book to the pages I'd marked, and gathered the ingredients out of the satchel Swain had brought with us. Quartz dust, copper filings, 1 iron ingot for each corpse, a vial of sepulchrum essentia, a mixture of blood and oil, a small tin of sanctified earth, 6 fire-hardened needles, 3 shards of bone that had been taken from the skull of a man murdered under a full moon, a stone bowl. I arranged them all just so, and measured out the precise amounts needed, checking and double-checking as I went, so deep in concentration I didn't register that Swain had pulled out a small notebook and quill until I'd finished.
Ingredients?
All set, sir. Precautions. Everything looks fine, sir.
Looks or is?
Is, sir. He went over to a boulder near the water and took a seat.
Marvellous. I shall take notes.
Notes? I suspected him of doing it to put further pressure on my performance, although I was tense enough it might not have made any difference. Yes, sir. He put his free hand on his knee and nodded.
You may begin.
I took in a deep breath and tapped each ingredient before me, the final check they were each set for their cue. Although I was tempted to reread de Burgh's incantation one final time, I knew if I hadn't committed it to memory well enough by then, one more nervous reading of it under Swain's gaze would hardly help. I took several long moments, still and relaxed, clearing my mind for the intense focus, my attention on naught but my breathing. When I reached the proper state of mind, I approached the bodies. I spoke the opening incantation, turning my palms upward. Gebinten thide, hi quaid thet isen nimita, gesagligian, on eno monde.
Gif isen on niet wikolde, il kadig, hefte, ambjern isen.
A charge ran across my palm and up my arm. Warmth, shivers of vibrant ripples that washed across my torso, my neck and scalp. Before me, the harmonic shadows of the bodies made their presence known, multifaceted etchings of fine black lines appearing above and beneath them, strange contours that echoed the curve of the bodies. I returned to the lantern and mixed the ingredients, reciting the inner verses of the spell. As I completed the final lines, the mixture flared, sending thin filaments of pale white drifting off from my hands toward the corpses, reminding me of wind-blown snow. Swain said nothing. Approaching the bodies, I dipped my finger into the soft paste and drew a small circle on the head of each corpse. Their skin was cold. As my hand neared the filaments of shadow, the various strands of harmonic energy moved in different patterns, bending, the darkness deepening. I intuited the way I might control it. I might bend it this way or that. I might braid it. I might send ripples out around me. The strength of the connection surprised me.
Signantis litteras porta, I said.
Seal the gate. I whispered the phrase with each circle I drew. Once the circles were complete, I ran a line of copper filings down the center of each corpse's torso. Moving in the opposite direction, I traced to that line of copper with a line of quartz dust, the smooth material falling easily from my fingertips. Each pass I made, I spoke de Berg's transmogrification spell, which he'd, considerately, used English for. Raven of death, alight not on this fading breast. Wind carry thee elsewhere. For time doth no longer carry these remains in its stream. Years, decades, centuries shall pass as mere dream. As the end of the line of quartz dust connected with the beginning of the line of copper filings, a wash of midnight blue lit my arm, and the first corpse below, emanating from the copper and quartz. I made a gesture, pushing farther into the shadows, turning my hand with thumb pressed against the bent knuckle of my index finger. The patterns twisted, and I sensed then the life of the magic itself, like reaching out and catching a gust of strong wind in my sleeve, on my hand. It sensed me and responded. As I moved my hand back and forth, it flowed gracefully. Colours changed. The pressure of the magic shifted this way and that, responding to my energy. Was my nature as a witch helping, bringing me closer to the magic, creating a stronger connection? I entertained the possibility, albeit briefly. I already had too much to concentrate on. I repeated the process with the other corpses, until the edge of the marsh shone with the strange light of the elemental energies I'd tapped. As I retrieved the sepulchrum essentia, I glanced at Swain. He nodded. I forced myself to concentrate, to not wonder what he was thinking. I picked up the vial and the tin of sanctified earth, putting the tin into my pocket. In the reeds, pale lines of light sprouted here and there, shining off the water. Swain didn't look concerned, so I carried on. I drew the symbols prescribed by de Berg, with the sepulchrum essentia, on the eyelids, on the throat, on the palms. With each symbol, I spoke the phrase, bound, encircled the last light of day. The fingers of tombs, I cast thee away. I knew one of Swain's difficulties with de Berg involved what he viewed as melodrama within the incantations. Melodramatic or not, I found it easier to commit to memory than the Latin or Old English sections of the spells. Swain remained silent throughout, although I heard a few scratches of his quill as he made a note here or there. My knees had gone stiff with the kneeling, and I stretched them as I stood. The most difficult part of the spell lay just ahead of me, harnessing the harmonic shadow vibrations. The timing of a tongue-twisting incantation needed to match both gestures and the application of the final ingredients.
Take your time, Swain said.
He knew how difficult the next section was.
The sorceress mind has but one point of focus.
I nodded. Taking up the bone and ingots, I paused before the first corpse, the magic snapping the air above it. I found my breath, which led me to my center, to that feeling of being suspended from above, of being connected to the air and wood and ground around me, of having a wellspring deep inside. The words of the conjuring flowed out as easily as the magic from my hands.
On Sefan Sendi, Ne hirdi ix norterliker, on swag yongum, fiore gungan, thingian.
As I started the first of 6 gestures, my magic connected to the energy before me, lifting my consciousness and awareness. The light of the magic brightened and morphed, the strands creating an intricate pattern woven of the iridescent yellow of spring blossoms, the ruddy orange of autumn maple leaves, windings of silver that glinted like ripples on a brook, and a bloody gold. Shivers ran along my flesh from scalp to heel. I turned my hands, continuing into the next gestures, letting more magic flow out and connect with the brilliance in front of me. Warmth and cool currents rose and passed through the air. I exhaled slowly. As I passed through the next gestures, I slipped my hands into my pocket and took out a skull shard and iron ingot. Motioning with my left hand, I crouched over the first body and spoke.
Giata drikten, folk says hirde, will wardem und virkum.
While the words came out, I slid the iron ingot into the open mouth, pushing up on the stiff jaw to shut it inside. I ran 2 fingers on the lips, across the nose, over the eyes.
Migines fultum we kraftinge, nails wardem sirvum, gir we weekend weeron.
I placed the shard of bone within the circle I'd drawn on the forehead. At that moment, the materials of my dress and my hair snapped with fine sparks, and the air above the corpse glinted with flickering light. The limbs of the corpse shook, and a shadow spread out from underneath it, rising. It did in fact resemble a raven made of surplus midnight. It passed through the shimmering light, and as it did, a wave of icy air rolled out from the flesh, lifting the snow from the ground as it passed. I sat back on my heels, watching as the sparks coalesced into intricate lines of gold light. The lines sunk onto the skin of the corpse, wrapping it in a fine skein, glowing briefly and then fading. Even after the marks faded, I could see faint golden accents in the corners of the eyes, at the temples, along the crescents of the fingernails, at the hip bones. I'd done it. De Burgh's grave raven. My pulse raced, the thrill of the accomplishment filling my chest with pride. I turned to Swain. He inclined his head.
Well done. Now the others.
By the time I finished with the other 2 bodies, the look of death had left them. Their colour had returned, and the bruises and minor wounds had faded, while the larger injuries didn't look so terrible. They might have been asleep. "Where should we keep them, sir?" I said. Swain stood from the boulder, wiped his breeches and put his quill and inkwell away.
In the water. No one will find them here, and they shan't decompose. We may retrieve them when we have the opportunity.
I grabbed the first corpse by his ankles and slid him to the water. My legs recoiled at the icy grasp of the marsh, but I dragged the corpse until he lay under 2 feet of brackish water. Swain helped with the second and third bodies.
I never felt alive until I first attempted serious magic, he said.
And then, in an instant, I knew. This is what my mind and heart were meant to do. I could do it all day, every day, and never ever tire of it. My work revealed my place in the world. I saw how it all worked, how it all fit together. And now, sir?
Now it's my sanity. It's there for me when all else is bother and strife. I cherish it more than ever.
He slid the final body in next to the others.
You did well.
Thank you, sir. I brushed a stray lock of hair from my face. I felt in control for the most part. And it's hard to properly explain, but I think my senses, the witch senses, helped. I could feel my way forward, if I needed to. Sorry, I'm not explaining it very well, sir.
Stick with the proper techniques for your own sake, he said. I can't teach you anything practical about witchcraft. Not yet, anyways. And until such time as we both acquire a confidence now lacking, it's far too dangerous for you to go exploring on your own, especially in connection with traditional magic or sorcery. I can see dozens of ways for it to go horribly wrong.
Like a fire spell spiralling out of control, for instance. The last one was difficult, sir. My timing was off, and the balance of the transference wasn't as even as with the others.
You feel that it sufficed, however?
Pale hints of their faces showed at the bottom of the marsh, where they leaned against one another like sleeping children. Sufficed? Yes.
It could have been better though, sir.
Yes, I saw that.
He straightened up and wiped his hands on his coat.
But the fact that you were attuned enough to notice is commendable. One of the easiest to explain yet hardest to master elements of sorcery is that it requires a ruthless commitment to being aware of one's shortcomings, for it only takes one such failure to end in catastrophe.
Yes, sir. My fingers were numb. I warmed them in my armpits.
As such, an objective view of one's own talents must be maintained to the best of your ability, at all times. And we know how difficult that is. For in the magical arts, how easy is it to adopt the trappings, the attitudes, the expressions that satisfy the impressions of what it takes.
Impressions? Swain stepped from the water, shaking his boots and sending off drips into the snow.
Cast a spell and one is a practitioner of the arts. How easy to imagine that taking that first step will lead, inevitably, to the next, and soon enough, mastery. Well, most make their biggest mistake between the first and second step. For the second step is to ask yourself, do I know what I did? Do I understand all the elements? Do I realise that all that I think I know is likely wrong, and that real progress will only come by tearing all my expectations down and approaching it all as I really am, which is to say a rank amateur with years and years of such steps, one forward, a dozen sideways. Before me, before even the claim to the title of journeyman, or journeywoman, practitioner applies.
As cold as I was, I wanted to remain next to the bodies, looking over what I'd done, to take it all in.
Sadly, most fail right there, Swain said. It's easier to smile and think oneself a magician, a sorcerer, already halfway to greatness. Gather books. Set up a workbench with ingredients. Tell your friends and family you can't be disturbed, until supper is ready, of course, as you're working on your spells. The delusion starts then and dooms the whole enterprise. No, one must embrace the truth and admit that if you call yourself a sorcerer, you're likely no sorcerer. Real sorcerers are too busy struggling with the art for such labels.
How encouraging, sir.
Looking for pats on the back, are we, Finch?
Hardly expecting them after hearing that, sir. He smiled.
Yes, well, I'm giving you something better than a cheap little ornament of cheer. I'm giving you the truth. Now, if you would step out of there before you catch your death, we may head home to warmth and rest.
I did, trying not to show the pride that swelled within my chest. Another little secret. Swain bade me to collect our materials and the lantern. He stood by the water and cast a spell that filled the air with a crackle as ice formed across the water, spreading out from the shore, covering the bodies, hiding them further. We left the winter nocturne soon after. If anything disturbed the unquiet waters of the marsh in the silence and darkness that followed, we weren't there to see it. Chapter 20. The Stony Shores of Time. A week or so later, Swain and I set out on the road to Boston at first light. A wind from the north sent ringlets and curls of fine snow from the trees. Bird calls echoed through the frozen woods. Jays, crows, catbirds in the shrubs near the lane. I said nothing of the dread of being discovered that had lodged itself in my core like the grip. As we rode toward Boston, Swain kept his thoughts to himself, leaving me to grow tense each time we neared a town or village, looking for roadblocks, looking for soldiers on the watch for a one-eyed young woman driving a wagon. First one and then another town, and no one raised hue or cry. A farmer touched the brim of his hat as we passed the pasture where he tended his cows, just as the chimney smoke from Boston itself came into view. Steeples shone in the late morning light, and I spotted the masts in the harbour. When I went to hand the reins to Swain, he demurred.
If anyone feels that a perfectly capable young woman ought only to cower under the wing of the nearest available gentleman at all times, that's their problem and not ours.
I pulled the wagon up behind two others on the main road, Orange Street, that ran through Boston's Neck, and led to the town gates for carriages, not far from the second gate, for travellers on foot. Regulars at the gate questioned those coming in, which I'd never seen before. I shifted, feeling my throat tighten.
Oh, lovely. We get to chat with thick-necked soldiers.
Swain took out his pocket watch and sighed. While he was content to dismiss the delay with another volley in his long war against the primacy of brawn in the world, I entertained thoughts of leaping off the wagon and sprinting off into the tidal flats that extended away from the strip of land that connected the peninsula of Boston proper with the mainland. By the time I'd worked myself into a state of panic, the soldiers waved us forward. 4 of them blocked the lane, 1 an officer. Their scarlet uniforms shone bright, white facings on their coats, muskets with steel bayonets at the ready. From the insignia on the soldier's sleeve, I realized that they were from the governor's own regiment, famous throughout the colony for their fighting prowess. 1 muscled regular held back a pair of hounds on leather leashes. Both dogs barked. The officer, a captain, raised his hand, motioning for me to stop. As I pulled the reins, I forced a smile onto my face. They looked Swain and me over.
"Where to, sir?" the officer said.
The other soldiers looked over the wagon, coming up alongside, looking both in it and underneath it. The dogs strained on their leashes, one of them lifting himself onto his hind legs, staring at me. I tried to hide how fast my heart beat.
"The townhouse and various merchants," Swain said. "Just the 2 of you?" he said. "Indeed. And where are you coming from?" "Andover."
Having found nothing, the other soldiers milled about, watching us. Their eyes were hard, intent on their business, and not on my discomfort.
"Just for the day?" "Would you like an hourly itinerary, Captain?"
The officer went still. All the soldiers watched my master.
"Just for the day, sir."
Swain waved his hand, then crossed his arms.
"Fine, yes, just for the day. Then we shall exit this gate and presumably relay all our commercial adventures in as much detail as required. Yes, may we be on our way now, Captain?"
The officer didn't look pleased, but he waved us on. The dogs continued to stare at me as I reined the team forward. Regulars owned the twisting streets, stationed on street corners in groups of 4 or 6, in pairs on their enormous horses. Everywhere I looked, slow flares of deep red with musket and bayonet watched over the rest of the street traffic. I navigated amongst the other wagons and carriages that filled the cobbled streets, past people on foot who dodged the horse traffic. The air carried the cries of gulls, sailing on the wintry breezes above the harbour, bright in the sunlight. Laughter and snippets of talk floated between tradesmen and draymen. None of the muskets at the gate had ended up pointed at me. I realized in that instant that if my worst fears had materialized, then we wouldn't have gotten through. No, whatever they were looking for, it hadn't come from Francis and his doomed companions. The surrounding city looked brighter, more colourful, and I let out a slow breath.
"Can you imagine all this?" Swain said, motioning around. "This bustle, this commerce, this industry. In Salem."
"I can imagine people fleeing for their lives, while screaming in terror, sir."
Now, Finch. Let's not dig our heels in at what is, but consider what might be. I'm speaking of what shall happen after we've stabilised the planar disposition, and then taken care of our little friends. After.
Our little fiends, sir.
I imagine you've been saving that one up. Precocious. I'm talking about a vision, Finch. You see a demon-swept collection of ruins, while I see a town to rival Boston. You see weathered decay and the bones of a failed effort, while I see elegant buildings, sided in browns and blacks, shingled in oak, with graceful gables and tall windows. I see streets cobbled and true. I see well-ordered activity, all centred on a magnificent sorcerium, from whence shall spring a renaissance of the unseen arts, ready to propel humanity into a new age.
Humanity, is it, sir? He straightened his hat.
Why do you think I'm doing all of this? If it were riches I were after, I would already dwell in a palace filled with the greatest works of art, the finest library of books, and the best wines and cooks. Somewhere warm. Romance? If that was driving me, I could have one countess or baroness after another, each as beautiful as Venus, propped fashionably upon each elbow. Adulation and fame? Think what I might do for kings or generals. Conquests, battles, intrigue, the stuff of poems and song. Really, is that all you think of me?
The countesses and baronesses will be disappointed to hear it, sir.
Lovely of you to say. There's a reason the Occultatum Ostium, that incredible book, found its way to me.
The Occultatum Ostium had been the first book Swain grabbed upon departing Salem for Andover. In the days since, he'd maintained his obsession with the book, refining his thinking about how to clear Salem of its demons. A day didn't go by without him tucking his nose into it, running his fingers along the strange pages, as though it were the cheek of his beloved. I believed if he'd had his way, he'd do nothing more than fill up with strong tea and pore over the book for the rest of his days, his evenings, and all the midnights that followed. But fair enough. His explorations of the text had opened his mind to possibilities he'd never considered, he claimed. Alluring links between dissimilar fields of study he'd pursued, grand designs fitting for his plans to turn Salem into the heart of a new sorcery, one that embraced both the richness of the history of the art and the latest in mechanical technology. Let no one claim my master possessed small dreams. We soon reached Boston's townhouse, 2.5 stories of brick, topped by a 3-tiered cupola and a gilded weather vane. I hitched the wagon while Swain waited, and then we crossed around to the front. Carved figures guarded the entryway. A lion, for His Majesty, on one side, and the white-locked stallion on the other. The crowded Merchants' Exchange filled the first floor of the building. I followed Swain between stalls of wools and linens, spice and shot in wooden boxes, pipes, tobacco and wine, hose and hats, the powders and balms of grocers and apothecaries, stacks of plates and tins, all that brought Boston its fame and the Whitelocks their wealth. It also no doubt brought them their troubles with the Rattlesnake Society and the other political enemies, which they'd acquired in their decades of colonial influence. Through the pipe smoke haze, bricklayer and stationer gossiped with toolmaker and cheesemonger, while ironmonger and blacksmith, hosier and shoemaker struck deals, filling the hall with talk, with greetings. Swain made a path down the centre, a prow breaking the rough seas, with me sweeping along behind them, until we reached a narrow alcove that opened opposite a dealer behind a stall piled high with bolts of wool and tan, heather and white. The alcove held a pair of wooden benches where waited one Robert Twelves, clockmaker. In his late 20s, he wore his hair unfashionably short, his pleasant face ending in a scraggly beard. He rose in greeting.
Mr. Swain, a pleasure.
He stood a foot taller than Swain, which put him well over 6 feet.
Mr. Twelves, how good of you to meet me.
Swain slid in across from Twelves and motioned for me to join him.
My assistant, Miss Finch.
Twelves looked me over and nodded.
Delighted, miss.
And business is good? Swain asked Twelves as he took a seat.
It used to be, sir. Used to be.
Did I just hear the past tense, sir? Twelves glanced at the nearby merchants.
Boston is a funny place. Close-knit. Or maybe suffocating.
Suffocating?
Oh dear. Master Graham is the finest clockmaker in New England. A godly man. A man who knows where every minute goes, every pound. Knows men across the colony. Not just clockmakers, but artisans of all kind. Suppliers, patrons, dealers. He's not without his pride either.
Twelves shook his head, a hint of despair wrinkling his eyes.
He feels I wronged him. After 11 years. In what manner?
Twelves laced his fingers on the worn table before him, slender, steady.
The touch of an angel when it comes to clockwork.
So had Swain described Twelves' talent to me.
By working on the device of yours, sir. When he first found the plans I'd put together, he'd been intrigued. For half a minute. I'm not sure if he gleaned the intent or took offence at violating the principles of design he so passionately hews to, but he insisted I stop such work. His name and reputation were reflected in his assistant, he said.
He glanced at me. I forced myself not to look down at the table in shame.
That might have ended it, Twelves continued. But I kept working on it, sir. Working on my own, in my room, in the shop after Master Graham had left for the evening. Quite careful about not leaving as much as a single shaving of brass, a dull scraper, wood dust, none of it. But, well, I believe word reached him somehow of your name, sir.
I'm not sure how that would make any difference, Swain said.
I've never met the gentleman, nor am I at all aware of how he might have learned about our arrangement. Boston is a funny place, as I said, Twelfth said. Connections matter. Information can be as valuable as coin. Some rumours from London reached his ear. About you. Not that it matters to me, obviously, but to my master it did. How disappointing.
Nothing could upset my master like gossip from London concerning him. I gave him credit for not stiffening like a ramrod and launching into a critique of half of the king's court.
Worse than disappointing, sir. He relieved me of my services. At a meeting of the guild at Cromwell's Head Tavern, in front of most of the city's influential artisans, sir.
His fingers remained folded.
And since that time, it's as though I don't even exist. I can't find a bench with any other clockmaker, or cabinet maker. Even finding a room to let has been hard. The merchants will have nothing to do with me, sir. A wall's come down between me and my career, sir. Boston might be through with me. After 11 years of apprenticing, 6 years of indentured service before that.
I thought of Silas Wilkes with a pang. Another decent man only looking to make a mark in the field he'd chosen, but for one stroke of ill luck sweeping it all away. I had an unreasonable urge to reach over and put my hand on his, telling him all will work out, that fortune would welcome him, if only 1 pence at a time. As my master's assistant, however, I could only give him a sympathetic smile.
Your plight bothers me, Mr. Twelves, Swain said, leaning forward. Your craftsmanship is of the highest calibre. Your talent is unquestionable. And as one who has more than once run into difficulties with his peers, I understand well the dismay you're experiencing. Thank you, sir. But I offer more than empathy. I offer something much better. An opportunity to take your craft beyond the bounds of your peers. Or your former master. Steady employment. A workshop of your own. Unrestricted resources, materials, tools. I can offer you a patronage unlike any you would find in Boston.
I watched Twelves exhale, his shoulders slumping, relief smoothing his brow as he hung his head for a moment.
There are, of course, conditions, Swain continued. Secrecy foremost among them. And I would require that you relocate to the site of my endeavours. You would work exclusively for me. In Andover. For a start, yes.
Twelves stared at my master. Did he have an inkling where else Swain had in mind? Was there a hint of conflict in his eyes? I thought so, but he nodded anyways, grasping at the lifeline my master tossed into the storm-tossed swells that threatened to swamp his career.
Well done, Mr. Twelves. Swain turned to me. While Mr. Twelves and I discuss the specifics of the arrangement, please purchase the supplies we discussed earlier.
Yes, sir. I took the list from my pocket and slid out from the bench. As I made a circuit of the various merchants within the town house, filling a sack I'd brought, I found myself relaxing. No one gave me much notice, certainly not the soldiers. For a time, I lost myself in the jostling, the voices all around, the hum of civilization. As I handed over enough coin for 3 pairs of wool socks, the sound of the hall changed. My gaze went up to the wide stairs to the 2nd floor, where the council chamber of the royal governor occupied the east side, opposite the general court chambers on the west side. A pair of regulars came down the stairs, followed by a stout man wearing dark-coloured finery, a powdered wig and a plum coat. He frowned, talking with a tall man in a decorated uniform, white breeches, black boots, wearing a sabre at his side and a silver gorget at his neck. From the manner in which I saw those throughout the wide hall turn and watch, I realized that I was looking at Hamilton Whitelock, the royal governor of the colony of Massachusetts. He looked straight ahead as he passed by where I stood, even as I curtsied. From the insignia and gilt trappings of the man with him, I guessed him to be General John Whitelock, the governor's eldest son, and Mary Whitelock's brother, the man in charge of the colony's military. The crowd gave way before them, hats tipped in greeting, the governor raising his hand in acknowledgement, even as he remained deep in conversation with the general. Swain had gleaned from his correspondence with Mary that the Whitelocks divided the world, always, into two categories: those who were personally loyal to them, and those who'd betrayed them. Their sensitivity to this division was the key to how they approached their days, for nothing stirred their hearts to flame more than any reminder of that division, particularly as it pertained to the betrayers. Thinking of the state of the executed rattlesnakes, I didn't doubt it. I continued working on the list after purchasing several pairs of wool socks for my master. I paused, finding a small square of paper among the socks. Thinking it something accidentally caught up in my purchases, I pulled it out. Nothing was written on the outside, so I opened it. As my gaze swept over the neat handwriting, my chest went cold. We could use someone with your talents. Find the old well 10 minutes north of the top of Ward Hill. Be there at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Tell no one. If we don't see you, word will reach the wrong ears about you, and your master. Don't be late. I stood there, reading and rereading the words. Scores of people stood within 20 yards of me. 3 times that again filled the building. Someone among them had slipped the note into my bag and was even then watching me. A rattlesnake. I scanned one face after another, mostly men, some women. Some caught my eye, others didn't. Francis and the others may have been caught, and some of them executed, but not before they'd told at least some of their co-conspirators about what I'd done, the magic I'd used. I was terrified. So much that I yelped as a light hand touched my shoulder.
I knew that would fit you.
Mary Whitelock stood behind me in a swell of dark satin and scarlet silk edged with lace, voluminous skirts brushing up against me. The loose curls of her hair were tied back with scarlet ribbons, matched by the choker on her pale throat. A tall regular stood by her side. I folded the note into my sweating palm. Madame Whitelock. I curtsied. She reached over and ran a finger along the collar of my dress, where it poked out from beneath my cape, checking the fit. I shall have to steal you away from your master for a proper fitting one of these days. My eye is good, but I think that getting a proper dressmaker's touch on you would be far better. She put a finger to her pursed lips. Perhaps before the ball. Dressmakers and balls. I couldn't quite make the leap from rattlesnakes. I'm sure I stood there looking like a fool for a long moment before I was able to shove a few sensible words from my mouth. My master is very much looking forward to attending. Of course he is. Otherwise I'd feel quite snubbed. I slipped the note back into my sack, keeping a smile on my face, forcing myself not to swing my head around every which direction, looking to spot the rattlesnake who'd given me the note.
Snubbed. How unsurprising.
I turned at the voice. A young man of my age stood behind Madame Whitelock, yawning. His jacket matched that worn by the governor in cut and colour, and his light-coloured hair was tied back over a crooked collar. Don't slouch, Madame Whitelock said.
These interminable duties wear me out, he said.
Ignore my brother, Madame Whitelock spotted my master, as he finished up with Mr. Twelves. She patted me on the arm and passed me by so she might speak with him. Her brother looked me over.
You wouldn't perchance have any snuff you might spare me?
I seem to have left my snuff box at home, I said.
Near your eye patches?
Excuse me?
You're the one. He tapped at one of his eyes. She's bought those for you, prompting one of my father's more memorable complaints. Am I to purchase every silken eye patch from here to New York? Letting him at the ledgers is always a mistake, especially if you're my sister.
Which would explain why you cast about for your vices from perfect strangers, then. I looked past him, searching for signs of the writer of the note. Was it the young man in the green vest? The gentleman looking up from a book by the stairs? One of the lads hauling crates of goods?
Don't let my sister hear you call her appalling weakness for apparel a vice. No more pricey eye patches for you.
He looked at my eye patch.
I will say it gives you something of a villainous air.
For a half moment, I considered using my talents to set his sleeves on fire. I restrained myself. Do your father's ledgers account for the funding of manors, perhaps?
They do. The return on investment is poor, however.
You need only ask any of my many defeated governesses how mannered I turned out. A lad with a black ribbon tying back his hair glanced at me from a table stacked with tiles 20 yards from where I stood. He looked away. And you have nowhere to be right now?
Sadly, I always have somewhere to be. Though you may trust that if I could disappear like the good doctor of magical sciences can, if you believe the rumours, I would avoid all such interminable lectures outlining the duties I signed over my life to when born a Whitelock.
I won't say a word if you slip off.
Don't tempt me, he said. Too many prying guards, each one ready to drag me to the regimental dinner, where I won't be allowed to slouch, tipple, or do anything other than pray for the clocks to speed up, as I watch my brother pin new ranks on the collars of his best bootlickers. My father will grumble about the slowness with which people eat. My sister will gaze at the various officers the way that a wolf sizes up a flock of sheep, and decide that, at the very least and to absolutely no one's surprise, a few new dresses ought to be in order. And Dr. Rush will nod off into his prunes. He made no move to leave. He glanced at Swain as Mary spoke with him. That's your father?
My master.
You're a slave?
I'm an apprentice.
An apprentice at what?
At the restoration of old books. He's a bookbinder.
How boring.
I wondered if he'd ever dragged a corpse by its ankles. And you do what?
I wait to be fitted with an officer's uniform, even though I keep insisting to everyone I meet it's a terrible idea. And, by the way, making me an officer would be a terrible idea.
How insistent.
Told you.
Swain and Madame Whitelock approached. Is my brother behaving? She said. He says he's going to be an officer soon, madam, I said. Ignore his petulance, dear, she said. Her brother put a hand to his ear.
Sorry, my whatulence? Flatulence? Why, I think you've mistaken me for someone else.
He smiled and turned.
Ah, Dr. Rush. We were just speaking of you.
Behind him appeared an older gentleman, one hand holding tight to his cane. Wisps of his hair had taken sail around his uncovered head. His stained teeth clenched a sputtering pipe, while his other hand closed a timepiece and slid it into a pocket of his expensive-looking waistcoat.
Not overly fondly, I hope.
I tried not to show the crushing fear that enveloped me. Here was the man, unique in all the empire, charged with keeping the colony of Massachusetts free, at all costs, of witches. And I was a witch. Swain had just the week before spent an hour reading me passages from Rush's On Planar Cartography, powering his way through 3 scones and as many cups of strong tea as he underscored the myriad errata and false assertions made by the good doctor when he'd been in his prime. I'd only thought of the witch poles. When I'd expressed my worries, Swain maintained, courtesy of letters full of gossip from Madame Whitelock, that Rush hadn't done a lick of interesting magic in at least 2 decades, having given in to a taste in Parisian tailors, fine brandy, and the attentions of Boston's leading women of society, and their mothers. Oh, there were the occasional demonstrations of cheap parlour magic, making wine-glasses sing long musical tones untouched, lighting magic lanterns with silver-tinted flames on Twelfth Night, the pages of sheet music on his music stand turning by themselves as he played the clavichord in his famed salons. And the good doctor toured the colony each spring,
making a great show of inspecting the graveyards and cemeteries of the colony's northerly towns and villages, of charting the positions of the plains, of remaining resolute in the face of the infernal, all of which, Swain asserted, offered no discernible purpose other than to justify his own appointment. Now, my good doctor, Madam Whitelock said. Trawling for a compliment is beneath your dignity.
You've found me out.
Rush looked at me, wrinkles folding along his temples, as a warm smile appeared on his face, and he fixed me with a keen gaze. He didn't appear to take me for anything other than a servant, perhaps one with a slightly unusual story of losing an eye. Madame Whitelock stepped forward. Might I introduce you to August Swain? Swain stepped forward and bowed.
An honour, sir. Your work has long fascinated me, in fact, particularly the Kefler-inspired channeling you innovated back in the 1690s, a landmark in the magical sciences. Nearly as disregarded as I am.
Rush met my master's gaze with clear interest.
A fading branch of magical science, championed by a lone, provincial explorer of the arts. I'm rather surprised that such a dusty piece of magical history would ever have caught the eye of a modern London practitioner, Mr. Swain.
He knew who my master was, which gave me a small shiver of pride. Madam Whitelock's brother looked back and forth between the two men, and then at me again. I wondered what the rattlesnake watching me thought, or perhaps they'd already fled at the appearance of the governor and his men. Swain inclined his head.
As you would no doubt understand, I had years and years of anonymous hard work, unsung and unappreciated, the bête noire of the season at the king's court. Why, in my youth, as I sought any scrap of tales of research in our field, well, your work was something I savoured. To a young lad growing up in Lincoln, the tales of your work in the untamed New World were thrilling, I can assure you. How kind of you, Rush said. And how long are you visiting for? I've relocated altogether. The politics of London became altogether too stifling for my tastes. I've given it all up and traded it for the quiet life of reading, writing, and reflection. Having acquired quite a collection of books on various topics, I've been restoring them, making notes for a book of my own. A noteworthy endeavour. Perhaps I might bend your ear with some of my thoughts.
We might compare the eternally missing entries in our libraries.
The larger they grow, the more they reveal their shortcomings, don't they?
Swain nodded.
Well said, sir.
A regular approached through the crowd.
The governor is waiting, sir and madam. And Grayson, Madam Whitelock's brother, added.
Rush moved his pipe from one side of his mouth to the other.
He can wait a few moments more for my old bones to shuffle the 57 paces from here to the carriage. Off with you.
He turned back to my master.
How fortunate that I find myself in the company of a man as learned as yourself, sir. Even now, as I trundled my way down the stairs, I was puzzling over a strange incident. Perhaps your impressions might be just the thing I need to illuminate the situation, if you have a moment.
A sudden dagger of fear slipped between my ribs. Had there been reports of magic being used? Of flames and a young woman in Andover? I tried not to appear stricken.
I'm at your service, Dr. Rush, Swain said. Excellent. We can walk. Lessen the damage to the governor's teeth as he grinds them impatiently outside.
Rush started off through the length of the town house, Swain at his side. I tagged along just behind them, between the Whitelock siblings, trailed by two regulars. The note stayed in my sack. No one made a move to mark me that I could see.
In Andover, during an afternoon 3 days back, Rush said, 2 young girls drowned in a pond. The oldest was only 9.
My attention snapped back to Rush. In a pond in Andover. I tried to get closer so as not to miss a word.
How terrible, Swain said.
Grayson Whitelock leaned into me as we followed.
The good doctor is a reliable fountain of such cheerful stories.
I ignored him. Rush continued.
Tragic indeed. The girls' bodies were laid out to prepare for burial. A pair of coffins was made, and there they rested in the main room of the family's home. Sometime late in the night, they spoke. Both girls. Their distraught father and mother, the other children, all woke to the sound of it, and then witnessed the movements of the corpses.
I kept myself from glancing at my master, or stumbling. Which pond did this happen in, I suddenly wondered.
Both girls sat up in their coffins, Rush said, eyes open, but rolled up into their heads. They spoke in a tongue that none recognized, not even the local pastor, whom the oldest son fetched. While none understood what the girls said, all agreed that the words were terrible, unholy and foul. It continued for hours. Nothing could stop the ceaseless abomination. They couldn't be pushed back into their coffins, their bodies stiff as granite, their skins still as cold as when they'd been plucked from the brackish waters of the pond.
Grayson glanced over at a choking sound from me, one I hadn't intended to make. I cleared my throat, begged his pardon, while the doctor continued.
All but the father had left by then, unable to bear the sight and sound of it. He and his brothers, and some of the other local men, struggled with what to do. They considered dragging them, coffins and all, out into the night, perhaps of a mind to bury them, for want of any other solution, when the girls ceased their speaking. They climbed from their coffins, eyes still rolled back, and walked out of the house, hand in hand. Dawn was a short while off. The men followed them with lanterns and torches. The pastor shouted the Lord's Prayer at them, to no effect. They passed through a meadow and an orchard, across lanes, not stopping, not slowing.
We passed by a baker's stall lined with fresh tarts. Grayson reached over and took one when the baker wasn't looking. When I raised an eyebrow at him, he held the pastry up, offering it. I shook my head, desperate to hear what Rush was saying.
They returned to the pond they drowned in, Rush continued. Walked straight in, hair and funeral dresses rising as the depth increased. And then they slipped beneath the surface, past the well-known drop-off. They haven't risen or been seen since. The men of town searched the pond in rowboats, while the father spent hours and hours diving in the water, along with his brothers. They found nothing. They've kept watch since, yet there's been no reappearance of either girl.
Swain shook his head, running a hand along his short beard. His mind surely went straight to the marshy edges of the pond, where we'd stowed the preserved bodies.
Quite concerning, he said. And so much for sleeping tonight, Grayson said, around a mouthful of tart.
We neared the entrance to the townhouse. The soldiers cleared the way, and we stepped out into the daylight. A 4-horse carriage stood at the edge of the plaza, in front of the building. Half a dozen mounted regulars waited nearby. The governor sat in the carriage, scowling. Next to the carriage, General Whitelock conferred with an officer. Rush paused, lifting his walking stick, and turning to Swain.
Rush peered over the tops of his spectacles at my master. Knowing only that much, which is all that I'm aware of, what would your immediate thoughts be, Mr. Swain? You trust the accuracy of the tale? I believe I must.
Swain nodded.
Then I would consider the infernal, a malignant entity, a demon. Rush nodded. Indeed. You suspect something, Swain said. On the contrary, Rush said. I can find no immediate explanation why the safeguards throughout the colony that maintain the delicate boundaries between the countryside and the plainer regions might have been disturbed.
I could. I found myself chewing the corner of my thumbnail and lowered my hand with as little guilt as possible.
Such planes are hardly static.
Swain said it lightly, the answer to an academic hypothetical.
Wexler's theory of the regionum shift, I'm well aware. My tracking of the nearest planes is precise. I take such shifts into account. Why, of course.
General Whitelock and the officer with him approached us. The general adjusted the fingers of his gloves.
The governor has grown terse, and requests to know why the final 12 paces to the carriage have proven insurmountable. Dr. Rush has just been thrilling us with a seasonal tale of children, Grayson said, wiping the crumbs from the front of his coat. Now, I don't know about anyone else, but I could use a strong ale. Or 3. We are running late, his brother said. Heaven forfend we should disappoint the clocks that rule our lives. Now.
Rush turned to Swain.
I would enjoy it very much if you might call on me soon, sir, with such thoughts as you might have on what I've told you. 'Tis a stroke of unexpected fortune to make the acquaintance of a man of your reputation, and I would value your counsel. Likewise, Dr. Rush. I shall find the time.
With that, we parted company from the Whitelocks and Dr. Rush. Madam Whitelock made Swain reiterate his vow to attend the ball, while Grayson Whitelock parted with a wink for me that paused for a moment too long for me to dismiss that he'd been mocking my missing eye. We watched as they entered the carriage, and as the procession of soldiers and horses rumbled off into the streets. Swain stared after the dwindling carriage.
He's quite canny. Swain turned and swept back into the townhouse. I hurried after him. He knew precisely what he was doing.
Sir?
Really, Finch, you surprise me.
Back inside, the din had grown now that the governor and his entourage had left. Swain hurried, and I had to work to keep up.
One of Mr. Winslow's lads, or perhaps a merchant, has jabbered like a jay. I've no doubt that the governor's men have ears and eyes on most avenues of gossip, and of trade. My presence has been well known to him, I'd guess for some time now.
So he was lying, sir? Trying to judge your reaction?
No, the story is likely true, which is concerning. He was sending me a clear message. He knows my history. He suspects a connection.
Swain said no more, focusing on our business, but I could tell that he was ruminating on every word he had passed with Dr. Rush. I trailed along after him, carrying the goods he needed, paying the merchants, buying the items he'd forgotten that he would need, until I was loaded down, a mule on 2 legs. At one point or another, I suspected nearly every merchant or patron of being the mysterious rattlesnake, though no one appeared to spare me anything more than a cursory glance. Maybe that was the problem with rattlesnakes, I realized. As the Whitelocks knew all too well, until they rattle, they're very hard to spot. Back at our wagon, Swain climbed onto the bench and waited while I secured our purchases and refastened the gate. I unhitched the team. A brisk wind from the harbour snapped the flag that flew above the townhouse. I pulled the team out into the street. A pair of mounted regulars sauntered by. "Does he know about Salem, sir?" I said.
Would that I might dismiss the possibility entirely. Traces of my work are well cloaked at the boundaries. Of course, any use of the arts done anywhere beyond those boundaries would only send a glaring cannonball soaring into the sky for him to see, as clear a signal as could be. Thus my insistence that no magic take place outside of said protections. Now, potential disturbances to the planar balance within Salem. Those are more difficult to account for. He may have detected something. Around the manse itself, were he to venture that close, my glamours and wards would be impossible to hide, but I doubt the old gentleman would go that far. No, the work is likely still hidden.
All I saw were flames climbing across shirts and breeches and skirts. As clear a signal as could be. Could he put some sort of spell on you, or us, to learn more? I said.
He wouldn't dare attempt any such spell in my presence.
Swain stared off to the side, his gaze seeming to register neither alleyway nor building, pedestrian nor soldier.
No, he's only guessed at what I'm doing. Where I'm doing it would never occur to him, for all his wards, his witch poles, his planar readings. But all this talk of demons was directed at me. He knows my work and he's most displeased, and he was telling me just that.
He looked at me. Fearful that my guilt shone like a glaring cannonball soaring into the sky, I spoke. He didn't seem doddering, sir.
You're right. The sharp mind that once sliced through the thorny problems of this colony is still well honed, that much is clear. He may believe dull and pointless ideas, but he's no dullard himself, not even close.
And the demons he told you of, sir, is it, I almost said ours, yours, sir?
That's what most concerns me. If the planar boundaries in Salem have indeed begun folding in on themselves, there's no telling what might be coming through. He said the last phrase nearly to himself, the cue I should leave him with his thoughts. I retreated into the silence. Back at the town gate, we waited as a drover led his unsold sheep back out, and were then waved unmolested through ourselves, with just a quick look in the back of the wagon from the regulars. Swain took to his thoughts and I to mine, stark as they were. The note, "We could use someone with your talents," seemed to whisper at me from the back of the wagon. If only there'd been a spell to drag the hands of the clock back by days, a week. But even the unseen arts crashed fruitlessly against the stony shores of time. Chapter 21. Burn or Hang. I spied the abandoned well the next afternoon. Nothing moved near it. The rays of late afternoon stretched long through the trees, lending the snow and bare trunks an appearance of warmth belied by the chill temperature. I crouched by a wide chestnut tree, looking for signs of rattlesnakes. Beyond the old well stood the ruins of a cabin, reduced to weathered logs, and a stone foundation peeking out from drifts of snow. My approach hadn't crossed any fresh footprints or hoofprints. I didn't smell anything but winter. Hints of pine pitch, tufted bark, fallen leaves, cold stone and soil draped in snow. Minutes passed, silent but for the wind coaxing a murmured chorus of creaks, knocks, and dry whispers of stubborn leaves from the trees. Shadows lengthened. There. From beyond the fallen cabin, a figure emerged in a faded coat and tricorn. Francis. Behind him, remaining at the edge of the trees, the cloaked figure of the woman who'd pointed the pistol at me. Francis walked past the cabin, coming to a stop next to the well.
"You don't need to hide any longer," he called out. "It's cold. We're here. No sense spying on each other from a distance while we're all slowly freezing."
I looked around but didn't see anyone else. He put his bare hands between elbow and ribs, keeping them warm.
"All we want is to talk, Miss Finch," he said.
I got up from my crouch, pushing myself up on the trunk. "Your note wasn't quite so unassuming." My voice carried through the trees and across the distance. He turned his head to my direction.
"I'm never sure the promise of my company is enough to convince."
"You threatened me." I stayed where I was.
"Difficult times can require difficult measures."
"Your difficulties aren't mine." He raised his hands.
"This jacket is colder than the one you burned, so some of my difficulties are your handiwork."
I meant your other difficulties."
"You're sure those aren't also yours? Not even a little?"
He motioned for the woman who came forward.
"The Whitelock's pet magician, Dr. Rush. He's not one of your difficulties. The laws against magic, quite strict, I believe, they aren't yours. The governor's troops, ready to enforce them, not yours again. We have more in common than you think."
"What do you want?"
"What I want is for everyone in this colony to live in peace."
"You haven't left me in peace."
"We have a way to go. Maybe we could start with simply living, something my friends have been denied."
I recalled the sight of pale corpses in murky water. I said nothing. He stepped closer to the well.
"Does that make me wrong? 3 of my friends are dead because we spoke up against the criminals who run the colony. More are in danger. Maybe polite requests aren't good enough."
"I didn't kill them. My master didn't kill them," I said. "We had nothing to do with what happened." "We'll get word to the Whitelocks. Your magic," she said. "Everything. They'll drag the both of you off." I stepped forward. "You remember what I did to you?" "Try again," she said. "See what happens the moment you lift your hands." They obviously had others in the woods, probably aiming muskets at me. Could I have taken them all on, hidden and not hidden alike? Probably. But with Swain's warnings about magic being noticed by Dr. Rush, I didn't dare risk any more. Still, I wasn't in the mood for more threats. You sound awfully confident, I said. Francis raised his hands.
This is what the Whitelocks want. Squabbling, arguing, fighting amongst ourselves.
I told you this was a waste of time, the woman said.
Enough, Clara, Francis said. None of us can do this on our own.
Clara shook her head. She's not going to help us. She was talking with the Whitelocks. Why would you even think of trusting someone like that?
Because I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that William, Alfie and Samuel didn't die for nothing.
He came closer to me.
And Miss Finch won't betray us.
Why wouldn't I?
Because if you do, you'll see your master clapped in chains. And it's not just the two of us who have the information. If anything happens to us, the message will be delivered before the sun sets.
Francis paused, near enough now that I could see the colour of his eyes.
You'll be there with him as well. Questioned by Dr. Rush and the others. Your secrets laid bare. Your freedom nothing but a memory. There's a steep price to be paid here for using magic. But I think you know that already, don't you?
What do you want? I repeated. Did I believe he'd arranged for information to be fed to the authorities in the event I did something drastic to him? He could well have been lying, but even the smallest possibility terrified me. It would mean the end of everything Swain had worked for, everything he'd trusted me with. Worse, I couldn't think of any way Dr. Rush wouldn't, under such circumstances, discover I was a witch, and all that would entail. Massachusetts hadn't been kind to witches. The only question was whether I'd burn or hang.
Access, Francis said. To the Whitelocks. In their manse, at the ball. That's all I want.
You don't need me for that. Nothing's stopping you from sneaking in on your own.
Except guards, the governor's own, their dogs, pistols, muskets, barricades. People like us can't get within a quarter mile of their ball, especially now. Trust me.
I can't change a thing about any of that.
Use magic. Get us inside.
I shook my head. It's not that easy.
You'll figure something out.
Were there ways? Of course. Could I think of any in the moment? Of course not. No, it's not possible. Not with Dr. Rush there. Clara shook her head. I told you, she can't help.
I think she can, Francis said.
He turned back to me.
No one will be expecting it. You're not stupid either. That much is obvious. You look like you've already thought of something.
I haven't.
But you will. You can.
A crow called out from the edge of the forest. Others answered it, their calls echoing out over the hillside.
Don't you want them gone? Francis said.
I don't care about them.
You like liars.
The world is full of liars.
Killers.
Those two.
The cruel. Those who prey on the weak. Those who take everything they can for themselves. Break every rule when it suits them. Forbid magic. Strangle the will out of the people for their own ends. And blame the victims for their own misery. Because that's what we're talking about here. It's not a lark. We're trying to wake people up. To make them see what they've grown used to as normal is nothing of the kind. That it's criminal. He came closer. It's wrong, and I think you agree. You really don't know anything about me. I know more than most. Better still, I'm willing to use it against you. And if that has to be why you help me, I'll settle for it. I didn't want him to see how rattled I was, so I stepped forward until we stood an arm's width apart. And what's stopping me from turning you in to the Whitelocks myself? The guaranteed promise of them learning about your magic. That doesn't have to stop me. It should, he said. They've already caught rattlesnakes. A few more won't make much difference. But if they put a stop to magic, the dark arts, the infernal, they'd leap at the chance, wouldn't they? Protectors of the populace, guardians of the unseen. It would shake away all the doubts we've put into people's minds. They would love to have a rogue magician, or two, to dangle in front of the people. To dangle in front of the king's men. To dangle from the gallows on the commons.
The nearby crow flapped from the high branches behind me and flew toward the west, leaving a curlicue of snow to fall in its wake. "If I get you into the ball," I said, hating the words even as they left my tongue. "Then what?"
"You don't need to worry about that part," Francis said. "The less you know, the better."
"Until I'm arrested for conspiring against the governor."
"You won't be arrested. We'll keep each other's secrets. We'll both feel safer that way."
"That won't make me feel safer."
"These are difficult times."
We stared at each other. I didn't like the threat. I didn't like how he made me feel. I didn't like that I didn't see any way around it.
"You agree?" he said.
"I'm not joining your cause." "No one asked you to," Clara said.
"We need your help, not your loyalty," Francis said. "A favour for a favour."
"It's not a favour, it's extortion," I said.
"You can think that way now. I understand. Maybe you'll think differently later on. Defiance might suit you better than you know."
"Just tell me when. Where?"
"Night of the ball. 7 o'clock. The alleyway behind the Painter's Arms. Come alone. If you're not there within a quarter hour of that time, our message will be delivered."
He tipped his hat, which I guessed to be a signal to the other rattlesnakes watching from the trees.
"You've made the right choice, Miss Finch. You won't regret it."
"You'd both better hope I don't." I gave them each a look, then turned and headed back into the woods as the sun set the tops of the trees ablaze against the winter sky. My threat felt as empty as the bare maple branches overhead. Chapter 22. Yet Another Grim Tale. Riven with paranoia, dread coiled like a serpent in my guts. I rode back through the early dusk. I hunted for a solution to my predicament that didn't involve yet more magic, yet more lies. A few lights burned in the windows of the Andover house. As I stabled the horse, I hoped Swain hadn't even noticed me gone. The less I had to talk right then, the better. I let myself in the kitchen door, listening. No sounds of Swain reached me. If he heard me enter, he didn't feel the need to call for me. Just as well. I busied myself in the kitchen, stoking the fire, readying a supper of butter, bread, and squash soup. Full dark settled beyond the windows. When the food was ready, I went in search of my master. At the door to his study, I listened for a moment, heard nothing, and rapped my knuckles softly on the door. "Master, can I get you some soup and bread?" No answer. "Master!" I repeated more loudly. I turned the knob and opened the door. With Swain, such a move could be a mistake, if he were in deep thought. Yet the reverse, and subsequent tongue-lashing for being too timid to get a simple answer, was also true. I'd learned to err on the side of bold. "Master?" His study was empty. Books in various stages of unpacking occupied most surfaces. A fire burned low in the hearth. At his writing desk, a teapot stood next to a half-finished cup of tea. I turned from his study and went to the stairs, fetching a candle. Drafts snapped the flame to and fro. In the narrow hallway, I searched the rooms, but didn't find Swain. There was no telling where he'd gone off to. Inspiration might take him on an errand, off to hunt for some forgotten item, or to attempt a conjuring out of doors. It was just as well. The longer I had to work through Francis's threat, without weaving another hasty lie, gave me more time to consider my options. And so I did, staring into the fire in the kitchen, while I consumed 2 fat pieces of bread, smeared with fresh butter, and a bowl of soup, lost in my thoughts. Everything was difficult. How was I even to get to the ball to get Francis inside? Swain, given the situation in Salem, had decided against attending the Whitelock ball, whatever social benefits might accrue. Did I dare ask him if I might go in his stead? With a household in unbridled disarray,
I'd have expected a firm no, a scornful no, more likely. Then, another deception. The thought made me queasy. "Sorry, sir, I forgot that flower I'd ordered. I'll be back in 6 hours." No, that wouldn't do. Each plausible excuse I came up with skittered away under scrutiny, like mice fleeing candlelight in the night. The thought of leaving it all up to chance left me cold. Would Swain become so occupied that he mightn't notice my disappearance a second time? And for even longer? Counting on it would be foolish. Sneak away, knowing full well I'd face his wrath later. It seemed like the only route. Could I look him in the eye later and lie about it? Tell him I'd broken his trust for the sake of some foolishness or another? For a man? I withered just thinking about it. But there was no alternative if it came to it. I couldn't confess all I'd done. Not then, after so much time. And even if he could forgive my transgression and the subsequent lying, which he wouldn't, there was no conceivable scenario in which he would agree to help the rattlesnakes. I stared at the fire, unhappiness perched heavily on my shoulders. Swain might well make the situation worse, I realized. He wasn't one to be boxed in, or, God help us all, threatened. Some catastrophe or other would ensue, ending in one or more dead rattlesnakes, the Whitelocks on the prowl, or someone in jail. Between Francis and my master, I didn't see calmer heads prevailing. No, if I told him, he'd ignore Francis's threat, convinced he could talk his way out of any misunderstanding. That he could reason with Dr. Rush. That he could rely on the unrequited interest of Mary Whitelock. And then the story of my fire magic would come out. His trust in me would be incinerated. We'd both end up in jail. Around and around my thoughts spun, searching for a scenario in which everything might work out for the best. I found none. By the time the fire burnt low enough to chill the air yet again, the hour struck 8 o'clock. I snapped out of my worry and looked about. Still no Swain. I threw another log on the fire and went to the door. I stepped halfway outside. Trees leaned over the house and stable beneath clear stars. The early winter cold gave the air a clarity, silent and sharp. No voices, no footsteps, no signs of my master. I walked out to the stable, doubting myself. When I'd put the horse away, the other horse had been there. I'd surely have noticed otherwise. Looking in on the horses, I saw I was right. Swain hadn't taken a horse. My concern growing, I walked the front of the property, looking out into the trees, into the moonlit road, the snow turning the scene ghostly. The house was dark, save for where the fires burned. The worry grew that Frances had already betrayed me, or Clara, more likely. She hadn't cared for me or the promise I'd made. Had she convinced Frances that they'd be better served with me and my master in jail? Had she tipped off the Whitelocks? It seemed unlikely, not leastwise because no one had waited around to arrest me. The doors had been latched, no signs of a struggle. Furthermore, Francis needed me, or why would he have bothered in the first place? So no arrest. Just as I'd grown certain, the sound of hooves came to me from up the lane, along with the creak of a wagon. I froze. A moment later, the shape of a driver coalesced, slipping through the shadows of the evergreens in the moonlight. My mind raced from one possibility to the next. Swain, soldiers from the governor's own, Mr. Preston loaded with more bodies. It was only as the wagon drew nearer that I relaxed. Bertram lifted a hand and brought his wagon to a halt in front of me.
"Miss Finch," he said.
"Katie," I said. His voice caught in his throat for a moment, and he managed to get out,
"Katie," on the second try. "I thought, what with the cold snap, you might like some extra firewood. All afternoon quartering my arms down to jiggling strings with an axe in my hand, and I looked up and noticed I'd split a ridiculous amount of wood. All for just me and my grandfather. He shakes all the time. Not from the cold, from being old." He batted his gloved hands together.
So I thought I'd be more neighbourly than I have been, and see if I could give some of the excess to you. For you and your master. Spare his arms a bit of chopping.
I smiled. Swain didn't chop the wood. I did, especially after we'd both agreed that the sight of a revenant with an axe in its hands gave neither of us any comfort. The only one of the revenants possessing enough dexterity to do it properly had a murderous air about him to begin with, so the chore fell to me. I'd developed respectable calluses and arm strength on the positive side. He'll be very thankful, I said. You're too kind. Even in the dark, I saw him blush.
He's here?
Bertram said. Resting. He looked around.
I'll say it's a bit of a fright riding out this way. Did you hear of the Harrow sisters?
The ones who drowned.
The ones who drowned and then walked their way back to the pond.
He nodded his head to the east.
It's just over that way. Horrible. Horrible.
Did you see them?
No, and I thank heaven. But I know enough of the men who did to know it wasn't a fable. It was enough to bring Dr. Rush up from Boston, so that's something. Horrible.
He shivered.
Can't imagine ever setting foot near that water again. Good baths there too. Not that it isn't 100 times worse for the parents. It is. Just, it's a terrifying thing. Do you know Andover used to be part of Salem?
He nearly whispered the word Salem. I had no idea. Not quite true. Still, I didn't like where the conversation was going.
I've a cousin down in Charleston. Always tells me, Bertram, I've no idea why you'd keep living up in that stretch of land, so close to a town of such damnation. I tell him it's not usually a worry. Tale of a spirit here or there can make for a pleasant shiver come nightfall. Used to gather them up as a lad, peering down into witch wells, running through burial yards. All a bit of frightening fun, I thought. Until a tale like this. Then I wonder if he isn't more than half right.
I'm sure Salem must be worse.
Do they have dead sisters walking about, I wonder?
They have no one walking about. Think about that.
You know, you might be right, Miss... Katie. Still, I'd be happy not having to think about anyone walking where they shouldn't be, if you follow. Or bridges grown impassable. It's all a bit much for the likes of me.
Bridges?
Oh, aye. A few days back, Drayman with a cart full of pumpkins and squash was returning from Day's Market in Reading. Not much daylight left from what I was told. Sun already down. As he neared a bridge that spans the Shawseen River, he saw a figure standing beside it, tall and strange. Wide shoulders, thin elsewhere. Gnarled like. He thought no more than a tall scarecrow, stood up in jest. But as he rode closer, he spotted shadows gathered around the figure, whirling slowly. I didn't like the sound of that, not at all. The bridge on the old Alderbrook Lane. You know it? I do. It was where I met with Mr. Preston, the exact spot. See, my cousin might be righter than he knew. What happened? Well, the drayman claimed the shadows hid most of this fellow's features, but he caught sight of skin. Pale skin. Pale as a maggot, he described it later. Eyes that glimmered. Arms that moved. The driver went to turn his cart around when the figure raised his arms and whispered something, then turned and crept underneath the bridge. The driver took a look, with his musket in hand. No sign of the figure. Nothing. Maybe the drayman had been selling his gourds with one mug too many of strong cider, I offered. Still, the tale didn't sit well. Thought the same, Bertram said. But the man couldn't get his horse to cross the bridge. Nor could the men he'd returned with after taking the long way home. No animal has crossed the bridge since. None. 2 horses hurled themselves into the river, mad with fear, rather than set foot on the wood of the bridge. And not just horses. Any dog brought near the spot lowers its ears and tail, growling and trembling, scrambling to get away if dragged, even turning on its master. The road's useless, but no one's been able to find anything, no one underneath it. And if that isn't bad enough, there's tales being passed about of a gaunt figure peering in through windows just around the time of sunset. children crying out, animals behaving strangely. None of that sounded good.
Where?
Down by the byway at the river. But here I am making myself frightened. You too. Only meant to do a favour.
Had Swain caught wind of such stories and gone to have a look? It was the first explanation for his absence that felt plausible. I reached up and touched Bertram on the arm. No, you're sweet. And I'm not frightened of tales. Thank you. My master will be grateful. For a moment, I thought he might tumble off the wagon. Instead, he blushed again and swung down.
Where's your woodpile, then?
By the back door. I can help.
No. A favour is a favour. And being forced to lug armfuls of wood is no one's idea of a favour. I'll do it.
I didn't want to bruise Bertram's pride, so I let him carry the wood. As he did, words tumbled from his mouth in a nervous stream. His grandfather's blankets, fixing a chimney, his sister's wrath at Francis. Is he really one of those rattlesnakes? I said.
Knowing Francis, if he wasn't the very first, he was the one who convinced the first one. Full of ideas he is. Always was. Got me to steal a bushel of apples for him once. I was only 9, but he made it seem a fine idea, until I got hided for it, and he got the bushel of apples.
He plunked down the last armload of quartered logs and exhaled, wiping his gloves free of splinters and bark flecks.
Apples are one thing. The governor's reputation is quite another, is what I think. A golden tongue can do a lot for a fellow, but it can also let him dodge common sense if he's got too much of a gift. Maybe it'll all be enough to scare some wits back into him.
I hope so, I said. For Iris's sake?
Well, for his own sake. Some of his mates have already made unwelcome acquaintance with the noose. For a lark. He should be careful.
If Bertram only knew. I hoped the moonlight hid the guilt on my face.
But there I go again, turning a pleasant firewood delivery into yet another grim tale.
He shook his head.
I'm sorry, and I'll let you get back to your business. Please give my regards to your master.
I only wish everyone was as thoughtful as you, I said. There'd be no need for grim tales. After an awkward moment, he nodded.
Well, enjoy. The wood, I mean. And I'd better get back to my granddad. Do you know we have the same conversation every evening? Sometimes more than once, but someone's got to watch over him. And I half enjoy his talk most of the time.
I walked with him back to the wagon and bade him good night. As he drove off into the night, I found myself sorry to see him go. He could stumble over his own tongue, true, but it seemed better than confronting the silence and worry filling the empty house behind me. I turned back and went inside, closing the door against the cold, guessing that if a demon or two had followed us down from Salem, Swain might have detected it and gone off to investigate. Except he would surely have left a note. I took one final pass through the house. No note. Swain's cloak hung on the peg near the front door, though that wasn't unusual. Keeping my master properly attired against the weather was a constant challenge. Up in his bedchamber, I found the occultatum ostium, where he usually kept it, which encouraged me. The flip side to his obsession with the book was that he wouldn't have departed for any significant amount of time without it. So, I used the time to research ways I might sneak Francis into the Whitelock Ball, regardless of how I might accomplish getting there. There were spells. I brought several books up to my room and read until I caught myself nodding my head, moving my eye across the words while no longer registering them. Deciding that none of my efforts would offer up an answer within the next several hours, I blew out the candle and climbed into my bed, exhausted from troubles of my own making and otherwise. Chapter 23. Swallowed Up by Silence. My dreams were ungenerous, determined to deny me a night's rest. Fragments of imagery tumbled through my head, one after another, in sequences untethered to logic, but united by a deep sense of unease. Noises troubled me. Muffled cries, the thud of feet hurrying along echoing stairwells, banging on walls. The last was so vivid that I snapped awake, convinced it had been real. I strained my ears, but heard nothing. Or did I hear the trailing reverberation of a bang? I sat up, heavy-headed. After a moment, I swung my feet to the floor. Had Swain arrived home at last? Crediting my strange dreams, at least in part, to the mystery of his absence, I stepped to my door and listened. Nothing. Now, of all the things my master was, one thing he wasn't was quiet. Every door slammed. Every tread on the stairs emphatic. Even trundling around his bedchamber before finally going to sleep was a percussive sonata of drawers banging shut, books thumped to tables, shoes tossed in varying directions, followed by 10 minutes of groaning boards as he settled into his bed, muttering the whole while. While it was possible I'd slept through all of it in the adjacent room, perhaps explaining the discord of my dreams, I knew I wouldn't rest easily until I knew for sure. I opened my door and walked down the chill hallway. From the sliver of moonlight huddling beneath the window at the far end, I judged it well past midnight. I paused outside Swain's door yet again. No sound. Worse, I noted no essence of Swain, no hint of the oil he wore in his hair, no aroma of tea or note of whatever tincturous smoke he'd generated with his research. Risking an exhausted bellow of annoyance, I knocked on his door. "Master?" When I heard only silence, I opened the door. No, it was all as I'd last seen it. He wasn't there. Still convinced I'd heard something, I made another circuit of the house, padding softly in my bare feet. Everything appeared as I'd left it earlier. Fire burned down to embers in the kitchen. Swain's study sketched in pewter and charcoal. Scraps of moonlight fell past the curtains in the room I'd practiced my elemental energy work in. As I approached the window, I stepped on a quill. I reached down to pick it up and paused. It was only half a quill. I lifted it between finger and thumb, only to reel sideways under a crashing wave of vertigo, feeling as though I'd just done an unexpected somersault. I steadied myself on the windowsill and noticed the quill in my hand. The full quill. I stared at it. It had only looked like half a quill when I'd grabbed it. Examining it more closely, I didn't find a crease or crack or any manner in which it folded. I reached out with the quill and pressed it against the wall, only to be rocked with dizzying nausea a second time as the quill passed into the wall. I gasped and pulled the quill back. It slid through the wall, or what appeared to be the wall. Back and forth I moved it, gritting my teeth against the disorienting sensation that buffeted me as I did so. I leaned back before tossing the quill at the wall. It disappeared. Not good. I lit a lantern and examined the wall more carefully. All looked sound. The baseboards, the wainscoting, the windowsill, all solid, no different from any other portion of the wall. Yet the nearer I stood to it, the more my stomach turned. I detected no demon, but checked that I wore my pendant just the same. Still there. Looking over the table, I saw the pair of quills I'd used earlier. I remembered them well, for one was white and the other a brindled pattern. So it wasn't my quill on the floor. Could it have been an old one? I doubted it, for one of the first things I'd done after we'd decamped to the house had been to give each room a much-needed sweep. The idea hit me solidly in the chest. It was one of Swain's quills. I turned to the door. Had it been open or closed when I'd returned from my meeting with Francis? Had Swain's door been open? Could he have come through? Perhaps led. Perhaps investigating some noise or phenomenon. Perhaps tracking some bit of his own magic gone awry. And what, I wondered? Disappeared through the wall? Curious, I grabbed a fire poker from the hearth. Bringing it to the wall, I repeated my exercise with the quill. only to feel the iron grow cruelly cold in my hand the moment it penetrated the illusion of wall. So cold I dropped it. The resulting clang echoed queerly, as though through a space much larger than the small room in Andover. I stepped back, staring at the fire poker, now halfway disappeared into the wall. Approaching the window, I glanced at the wall once more, then opened the window, leaning out into the cold midnight air. The outside of the house looked normal, lashed by seasons, faded by sunlight, but solid. I snatched up the fire poker and gripped it, slipping it outside the window and reaching until I could hit it against the side of the house opposite the curious illusion on the interior. Bang, bang, solid as it looked. Pulling myself back inside the room, I leaned the fire poker against the wall beneath the window. I crouched before the wall, where the quill had disappeared. This close, I noticed a slight feeling of motion beneath my feet, reminiscent of my journey across the Atlantic. As I brought my face closer to the wall, the feeling increased. I reached my hand out. With a disorienting sensation, my hand passed straight through, embraced by chill air. Unlike the air outside the window, this was a deeper cold, one that spoke of stone, of depth, of a place untouched by the light of the sun or the warmth of the day. Uneasy, I pulled my hand back. It appeared normal. Fingers flexed, skin warming. "Master?" I called. Again, the sound carried onward, in strange fashion. I sat back on my heels. Dare I look inside? Mindful of Swain's many cautions surrounding demons and magic, I suspected a longer period of investigation might be in order. But by then I'd lost all patience. With his mysterious disappearance, with the strands of worry and strain knotted through my days, with the frustrations of the unseen arts. So I ducked my head and stuck it, seemingly, through the wall. Not an artful decision, nor a much considered one, I'm afraid. Once inside, I glanced around quickly, like a person thrusting their head underneath the surface of a dark pond. What I saw confounded me. A stone wall where the wooden wall should have been. A dim chamber open on 3 sides. Hints of a floor some 5 feet beneath my vantage. A balcony to the right, lined with what looked to be an ornate iron railing. Another wall to the left, with what appeared to be a window opening out into a walkway lined by a marble balustrade. And in front of me, an even wider vista that spoke of space and depth. More curious, sprays of moonlight reached out here and there, implying window or doorway or rail, yet in more than one direction, as though lit by different moons. My face prickled with the cold. Panicked, I slid back, furrowing my brow at the dislocation that crashed over me on finding myself sitting on the floor of my workroom, staring at the wall. For a moment, I considered that I was still in the midst of a particularly convincing dream. But no. My cheeks held the cold, my toes strained beneath my hips, my fingers felt the grain of the floorboards. With a pinch more caution, I lifted the lantern and approached the wall. Lantern first, then my head again. This second glimpse afforded an even more detailed view of what I'd seen before. Rough-hewn stone was clear in the shifting flame, as was the pocked surface of the railing. The light revealed no colours beyond those of slate, bone, dusk. Not only couldn't I guess where I was looking, but even what I was looking at couldn't quite fit into my mind. The work of the world's maddest architect couldn't compare. With more light, I made out further passages, what looked like cobbled lanes, archways, blank windows, all in a dizzying profusion leading away from my strange perch. Leaning, I examined where I looked from. Faded grey clapboards framed a narrow window with a metal frame and no glass. In the corners, strange bits of ironwork joined the framing. I looked out, some wordless sense of familiarity dawning on me. Stairs, Passages, archways. Then I had it. The otherworldly glimpses I'd seen in the heart of the resonance well above Salem when Swain had activated the clock. While I couldn't match any specific features to what I'd seen before, the jumbled profusion was, in itself, testament enough. Had Swain found this? Had he made his way into it? I looked down and spotted the quill I'd tossed in, directly below. The floor appeared solid enough. I sat back into the room and picked up the fire poker, then leaned in again and dropped it. It clanged onto the floor next to the quill, setting off a cascade of echoes out into the jumble of passages, stairs, windows, soon swallowed up by silence. The floor seemed sturdy enough. I told myself I wouldn't go far. Placing the lantern down next to me, I scooted onto my right hip and slid forward until my feet hung down. I ignored the fact that it looked as though I were lying on the floor, cut in half. After a moment of anxious dangling, my toes touched the floor. I stood, able to grasp the lantern and bring it in with me. From inside, the window I'd come through appeared dimly lit, as though covered by a scrim of heavy wool. After a spike of panic, I realized I could reach back through it and, standing up on the balls of my feet, reassured myself I could clamber back into the room without trouble. That established, I turned around, holding the lantern aloft. No breeze fluttered the lantern flame. The air had a dead quality to it, as though it hadn't been disturbed in a century. I crouched and examined the floor. Quill, fire poker, velvety dust, in which I spotted faint footprints leading forward. Swain's! I recognized the cut of his boot heel. I'd been right, he'd found the same entrance. I took a few tentative steps forward, lantern held aloft. Stillness overwhelmed me. Looking more closely at the wall of the passageway, I found it to be without blemish, plaster the colour of ivory. My fingers ran across the smooth surface. Who had made it? Despite the solidity beneath my fingers, I felt the answer to be no one. None of the stonework around me held the breath of life, but rather felt as though they'd sprung from the backdrop of a dream, somehow willed into being. Perhaps in response, my senses felt more finely tuned than I'd ever known them to be, the lifeless surroundings wringing more life out of my perceptions. The softness of the dust beneath my bare feet pillowed silk. Stone beneath, immeasurably weighty, plunging deep into the earth. The air itself, unbreathed, scentless. All of it exuded a quality which I couldn't define, one which whispered of purpose, of a subtler order than was apparent in the jumble of construction. And danger. While nothing stirred, a voice in my head began a low chorus of warning, the most base of instincts sounding the alarm. Flee! I ignored the voice for the moment. Swain had obviously come this way. The light from the lantern drew inky shadows around the tiny ridges of his footsteps. I followed them forward 10 paces until the corridor ended, opening out into a cobbled lane that bent off in both directions, rising slightly to the left, descending to the right. Across the lane, a stone railing marked the edge. The view past it drew a dizzied gasp from my throat. Forward and down, elaborate staircases led from darkened archways and doors. Stone buttresses rode from column to column. A spiraling lane described a wide ellipse, plunging into dark depths, dozens of intersecting structures looming over it. A vast opening continued above, likewise surrounded by the expanse of stone and iron, wall and window, glimmers and falls of moonlight in dozens of angles. I steadied myself on the stone railing, closing my eye to shut out the overwhelming vertigo and sense of scale. After a moment, I turned back to the cobbled lane and searched for signs of Swain. The dust of the corridor was uneven on the cobbles, making it impossible for me to find disturbances. Even my own steps left virtually no impression. To the left, the lane rose, slipping between tall walls on either side, blank windows staring out over its shadowy curve. To the right, a wide archway marked what looked to be the start of a tunnel cut into a rough-hewn edge of stone. And in either direction, who knew what followed? "Master!" I called out. "Master! Master! Master! Master!" The longer my voice echoed out into the depths surrounding me, the more I regretted yelling so loud. Whatever this was, it wasn't a place for shouting, for the silence had changed, as though my call still ran on, a faint hiss, joined by a simmering resentment, brought out of its long slumber. Left or right? Up? Down? As much as I wanted to run off searching, calling for Swain, I knew I was overmatched. Unprepared. The very real possibility that Swain had gotten himself lost wasn't hard to imagine. What chance would I stand? No, I needed to be more thoughtful. Or maybe I was too frightened in that moment. Whichever truth moved me, I placed the lantern down, between the rails, clear to see from any number of directions. Oil enough to burn for a few hours. Maybe that would give Swain the sign he needed, if he were indeed lost. I backed away, uneasy at leaving the circle of lantern light. A small thing it looked, indeed. A lone glowing point in the weighty dark. In the corridor, I hurried back to the window I'd climbed in from, half expecting it to be closed, locking me in this strange world. But my hands and arms found the floor of the house in Andover. I sighed with relief. Taking a last glance over my shoulder, I climbed back into my workroom, wondering how on earth I might find Swain. Chapter 24. 1,000 Dream-Filled Nights. I paced, peered back beyond the illusory wall, leafed through books, looking for any explanation for the sudden appearance of a world beyond the wall. I searched for Dr. Rush's On Planar Cartography before realizing it hadn't made the trip with us from Salem, not having crossed Swain's threshold of irreplaceable. It was only when I recalled a conversation I'd had with my master regarding the possibility of needing to travel to New York or Philadelphia to find an alternative clockmaker had Mr. Robert Twelves refused Swain's offer, wherein I'd suggested, naively, there might be a spell to allow him to make such journeys in a single step, that I found a thread to the mystery. Traversing the plains is fraught with peril, Swain had insisted. He told me of Lord Bartholomew Hunt of Buckinghamshire, an original member of Alfred Summerfield's secret doorway guild. Hunt, who served for decades in England's House of Lords, had long studied magic at his estate in High Wycombe during the years when London magic flourished under Summerfield. After Summerfield's disappearance and the subsequent disbanding of the guild, Hunt continued on in secret, teaching the arts to his 4 sons. In 1687, after more than 8 years of investigations, Hunt attempted to chart a course from his estate to his brother's home in Stratford-upon-Avon, traversing the hidden planar region that he had christened the Demon-Mere. He neither arrived at his brother's nor returned through the enchanted doorway that he'd constructed at his estate. Tragically, his sons refused to accept his demise, and over the next 3 years, one after another, they rushed their studies and set out after their father. Thaddeus, Rex, William, and finally young Alfred each journeyed into the Demon-Mere, never to be seen or heard from again. It was when Hunt's only daughter Anne was studying the notes of her father and brothers in her later adolescence that the senior Hunt himself reappeared, staggering out from the enchanted doorway that the family had so long obsessed over, during a morning in September of 1710. Anne recorded that her father had aged preternaturally, appearing to be at least 100 years of age. His calendar years would have put him at 64, and more than half mad. Of his journey and experiences, he would speak no word, always close to tears. He often spent his days staring at the portraits of his sons. Anne reported that he would have spells and periods of great catatonia, where a sound like distant and terrible winds would escape his slack mouth, one of any number of strange phenomena that plagued the estate thereafter, which also included the appearance of bitter water seeping from corners of the ceiling, the inability for any mirror within the manor to remain uncracked, and the frequent movement of furniture at night. Both Anne and Lord Hunt perished when the estate burned down to timbers in the depths of the following winter. Perilous, indeed. Knowing we'd brought Hunt's most famous work, Theories of the Hidden Planes, from Salem, I located it among the unpacked books and scoured it, wondering if the thread I grasped at would prove to be no more than a cobweb. I scoured the book, flipping through chapter after chapter, until I found Hunt's first description of the demon mere, the plane he'd identified while studying under Summerfield. The section occupied but a few short pages at the end of his book. As I read the words, my heartbeat sped up. My investigations revealed a complex accretion of physical space, primarily in the form of exaggerated or warped corridors, rooms, and stairways, all barren of life. My belief is that said physical space, in some manners, springs from the dreams of practitioners to occupy a region of interstitial space adjacent to our world. I reread it. Warped corridors, rooms, and stairways, all lifeless. The essay continued. Created by and of the said same forces that drive magic, I suspect the demon mere trails the practicing magician like a wake follows a ship, connecting his work, one expulsion at a time, with realms unseen, realms inhabited by shadows, by demons, by subtle malevolencies in search of entrance into this blessed plane. Is this the inescapable price of magic? An ever-shifting realm of enchanted detritus, ready to spring forth the infernal? Or might it be harnessed, highway and passage, able to defeat the tyranny of time and of distance? Unfortunately, Hunt himself soon answered the question in disastrous fashion, going so far upon his unexpected return as to attempt to locate and burn any surviving copies of his book he could find, claiming the desire to never have been born in the first place, inasmuch as his life led to the discovery of the demon mere. Yet at the time of his writing of Theories of the Hidden Planes, he'd barely explored this new plane, apparently planning on writing a full volume exclusively dedicated to it. He never did, however, leaving posterity, and me, alone in a house in Andover, with little more than a few guesses punctuated by his familial tragedy. So where did that leave me? Was I doomed to wait years for Swain to reappear? And if he succumbed to the fate of the Hunt sons, rather than the father, never returning at all? The thought horrified me. I attempted to reassure myself. Swain wasn't an ordinary magician. He wasn't barely trained. A sorcerer of uncommon ability, he possessed a mastery of most magic. No, it wasn't the same thing. Not at all. Or so I told myself. I read more and found nothing. Hunt tantalized. Summerfield was silent on the matter. Keffler, likewise. I recalled nothing of similar description in Dr. Rush's work. Book after book offered worlds of rare knowledge, yet not a lone sentence about the mysterious realm of dead passageways, empty lanes, and shadowed arches into which Swain had disappeared. Significantly more concerned than I'd been earlier, I fought back a surging panic. I approached the wall again. Did I dare venture farther into the empty world, perhaps with a rope or string trailing behind me in case I took a turn too many to easily recall my way? No, 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 an insistent voice whispered. Was I simply treading the same path of logic the doomed Hunt sons had confronted? I stared hard at the stretch of wall. Yes, they were trained in the unseen arts. But so was I. And wasn't it true that I had more than they did, access to another source of power? Nothing about the account I'd heard, or the material I'd just read, suggested even a drop of witch blood running through the Hunt line. So they weren't witches. I was. Surely that might count for something. Fine. Another quick look. No farther than I'd gone before. Not an inch. I crouched at the wall and slid my legs through it. When I sat at the edge, I knocked the side of my head against the wall, cursing. Tracing the opening with my hands, I paused. It had changed. I leaned inward. The same passageway below, quill and fire poker still as I'd left them, my footprints now merged with Swain's. I slid in, landing lightly, steadying myself. The lantern burned steadily where I'd left it. In the dim light, I examined the window from which I'd slid. No, I whispered. No, no. Instead of the wide window of earlier, I found an entirely different opening, one framed in dark wood of medieval design. It had to have been at least a foot narrower, half that shorter. In fact, the entire face of the wall appeared unfamiliar, made of thick slabs of dark board. Running a hand across revealed strange grain and streaks of pitch. Even more curious, the sensation of lifelessness hadn't disappeared entirely, but no longer distracted me. I could have been staring at any wall in Boston or London. The reason for the change eluded me, but the implication didn't. Turning, I made my way carefully to the lantern, the hiss of the flame the lone sound to reach me. The 10 paces of earlier felt closer to 12 this time, a fact confirmed when I lowered down and found no footprints near the lantern itself. Puzzled, I realized the layout and structure had changed in the time I'd been back in the house. I searched the darkness beyond the railing, scanning the middle and far distance for any signs of Swain. With such a jumble of arch, runner, cornice, passage, window and more, I had no confidence that what I saw was exactly what I'd seen on my earlier visit. Quite the opposite. "Master," I said, keeping my voice well below a shout. Even then, the word leapt about, here, there, further afield, a bat looking to escape my presence. The silence soon devoured it. As I stood there, bending my head forward, listening, the unaccountable desire to sprint off, to the left or to the right, gushed up inside me. Run, drag a hand along the multitude of surfaces, find a stairwell, run through a door, turn left, turn right, higher, lower, look in doorways, crawl through windows, scamper over rail and curb, hang down, drop out of sight, find a new level, a new passage, a new vista. Find one moon, then another, then who knew what strange night sky might open overhead. 1,000 dream-filled nights beckoned, each corner promising a further descent into a reality unseen by mortal eyes. I snapped myself out of such thoughts, shaking my head, noticing how my limbs trembled, eager to carry me away. Backing away from the lantern, I focused solely on my steps, one after another, until I reached the wall with the smaller window I'd climbed in from. Finally turning away, I scrambled back up through the curious window, breathing in the familiar air of the Andover house, as though casting myself ashore after nearly drowning. Chapter 25. The Magic of Unkindness. Time was the enemy. The opening had shrunk and shrunk yet again. Each time I checked, it narrowed, until I worried that the very act of checking it was hastening the process. When it was just wide enough to squeeze my head and one arm through, I found that the back side of the wall was carved granite, the opening that of a narrow window in a castle wall. It grew smaller still in the hour before the dawn, so small that I could fit only my face into the opening. Horrified, I pressed and pushed, feeling about on the inside, running my hand across what felt like strips of reinforced iron framing a tiny window, that of a door in a dungeon perhaps. Inside the room in the house, the rest of the wall had regained its substance. Worse, as I watched, the flame in the lantern I'd set out on the other side guttered. Maybe it would last another hour. Maybe not. Desperate, I spent a quarter of an hour calling for Swain, confronted only by the hopeless echoing of my voice, fading to nothing with each shout. What would happen when the opening sealed off completely? I wasted an hour looking through Swain's books for a spell capable of stopping the shrinking of the passage. Window spells, doorway spells. Yes, I found a few, but none that accounted for an unexplained, changing entrance into another plane. A spell to project a false image through a nighttime window. Useful for trysts, alibis, or crimes, I supposed. Yes. A curse to lay on a doorway designed to give anyone who passes the threshold a pure taste of their own demise. Yes, Garibaldi, true to the Italian school of magia nera, outlined one of those. But nothing else held any promise. Of course, nearly half of Swain's books were in the original German, Latin, French, or Spanish, doing me no good, as I had no fluency. Flipping through book after book only served to reveal my own inadequacy. What did I think I could accomplish? A cruel chill had swept in during the night, and I found myself shaking. Tending the fire in the hearth, a flash of insight came over me. I was thinking about it the wrong way. Stopping the entrance from closing, while dire in itself, was only part of what I really needed to do. Find Swain. That's what mattered. I knew there had to be spells capable of locating an individual. And moreover, if Hunt was correct about the source of the Demon Mere's expansion, then it was more than possible that other openings into the plane existed. After all, if it was in part triggered by magic, Swain, and I, had done plenty of magic in and around the Andover house, and much more in Salem. Could I locate another opening? Could I then use magic to find Swain? It felt a tall order. And where to start? I looked over the dozens of books strewn about the room. The thought of starting another random search brought the panic back. I could spend all day, and the next, looking for the proper spell, one that was within my grasp. No, that wasn't it. There wasn't time. Without the proper guidance, I didn't see how I might... I paused. My gaze went to the ceiling. Did I dare? More to the point, did I have any other hope? Without answers, no. Yet was there some other way I might find the answers? Maybe. I rushed out of the room and hurried up the stairs to the second floor. Sunlight brightened the frame of the window at the end of the hallway. Pushing the door to Swain's bedchamber open, I crossed the room and looked down at the book on the small table next to my master's bed. The Occultatum Ostium. If Swain knew I was thinking of so much as touching it, he'd have been furious. Yet, if he was desperately lost in the Demon Mere, would that change his thinking? My intuition failed me. So did my patience. With a grimace, I picked up the book, finding it heavier than expected. I brought it back to the room downstairs, carrying it out in front of me, as though it were a venomous creature, ready to twist and snap at me. It had a strange heft to it, at one moment lighter, at another heavier. I set it on the nearest table, and hurried to the wall, running my fingers across the surface, looking for the opening. For a moment, I panicked, thinking it gone. Then I found it, no larger than my palm. Turning back to the Occultatum Ostium, I put my hand on it, pulling over my chair. I sat, closing my eye. The feel of the book repulsed me. Even as I reminded myself that a book was a book, this particular book brought to mind corpses, things unseen that wriggled out of view of the sun, trailing lengths of cold, scaly skin. I need to find my master, I said. How can I find him? I opened my eye, then opened the slender book. It held no more than 24 pages. The first page was blank, as were the second and third, the fourth and fifth. Expanses of yellowed paper, thick, worn, and empty. Starting to panic, I flipped ahead. There! Halfway through the book, I found a page with an illustration in faded black ink, with flecks of dull red and gold scribed around the edges of the drawing, appearing to be remnants of centuries-old illumination. The drawing depicted a standing mirror cleaved with 1,000 cracks. From the broken reflection peered 12 ravens, onyx-eyed, charcoal-feathered. Scribed beneath the drawing was a phrase. Grenfent's hex. Hex? I stared at the page, hunting for some other clue. To my horror, the illustration started to fade, beginning at the corners, working toward the middle, as though consumed by unseen flames. No, please! I put my fingers on the drawing to halt the process, but the fading ink rippled beneath my touch, as if I'd splashed ink riding on the surface of water, and then disappeared. Wait. Show me that again, please. The book ignored my pleading. I searched the adjacent pages. Blank. Every page in the book was blank again. I tried closing it and repeating my request. Nothing. I tried to calm myself, to reach the same state of concentration I'd achieved earlier. Still nothing. Grenfent's hex, I whispered. Grenfent's hex? I had no idea what the Grenfent's hex was. Again, I confronted stacks of books, any of which might, or might not, hold a reference to or description of that particular hex. And if it did, what was it supposed to do? I grimaced at the occultatum ostium for a few moments. After giving me that much, I wondered if it would elaborate. The answer, after a concerted hour of trying to prod it into generating as much as a single word, was no. Fine. Grenfent's meant nothing to me. I'd never heard of any magician or sorcerer with that surname. It might be a place I'd never heard of, a technique unfamiliar to me, a descriptor in a language I didn't know, a nickname, a title. No way of knowing, so I had little confidence of finding the proper haystack to pair with the strange needle I found in my possession. There had to be a different way. I thought of the image, the cracked mirror, the ravens. Those meant something. Mirror magic was a broad discipline, as was raven magic, a particular specialty of English magicians from 2 centuries prior. But which was it? The more I thought it through, I leaned toward raven magic. Such specific imagery hadn't appeared for no reason whatsoever. And the mirror, I suspected, might be a reference to the demon mirror, a broken reflection of the world of the magicians who'd brought it into being. Raven magic, then. I tossed about Swain's books, searching for the one book of raven magic he possessed. Richard Woolridge's Behold the Magic of Unkindness, Spells of Corvus. I found the book and started skimming it, knowing precious little about even the basic theory beyond the generally agreed upon observation that raven magic is tricky business. Spy on a person for a week? Relatively simple. Reveal a murderer? Significantly more difficult, for reasons unknown. The French magician Dominique Bretonneau, sadly, as with altogether too many female practitioners of magic throughout history, later hanged as a witch, once charmed her husband's mistress so that she couldn't as much as set foot in the entire eastern half of St. George's-sur-Cher, without Bretonneau hearing of it within minutes from the local ravens. There were spells to bind ravens with secrets. There were variants on spells for seeking lost items. A lost person? I found nothing at first glance. But there had to be something. I tapped my finger on the page open before me, glancing back at the occultatum ostium. I put Woolridge down and reached instead for the heavy volume that was Gerard Boutham's Astrum Occultatum, a majestic encyclopedia of magical terminology, a masterwork of a lifetime of study. I opened it and scanned the epigraph. Within the flame lies a spark infinitely deep. Beyond the zenith of the heavens stretch rivers of untold time. Betwixt dusk and night abides a united, supernal realm. Behold. And beyond the shrinking opening in the wall remained my master, I reminded myself, flipping through the pages, hoping to find a clue as to what a Grenfell's hex was. While under normal circumstances, one of Bootham's particular gifts was to draw the imagination down unforeseen twists and forks, with phrases such as, "The mellifluous pattering of Helmholtz's penetrating fingers holds an alluring ratamacue, yet caution is paramount," or, "Another curious artifact is the so-called shadow room, visible thereafter within a looking-glass at any stroke of midnight." I didn't have the luxury. I turned thick hunks of pages, slowing as I moved through the E's and the F's and into the G's. Greeley's Crypt, Gray's Conjuring, Grace and Dust, Grenfell's Glamour, Grove's Effect. Nothing. Damn it! I straightened up, stared at the wall for a moment. Grenfell. It wasn't much different from Grenfell's. And I'd noticed in my studies that older spellings often varied profoundly given the obscure origins of various strands of magic. And the difference between a glamour and a hex? When I'd asked Swain, he'd told me that asking 10 different practitioners would yield a dozen different answers, but he preferred the working distinction of a glamour being more active, requiring an instigating event, while a hex could be instantiated to constant activity in multiple locations. I turned back to the book and read Bootham's description. The Grenfell glamour brings to raven magic the beguiling effects of rechanneling energies wrapped without and beyond the place and time occupied by the missing subject, a power subtle enough to bypass the flow of said time and locate the individual. A touch of avian artistry, perfected by Richard Wooldridge. That was it. Putting the book aside, I went back to Wooldridge, paging through the book with focus. And there it was. The Grenfell Glamour. I read the entry. As Boulton indicated, it was a spell for locating a missing person, involving the conjuring of a dozen shadow ravens. As for the ingredients, I needed wolfsbane. We had some from the same shipment at Winslow & Sons when the occultatum ostium had arrived. The feather of a raven. I knew Swain had several in his trunk. An hourglass. Swain had several. Rainwater. We always kept some. A personal item from the subject. I had only to take his coat down from near the door. A piece of broken slate. We had lesson slates. Spiderweb. Easy enough. The high corners of the house were draped in them. Ink, of course. Pure beeswax. Yes. A map. Possible. And soil. Yes. The incantation was in Latin and didn't appear too difficult. I read and reread the entry, tapping a fingernail on the desk. I believed it feasible. But was it? On one hand, I saw nothing beyond my capabilities. I'd done variants on all the steps in the course of my studies. Was I certain it would work? Not at all. Did I still possess anywhere near the self-confidence I'd tried to make Francis believe I had? No, I didn't. But I had no better choice. I gathered the pertinent ingredients. A map proved nearly impossible to find, wasting precious time. Swain's papers held none, which had been my hope. I recalled seeing one, but back in Salem. Riding out to retrieve it was out of the question. I considered riding to Iris's tavern and asking her who might have one. I also considered making my own from memory, fearing that a sketch containing no more than a rough approximation of 3 towns and several roads mightn't work for the spell. Just as I was about to try it, I remembered Archibald Fletcher's account of his time as the colony's first doctor of magical sciences. By the time I found the book, still nestled in the trunk we'd carried it from Salem in, mid-morning approached. I brought the book to the room, paging through it as I hurried, finding the map I'd recalled near the front. Drawn in Fletcher's own hand, the map showed the eastern half of the colony, from the arm of Cape Cod up to the burly shoulder of Cape Ann and the towns along the shore. An inset box featured a closer scale view of Salem, harbour, rivers and hills all notated. I pressed down hard on the binding, laying the book open on the table. By the time I had everything ready to go, the morning was gone, and the opening into the demon mere had shrunk to smaller than my 2 thumbs pressed side to side. In the far corner of the room, I created the required glamour in a circle on the floor. Once done, I sprinkled the floor within with the mixture of rainwater, soil, and spiderweb that I'd spoken the proper incantations over, making sure that it was evenly distributed. A faint glow appeared in the air, which was encouraging. Next, I gestured over the beeswax and spoke another phrase, kneading it in my palm until it was pliable.
Alveo sigillum, I said.
The wax shone with a dull orange glow. I focused on it, slipping into the proper state of mind. Dividing it in 2, I pressed one and then the other onto the north and south points of the glamour. At the table near the hearth, I picked up the hourglass, removed the piece of quartz that I'd enchanted, flipped the hourglass over, and placed the quartz on the new top side. I paced around the glamour counterclockwise, while holding a candle, speaking the incantation as I repeatedly lit the wolfsbane and blew it out, sending the fragrant smoke over the glamour. When I'd finished a complete circuit, I let the rest of the wolfsbane burn to fine cinders and fall into the glamour, then snuffed the candlewick with my fingers, speaking the proper word as I pressed the nib of the raven feather into the soft wax at the top of the candle. Lines of faint light rose around the glamour, wavering like silken threads under water, casting a queer glow. It fit with Woolridge's description. I nodded, pleased, and began the larger spell, where things got tricky. A major spell typically requires an intimate familiarity with the incantatory phrases, a familiarity which requires memorization over time, enough time that the words themselves become cues to the energy being harnessed, and not the sole focus. I didn't have that time, so I cheated, reading the incantation from a copy of the phrasing that I'd made myself on a piece of paper. I'd read through the spell several times as I'd prepared the ingredients, committing the contours of the words to memory, a mental map. A spell isn't just a magical password that opens the unseen energies, something that anyone could speak and achieve the result. No, a proper incantation takes place at the difficult-to-balance point where mind meets body meets energy, and being centered is crucial. No distractions, the mind focused, yet calm. Straining dissipates the effort, tension binds it. The magic is led like water. It gathers by achieving a curious buoyancy of spirit, a raising of consciousness that reaches beyond the immediate surroundings. Did I hit that delicate equilibrium as I attempted to conjure a dozen shadow ravens in my first ever attempt at raven magic? The channels of energy shifted, I will say that much. There were a few points where I struggled, my tongue tripped up somewhere between my eyes reading from the page and my mouth moving. 3 of the 4 repetitions were without major flaw. On the 4th, I accidentally skipped 2 lines, as I repositioned myself and had to cut myself off mid-line and return to the lines I'd missed. Before repeating the phrases, I paused. A chilling of my skin rose from my heels, along the back of my legs, up through my shoulder blades. Hints of shadow seemed to flee from my gaze as I looked about, through the walls, through the plaster of the ceiling, scurrying away. Fear took hold of me, tightening my throat, twisting my stomach. I closed my eye for a moment, shaking my head. I had to keep going. I hurried through the lines I'd skipped, completing the incantation. As the forces within the glamour snapped into the proper order at the conclusion of the final repetition, power surged throughout the room. A strange light danced around the edges of the glamour. The air crackled and snapped, bright sparks of violet cascading over the floor, bouncing and colliding. I focused on completing the sealing gesture, speaking the spell's coda. The wax and twine on the floor glowed for a moment, then faded. The air pressure shifted,
and my ears popped. The room darkened around me. Whatever I'd reacted to during the casting of the spell had receded. I saw no more strange shadows, felt no more gripping terror. I watched the circle of the glamour. Wooldridge had written of the Shadow Raven's appearance. The conspiracy will erupt like flames of darkness, ready for bidding. Nothing happened. The light of the spell dimmed and faded, leaving me staring at the circle of metal filings and the ingredients I'd scattered inside it. While I sensed a lingering magic, no flames, of darkness or otherwise, appeared. Looking over the description of the spell again, skimming the words of the incantation again, I couldn't find a problem. All the ingredients were correct, and I'd used them in the right order. The mistake I'd made in the incantation had to be the problem. The idea of trying the spell a second time gave me pause. Something had happened, and might have been enough to prevent me from succeeding on a second attempt. Spells, adding to their complexity, aren't a recipe that can be made as many times in a row as desired. The potency of each subsequent casting diminishes rapidly, following a curve known as Fish's Law, named for the great 16th century English magician Arthur Fish, who charted the dissipation effects of multiple castings. Why it is so remained a matter of debate, theories ranging from the inevitable strains on the incanter's concentration to the depletion of the hidden energies tapped by the spells. Making my situation more fraught, if a spell was repeated atop a first attempt that hadn't been fully realized, it was a near certainty that the second attempt would misbehave, in some cases spectacularly. All of which was why Swain preached precision. Furious at myself, I turned back to the glamoured circle and gasped. Ravens. Smoky things, they gazed about the room with obsidian eyes. Curls of darkness lifted from their backs, their wings, their tufted throats as though smouldering. Hints of deep red shone from between their feathers as they shifted on black claws. They turned their gazes to me, silent. As I scanned them, I counted, realizing with some alarm there were 13 of them, not 12. That wasn't right. But no matter, I was glad they'd arrived at all. My heartbeat galloped. I'd done it. I lifted Swain's coat from the table. Augustus Swain, I said, using Swain's full first name. I bid you, find him now. One of the ravens croaked, startling me. As directed, I tossed the coat into the glamour. As it passed into the magic, it shredded, leaving no loop or warp of the fabric whole, landing fibre and string amongst the ravens. With a ruffle of wings and a chorus of husky caws, the ravens took flight, filling the room with a whirling mass of black shapes. I staggered back, protecting my head with my arms. They spun counterclockwise, battering the walls, toppling candles, brushing over papers and quills. 2 of them clung to the wall at the mysterious opening, claws scrabbling on the wood, pecking at the wood. Finding no way in, they joined the others. Before I knew what was happening, they found their way out of the room, spilling into the hallway. I ducked my head and ran to the front door. According to Woolridge, they would fly off in a group, bound to locate Swain, revealing his location on the map. Throwing open the door, the ravens swept past me, trailing strands of black smoke, sending me staggering out onto the snowy ground. Their shadows, blue against the white snow, sped across the yard in a shifting pattern. Bracing myself, I watched the conspiracy lift higher into the air. One after another, the ravens broke from the rest, flapping out in what appeared to be random directions. One through the trees to the north, another back towards the pond, another into the woods across the way. As I stood gaping, I watched individual ravens flying off. No! That wasn't right. One raven perched on the high limbs of a bare maple, staring at me. The rest flew out of sight. Not even a pair had come together. I looked at the raven in the tree. "Where is he?" I shouted. With what appeared to be an annoyed croak, the bird took to wing and headed south, leaving me standing in the snow alone. After another minute of scanning the sky and spotting no birds, save for a lone hawk in the distance,
I hurried back into the house, slamming the door behind me. Back in the room, I knelt before the wall. Scratches from the raven's claws marked the wood. I ran my hands across the boards and found nothing. No entrance, no disturbance in the wood, not a dimple, nothing. The opening into the demon mere, gone. I slammed my hand against the wall. At the table, I looked over Fletcher's book, set open to the map I'd enchanted at the beginning of the spell. Pushing back on the worry, "You failed," whispering in the back of my mind. I continued on to the next step of the spell. Dipping the raven feather in ink, I held it over the map. The drops of ink would trace a path that would lead me to Swain. I flicked the feather. Tiny spatters of ink landed on the table, missing the map entirely. Cursing, I dipped the feather again and snapped it with my wrist, just over the map. Again, no ink dotted the paper. Some landed on the opposite page. More on the table. Some tattooed the front of my dress. Again and again, I sent showers of ink over the book, but not the smallest fleck punctuated the map. Leaning in more closely, I watched as the ink slipped sideways over the map, flying through the air to decorate the table in an ever-growing mess of black dots. According to the spell, my master was nowhere. I told myself the ravens had just left. Not as they should have, because you did it wrong. And it might take more time. In fact, it almost certainly would. With a glance at the clock ticking on the mantel, I wondered how long it would take. Being 2:30, I suspected it might take as long as 2:30. The Whitelock Ball. I needed to meet Francis in Boston in less than 3 hours, and it would take me that long to simply ride there. I flung down the raven feather with a groan. How could I hope to help Swain if I was in jail? Worse, even if I did manage to rescue him, it wouldn't do us much good if we were both then arrested by the governor's men. Trailing rage, frustration, and desperation behind me as the ravens had trailed their smoky darkness, I flew from the room, gathering what I needed. I hurried to the barn. The day had turned bitter, and a snowfall left an icy crust that glinted on the fallow meadows, and between the bare trees that striped the snow with meagre shadows. I saddled the horse who would bring me to Boston. Chapter 26. The Sum of My Secrets. I rode into Boston as a soft snow fell, muting the sounds of the city, as the roof lines and streets merged with the dusk. Lanterns made halos. I hitched my exhausted horse on the corner of Queen Street and made my way toward the Painter's Arms, a stuffed haversack cast over my shoulder, my heart racing. The green door of the tavern opened as a pair of gentlemen entered, shaking their hats free of snow as they slipped inside. I searched for the alleyway, finding its narrow opening up against a cobbler's shop. No more than arm's width wide, it went back a good 30 paces before reaching a larger space at the backs of several establishments. Empty. I turned in a circle, went a few paces in one direction, then in another.
"You're late."
Francis stepped from a darkened doorway. Clara appeared over his shoulder. Farther down, another pair of young men revealed themselves.
"I was about to send my friends off with the message about you and your master."
"I said I'd be here." I was glad for the darkness. It hid my chagrin at having been surprised by them. I should have been more careful. "I need a place to get ready."
"This way,"
Francis said. Clara turned back into the doorway. The other men watched us, but remained outside. Once I stepped in, Francis closed the door behind me. The air held a blend of biting scents, sharp and metallic. I stepped away from the door and into the larger space of a dye house, where a lantern burned on a table. A row of giant vats stood along one side, while smaller casks, cut in half, lined the opposite wall. Discoloured poles, topped with hooks, and a jumble of 6 buckets stood against the vats, the floorboards showing the stains of 10,000 drips. A narrow staircase rose along the back wall,
leading to a catwalk that encircled the open area at second-story level, the windows frosted with snow. I dropped the haversack I carried to the floor and knelt beside it, prying open the hook and eyelets. I pulled out a silk dress of pale green, embroidered with a spray of white blossoms.
"What's this?" Francis said.
"This is how I'm getting into the ball." Mary Whitelock would expect that I arrive wearing an ensemble she'd purchased for me.
"Don't you mean getting us into the ball?"
"One thing at a time." I shrugged off my cloak and stripped down to my shift, putting the dress into Clara's hands. "Help me with this." She didn't appear pleased by the prospect, but she lent a hand, helping to hitch the back of the dress.
"So how are you getting us in?" Francis said.
"We're walking straight through the front door." Once the dress was straightened, I had Clara help me with the rest of my outfit. A frilled riding cloak in a warm cream shade, a choker, my hair in a bowed braid, gloves, a pair of shoes covered in cream satin and brocaded ribbon.
"Unless you brought us all dresses, I don't see how that's possible," Francis said.
"You wanted magic. I have magic." "Or she's leading us into a trap," Clara said, frowning. "And we'll walk up with her like fools." "If I'd wanted you caught, I wouldn't have bothered with the dress. I could have led Whitelock men right here." They exchanged a glance.
"Then, how's it going to work?" Francis said.
I appreciated that he gave me the credit of thinking it would work. I wasn't so sure. My plan was to use a cloaking spell. I'd found two that sounded promising. The first was Chester Tremblay's undesired countenance, which cloaked the identity of an individual by leveraging the strongest inclinations drawn from the minds of the observers, convincing them that what they found most uncomfortable to witness amongst the sprawl of humanity was seen in place of the subject. Depending on the observer, the spell might create the impression of a thug, a diseased child, a priest, a wounded individual, whatever the observer would most readily turn their gaze from out of discomfort, fear, or loathing. It might work well in a crowded market or on a busy street, but I worried that at a prestigious ball, the effect might raise too many questions. Instead, I'd chosen the 17th century London magician Bellamy Howell's Deflected Guise, a spell that drew randomly on features of nearby individuals to obscure the identity of the subject, creating an illusion of altered appearance by replicating the hair or a hat from one passerby, nose from another, gait from another, cheeks and jaw from yet another. An unknowing observer was unlikely to realize that the features seen were no more than an amalgam of the features of the nearest people in the vicinity. The more dense the crowd, the more effective the outcome. Though, of course, the opposite was true if the location were sparsely populated. It felt more appropriate for a ball. If it worked. Rummaging through the haversack, I pulled out a wooden box of ingredients and the copy of Howell's Spells of Practical Enchantment, bookmarked with a silk ribbon. "A book," Clara said. "It needs to be done right, or you'll be walking straight into the governor's hands." "You didn't need a book before." "I need it now." "And if it doesn't work?" "It will work if you let me concentrate." I carried the book and box over to the table where the lantern burned. A gust of wind rattled the windows. I opened the book and read through the incantation once more. When I felt as confident as I was going to be, shy of a month or more of practice and study, I pulled the ingredients out of the box, placing them on the table. 4 glass beads, 2 silver coins, a tin of charcoal, a vial containing a tincture made of hawthorn berries, wine, and ground teeth, 2 short candles with glyphs scribed into their sides. I lit the candles off of the lantern's flame and set them down. "Don't interrupt me," I cautioned. Francis and Clara said nothing. He looked both curious and tense, she impatient. Before each candle, I placed a pair of glass beads atop one of the coins. Holding my palms out over the candles, I recited the stanza of the spell. "Lo hide the one, whose guise will turn to mask, as hid 'neath shade, as fox amid the weeds, am now mirrored in sparse unsparing task,
For strangers' stolen shift shadowed in the reeds, and spare the eyes and senses, gentle pleads, whose borrowed features now belong to thee, to thine, the profane hand leads, to scribe well curves of the gathered throng, whose winsome glimpses and spare glances shall not linger long. As I spoke, lines of fine gold appeared over the beads, swirling. Opening the tin of charcoal, I blew a pinch across the set of beads and coin, whispering, shadowy canvas cloaked to eyes. I concentrated and recited the incantation a second time. As the spell's potency flared, I felt the tendrils of energy spring from the beads, connected on slender filaments to my own will. The flames of the candles spit off sparks, rising in twists into the darkness of the catwalk overhead. Clara gasped. I turned and waved Francis to step closer, taking up the tincture. Be careful not to wipe any of this off, or it will stop working. Opening the vial, I tilted it and poured a dab onto my fingertip, then traced figures onto his face. Crescents beneath his eyes, 4 dots on his chin, a line along each side of the jaw and the nose, a circle in the middle of his forehead. It's cold, he whispered. I stayed focused, ignoring how warm his skin felt, and how intricate his irises were when seen so closely. Just don't touch it, I whispered. Once I'd finished with the symbols, I took up the set of beads and coin and handed them to him. Put those in your pockets. Separate if you have them. I lifted the candle before his face, then said, Behold the borrowed guise. With a gentle puff, I blew out the flame. The figures on his face shone gold for a moment, then faded. Oh, Clara said, putting a hand over her mouth. I feel a tingling, Francis said. I nodded. It will stay that way until the spell ends. Remember, don't touch your face. As the incanter, I couldn't see any change, but from the way Clara looked at him, eyes wide, mouth slack, I could tell that she did. Francis looked at her. What do you see? It's not you. She furrowed her brow. Your chin and your skin. It's so strange. He's probably reflecting some combination of you and I said. She looked at me, then back at Francis. That's it. Yes, that's how the spell works. Now, your turn. Does it work on clothing? Francis said. It draws the eye to the features of the face. The clothing is a more subtle reflection. It should be fine. I waved Clara over, noticing her wince. Her hands trembled. Come, I'm not pointing a pistol at you. No need to be nervous. I repeated the process with her. She flinched each time I touched the tincture to her face. When I finally blew out the candle with the closing phrase, Francis said, Amazing. Yes, I said. And what aren't either of you to do? Touch our faces. Exactly. I put the remaining tincture and candles back into the box, then put that and the book back into my haversack. Now let's go to the ball, shall we? As we neared the governor's manse, my skin prickled from the enchantment of the deflected guise, as though I were being pelted by a fine storm of ground glass. Francis squinted into the falling snow, while Clara stayed close by his side. They looked just the same to me, save for a faint blue light that danced over their skin and clothes, a refracted glow from an unseen source. But to others, they wouldn't have been identifiable as their true selves. At the crossing to Marlborough Street, the roads choked to a standstill with traffic, on foot and by horse. A line of wooden barricades stretched across one side of the small square, manned by a dozen armed regulars. They moved one length of wood aside to allow a luxurious 2-horse carriage to pass through. Francis leaned into me. This feels mad. It was your idea. My ideas don't always pan out. We just walk right past them. You're with me. Don't say anything. I approached the barricade, biting the inside of my cheek. A dozen different scenarios ran through my mind, and each one began the same way, with a white-lock regular staring at Francis, gaze slipping into recognition, rattlesnake. Recognition slipping into swift action. I wanted to turn around and flee. Instead, I approached an officer at the gate, the ranking soldier. Francis and Clara followed. He motioned for us to stop. If I hadn't been wearing the fine clothes from Mary, I suspected we'd have been waved off.
"Might I see your invitation?" he said.
I dug the invitation from my pocket and handed it to him. He glanced up at me, then over to Francis and Clara. His gaze didn't linger on them. The relief spread through my limbs as he handed the invitation back to me.
"This is for 2. Swain and Finch. There's 3 of you."
Madam Whitelock told me I could bring my cousin Helen as well, a 3rd guest. From his expression, it didn't seem an unfamiliar problem for the evening. Social event of the season and all.
"You'll have to check in with Mr. Hartley."
He moved the barricade aside.
"Follow the walk up the hill. He's at the front door. Have a lovely evening, Miss Finch."
"Thank you kindly, Captain." We passed through the barricade and stayed to the side of the street. One of the largest carriages I had ever seen rolled past, behind a team of 6. I looked into the windows, but the occupants rode behind pulled curtains of scarlet velvet. We soon came to another line at the entrance, in a wrought iron fence, beyond which stood the royal governor's manse. Smoke rose from a half-dozen chimneys, and the windows shone with festive light. Liveried servants along with plain-dressed assistants tended to lanterns and kept carpets clear of snow. Boughs of holly hung on the doors and gates. Nearby stood another clutch of soldiers, the elite governor's own regiment. We passed them by and joined a small crowd of people at the gate. A footman approached, one eyebrow raised in a helpful arch.
"Madam," he said.
I waved my invitation and said, "Yes, I was told to check in with Mr. Hartley." An older man in tailored velvet breeches and a vest over a silken shirt looked over at me, clearly at the sound of his own name. He stepped over.
"I'm Mr. Hartley."
He gave me a thorough look. His eyes were a pale grey and didn't appear to miss a loose thread or an unkempt strand of hair. I nodded, with a curtsy. "I believe there's been some confusion, sir. I was left with the impression from Mary Whitelock that I might also bring my cousin along with me. I hope I haven't inconvenienced anyone." I showed him the invitation.
"Ah, Miss Finch," he said after a moment's glance at the paper. "I'm sure it's no more than a miscommunication, easily mended. A small frisson that shall only serve to make the evening all the more splendid. Madam Whitelock was, in fact, asking after you no more than an hour ago. Come, come, you've eased my duties immeasurably in appearing with such purpose."
With that, he spun on his heel and led us into the manse, pausing only to let 2 serving boys haul a large cask in the door ahead of us.
"The hive alights this evening, Miss Finch."
Francis and Clara stayed at my elbows, drawing no more attention from soldier or servant than any other guest. The entryway opened into a crowded foyer, across from a wide set of stairs. The sound of jigs and minuets floated out of the nearby ballroom. Candles burned brightly in candelabra. Servants, vests buttoned, jackets flawless, moved smoothly. A line of guests extended out the door, dressed in finery. The governor, wearing a splendid dress suit of mulberry silk embroidered with a golden floral pattern along the wide cuffs and lapels over silken breeches buckled below the knees, his wig powdered and impressive, greeted each of them, bowing, passing a quick word with the men, smiling at the women. A group of officers conferred nearby, and my pulse resumed its earlier gallop. Mr. Hartley led us around the back of the crowd and paused. He addressed Francis and Clara.
"Please enjoy all the hospitality we have to offer, and do find a moment or 2 to greet the governor. He's committed to the pleasure of everyone in attendance this evening. If you will excuse us, Madam Whitelock requested a private word with Miss Finch."
"Of course," Francis said, with a slight bow of his head. Clara had the presence of mind to curtsy. Mr. Hartley led me from the foyer, his presence eliciting questions and clarifications from all quarters. His instructions leapt from one incident and decision to the next with nary a pause, and no hint of hesitation. A flick of his fingers enough to spring the staff into action. I saw that he was the true north to the internal compass of the household. Even if it was just a shift in their stance or a quick look over a shoulder, they watched him, tracking his location and trajectory,
adjusting their work. We passed by the kitchen, where cooks called out, kitchen boys stoked the hearth and carried buckets of water. Girls and young men peeled, husked, and chopped at cutting boards piled high with sliced parsnips, carrots, turnips, and onions. Butlers carried out rounds of cheese on trays, cooling plum cakes. Casks of beer and hard cider lined the brick wall opposite the hearth, drawn forth into mugs lined up like infantry, marched by servers into battle. Mr. Hartley led me up a carpeted set of stairs and to a doorway. He rapped quietly on the jamb.
"Miss Finch, madam."
"Ah, there you are." Mary Whitelock emerged from the sitting room. "I trust Mr. Hartley hasn't put you to work. All hands on deck and all that."
"A guest here shall only lift a finger to enjoy more food or drink, madam."
Hartley inclined his head at me and departed. "If only the colony ran as well as Hartley runs the manse," Mary said. She took me by the elbow and, in a ruffle of dark satin and scarlet silk edged with lace, drew me deeper into the sitting room. Scarlet ribbons tied back the loose curls of her hair, matching the choker around her pale throat. "He tames chaos, whilst the men of my family seem only to have a knack for kindling it." She paused and looked at me. "I'd just been thinking of you. Why, it's almost as though I'd conjured you with my innate magical talents." "My master would grow jealous," I said. "He believes that only he possesses that skill when it comes to my presence." We stepped into a wide dressing room. A window seat and the many panes before it overlooked the lantern-lit manse grounds that stretched off from the width of Marlborough Street to the detailed lawns that backed against several other fine houses. 2 couches of royal blue satin on carved mahogany legs intersected just past the window seat, a low table before them. On the table sat a tray with a tea service, the steam rising, and a pair of bowls filled with blueberries drenched in cream. The silver spoons gleamed with the light of the fireplace. "I trust August wasn't concerned when I requested a word from you alone," Mary said. "Leaving him adrift in a sea of hopeless social confection, which he clearly loathes." "My master sends his regrets, madam." I stood with my fingers clasped. "His work has—" "Not here, is he?" She waved her fingers at me. "One must make allowances when it comes to genius, yes. I'm surprised he agreed to spare you for the evening. It's clear he relies on you." "That's kind of you to say." "Not just kind. True. Sit, sit." She motioned to the couch, closing the door. As I sat, she joined me, sitting on the couch to my right. "Perhaps it's for the best." I leaned forward to pour her tea. She put her fingers on the back of my hand, just as it reached the teapot. "Let me." She poured the tea for me, and then for herself. No expenses spared. An unnatural state of affairs for my father. But where his mind recoils at the prospect of spending more crowns, his political acumen, as always, trumps all else. Boston's event of the season is an important ritual. Prepare to witness a display of flattery unparalleled, and a parade of strutting that would shame the vainest peacock. "Thank you." I took the tea she offered. "You've done well for yourself." She reached over and straightened the frills on my cloak. "The ensemble works." "That's it. I can't bear to wait. I absolutely must see you in a gown." "Gown?" "Why, yes, it's a ball. I've selected 3 options for you. I have a very strong opinion which the clear choice is, but let's see if you can impress me further by confirming my instincts. Tea down, come." She led me through a set of tucking doors and into a separate dressing chamber. 3 gowns hung on pegs, with their various accessories along a settee before them. Through another set of doors, I spied as magnificent a collection of clothing, shoes, hats, and sundry as I'd observed in any of Boston's finest tailor shops. "Goodness," I said. "I'm sure we can all be thankful I'm not a murderer or arsonist, given my unquenchable obsessiveness. Now, down to business, Miss Finch." Mary stopped in front of the 3 gowns and put a finger to her pursed lips. "No, I have not wavered. The proper gown might as well have a glow to it. I trust that you see it." I turned to the 3 gowns. Lovely waterfalls of silk, their modest bodices fitted over corsets, their sleeves billowing and ruffled. The hooped skirts flowed out to the sides, 2 of them featuring open fronts over patterned petticoats that presented a gorgeous counterpoint to the outer gown. The first was of a deep ruby, embroidered with a black lace that ran up along the sides in a flowered pattern. White ruffles lined the collar and the sides of the skirt, with a deep black petticoat. The next was of a lovely pewter shade that hinted at pale blue, more slender than the first, with 5 layers of exquisite draping below the bodice, and a large ribbon at the top. The final gown was of silk and satin, pale peach skirts with ruffled edges, and cream sleeves and bodice. As I looked at the upper details, I admired the delicate patterning of the lace and the ties over the front. Although it was more low-cut than the others, it reminded me of the delicate colours of dawn. They're all too nice for me. I wasn't being humble. It was true. I cut firewood, hauled corpses, singed my hair with spells. I'd just summoned 13 shadow ravens to no avail, smuggled 2 rattlesnakes into the ball. It was absurd that I should stand in Mary Whitelock's dressing room, choosing between 3 of the most breathtaking gowns I'd ever seen in my life. "We'll knock that sad humility out of your head," Mary said. She swatted me with her fingers. "One is perfect. Come along, you can do it." I reached over and tapped the peach gown. "Was there even a choice?" Mary said, pleased. "It's you, as a gown. A subtle first impression, graceful, and with more to it the closer one gets." She lifted it from the hook and held it up against my shoulder, studying me as a butcher might eye a cow. "I'll just come out and say I'm a genius, with a gift. It brings the colour out of your skin and turns your eyes into honey. You are the muse that Mr. Farber didn't even know he had when he brought this wonder into existence." "It's lovely. Spells, soldiers, secrets." With so much weighing me down, I found little else to say. "Yes, well, we'll see what this does to the young men. And the old men, keep your eye on them. They take more license with their hands the older they get, apparently. At the ball, you're in for quite an evening." Why do I feel as the fox must at the sound of trumpets and hounds? "It's delicious, you'll see." She sorted through several accessories, laying them across the material. "Aha! This." She pulled a cream-coloured eye patch from a small drawer. "Perfection." "But, forgive me, Mary. I'm not sure I understand why you're going to such lengths." "For a servant?" She eyed me. "Well, yes." "You're not an ordinary servant, are you?" "But I am." "Really? I'd say there's nothing ordinary about you. August Swain's assistant could hardly be anything of the kind." I looked at the eye patch. Impeccable craftsmanship. "I've seen to it he's received all your letters, madam. But I'm not sure what else I can do." "Mary, and you may trust in my lack of surprise that your master hasn't made a move to respond to any of my overtures. My life is full of male relations with all the personal warmth of statues, men infinitely more consumed with cannons, regiments, rivalries than anything the fairer sex might offer. I recognise said same drive in August. No, I'm interested in you, Miss Finch. And what you might teach me." "Teach you?" "Yes. We must band together. Pretty little things expected to engage in combat fought with delicate fans, batted eyes, and powdered bosoms, all for the sake of pushing our way past our competitors, be they Cabot, Adams, Geary, to land the affections of men who would prefer to huddle in small groups and discuss artillery. Isn't that how it's supposed to work?" She raised an eyebrow. "Well, what if it doesn't? What if we're capable of more than decorating the lives of blinkered men?" "I'm not sure I understand." "What if we could help each other achieve more? Sharing our expertise, encouraging each other, claiming our own share of influence." "I don't see how I might help you with any of that." "You don't? There's nothing you might teach me?" "Teach?" "That's exactly what I mean. Let's stop being so humble. You can do things unimaginable to most of the people at the ball tonight. Boston's finest. Yet you rise above them all, despite your quiet demeanour. She swept her hand at the gowns. I'll share what I have with you. You teach me magic. Magic. The word hit me like a hammer to the stomach. I shook my head. I'm not sure what put that idea into your head, madam, but... She smiled. Must we? Couldn't you rather give me credit for having a generous dose of intelligence, capable of combining observations to reach material conclusions? This is what I'm talking about, always selling each other short. I sputtered out some further excuses, but she raised a delicate hand. Number 1, she said, you are August Swain's assistant. Number 2, word has reached me. Quietly, as well-guarded word as is possible in this colony, that a confession was extracted from some poor printer's apprentices, anointing themselves rattlesnakes, detailing the casting of a spell of fire by a one-eyed lass in the vicinity of Andover. She must have seen the colour drain from my face, for she reached a comforting hand to mine. Don't worry, they won't be spreading the tale. It wasn't me. Of course not, dear. It was some other one-eyed lass apprenticed to some other renowned practitioner of magic. In Andover. I stared at her. She didn't look away. Who else knows? I asked softly. She clapped her hands together. See how much more fun it is when we stop lying to one another. To answer your question, not many others. You might imagine a tasty rumour like that would have a way of soiling my father's reputation as an effective governor of Massachusetts. But he knows, I said. He knows. My brother knows. John, not Grayson. Dr. Rush? Now that is a good question. She lifted the chosen gown and motioned for me to shed my outfit. As it wasn't the first time that afternoon I'd disrobed in front of an unlikely stranger, I barely hesitated. One would think yes, with him being the Royal Doctor of Magical Sciences, given the rather precise charge of keeping the colony free of unbecoming displays of the infernal. She gave me a sidelong look. But I somehow think no, from how my brother behaved. According to John, our good doctor has been more excitable than usual on such topics, of late, to the point of exhausting my father's already limited patience for reminders that the very position of a Royal Doctor of Magical Sciences, under his command, has made him simultaneously an outcast amongst the leader of our sister colonies, and an irritant, or a joke, depending on who tells the tale, to His Majesty, who seems to always be one ill-timed report away from relieving my father of his appointment and installing one of his slavering London courtiers in his place. So I would assume such knowledge is currently held by my brother and my father alone. And you? Why, yes. I couldn't get in more than a shallow breath suddenly. So they know all about me. I can't be here. She helped slip me into the gown. Relax. John won't even be here this evening. He loathes anything splendid or fun. As for my father, if he even spares you a glance, will register your gender and station only long enough to dismiss you from his concerns, I'm sorry to say. Neither of them will expect anything those rattlesnakes said might intrude into their inner circle, so you needn't worry about tonight. It can be our little secret. She steered me by the shoulders to stand before the full-length mirror and began the rib-cracking process of tightening, tying, and layering me into the gown. I only want you to teach me a little magic, she said. Exhale. As I breathed out, she pulled the gown tighter. There, she said. Nothing dangerous, of course. A few things I might use to dazzle, should I choose to. But magic is forbidden. Forbidden merely means that people do it out of sight, doesn't it? She gazed at me in the mirror, pursing her own lips. We young women deserve a few more tools in our arsenal. Why should we spend so much time smiling prettily, so we might make the men in our orbits feel pleased with themselves, in the hopes of basking in the glow of their renown or influence, when we can make some of our own? Treachery, I know. I'm not sure what I can teach you, I said. Your master has clearly taught you. Do what he did. He knows nothing about what I've done. Really? A man of such accomplishment retiring to the valley woodlands of Andover to bind old books. I've never believed it.
But it's true, I got it all from the books, without his knowing. Such loyalty suits you, even if it doesn't particularly suit me. Satisfied with the gown, she set about tying ribbons and a few strands of pearls into my hair, powdered and rouged my face, scented my wrists with perfume. As I looked at myself in the mirror, my thoughts went to my master, not Mary purring on about magic. And as for Francis and Clara, I believed I'd run out of room to keep all my problems in my head simultaneously. Seeing my own reflection gazing back at me, a laugh bubbled up in my throat. I only just stifled it. Mary applied the finishing touches to her attire and looked ravishing. She was as fully in her element as Swain was with his glamours and summoning. She sidled up until we shared the looking-glass. I may have looked lovely, but she seemed to have rode a lightning bolt down from Mount Olympus. "Think about the mark we might make, you and I," she said. She adjusted the front of my bodice and smiled as though she already knew the sum of my secrets. "We of the fairer sex must be there for one another in this curious colony. It is us against them. Always, darling." Chapter 27. Masquerade. I followed Mary from the dressing suite and down the stairs, struggling to land my feet on the runners with so much skirt draped around me. Mary bypassed the line of guests greeting the governor and led me into the ballroom. The high ceiling shone with hundreds of candles glimmering on chandeliers. Dried flowers hung from the doorways, along with decorative wreaths of twined autumn branches. Tables lined one wall, stacked high with rounds of cheese and plum cakes, platters of roasted pig, boiled leg of lamb, beef, peas, pudding, tarts, desert cups of apples, peaches and berries with milk and sugar, punch bowls brimming with cordial, hard cider and rum, filling the room with a heady perfume. The dance floor was a magnificent pattern of light and dark wood in an elaborate parquet. In one corner, 4 string players plucked out a waltz. Before I'd been thrust into learning real magic, such a scene had formed the entirety of my idea of magic. My mother had told me dozens of times of the ball she'd once attended with my father, back when he'd been in the good graces of His Majesty. For a woman who'd grown fearful of varying her routine even a little, she'd painted such a picture of delight that even as a young child I glimpsed the joy she kept so well guarded, a hint of the vivacious young woman she'd once been. The thought wrung a splash of grief from my heart. What would she have wanted for me, her only daughter? A life filled with lovely balls and proper society? A life of books? Certainly not troubles of the sort I bore, alone, an ocean away from whatever promise London had once held for me. Shaking such thoughts from my mind, I followed Mary through the crowd, trying to emulate how she walked. Her leonine grace, which drew every eye to her, eluded me. "Don't force it, darling," she said as we cut through the throng. "Simply be graceful, feminine. You're not hiking through brambles, you're a woman." After months of Swain insisting that I ignore the low expectations a young woman might be held to, I wondered if I'd somehow adopted his gait as well. The idea flustered me. Mary introduced me to one person after another, with the sobriquet of assistant to the renowned August Swain. I suspect that had most of the people come across such a description in the Boston newsletter, their eyes would have passed straight over it with no further interest. Yet hearing it from the beet-coloured lips of Mary Whitelock, their eyes widened in delight, and they fell over themselves bowing and curtsying. It couldn't have felt more strange. Throughout all the greetings, I scanned the ballroom for Francis and Clara, eventually spotting them off in one corner. To me, they looked entirely out of place. Commoners among royalty, even the servants were better dressed. But the magic held, and no one appeared to give them a second thought. With a tipple of Madeira here, a sip of strong punch there, I soon found myself part of a collection of young women mingling with young men, an arrangement conducted by Mary. I confess that part of me simply wanted to lose myself in the colourful ado of the ball, and before long I was in the midst of the dance floor, led by a young gentleman whose name I'd already forgotten, the son of a cloth merchant being all that I could remember. I held on to his arm, attempting to look more nimble than I was,
struggling to anticipate the steps. One musician called out, and the circle split in two, men in one, ladies in the other, moving in opposition. Around it went, until the reel ended, and I came to stop in front of Dr. Ephraim Rush, whom I'd not even noticed amongst the dancers earlier. His dove-coloured jacket and waistcoat shone with bright brass buttons, and while he wore no wig, his white hair was held back with a black bow. He smiled at me, regarding me over the tops of his spectacles.
"Ah, Miss Finch, if I'm not mistaken."
"Dr. Rush." The dizzying warmth of the moment vanished, and I glanced about, half expecting to see armed regulars pushing through the crowd to detain me. I saw only gentry dancing, drinking, laughing. He extended one arm as the next tune began.
"Would you spare a kindness and help me to a seat, dear? My hips are growing suspicious that I'm having far too much fun, the traitorous things."
With no way out, I smiled and twined my elbow with his, catching my breath, walking him over to one of the nearest hearths, where a merry fire crackled. I helped him into a free chair.
"And your master is well," he said.
No, he appears to have lost himself in the demon mere. The stifled laughter from earlier threatened to tumble out. I smiled instead. At home with his books, sir. He has rather strong feelings about social events, and his desire to be as far from them as possible.
"A man of acumen. I'm rather jealous between you and I, Miss Finch."
He spared me a wink. Over his shoulder I spied Francis, and nearly stopped breathing. The spell I'd cast might be good enough to fool the cream of Boston's society, but Dr. Rush himself? I realised it would be like expecting Swain to not notice a demon lurking nearby. I took the empty seat next to Rush, hoping to draw his gaze as far from the direction of Francis and Clara as possible. "Have you had much luck, sir, with the demon you spoke of to my master?" He put his liver-spotted hands upon his knees and nodded, appearing unsurprised at my question.
"A pernicious difficulty, under the best of circumstance, as your master would surely attest, given his youthful research. And, as is the way with demons, a comforting end to a story appears elusive."
A servant appeared with a tray of tiny cakes, and Dr. Rush took one, motioning for me to do likewise. I barely tasted it.
"The bodies of the young girls haven't been found," he said,
a pair of crumbs clinging to the corner of his mouth.
"But there appears to be no sign of further demonic presence."
"Well, that's somewhat comforting, at least."
"More so if I had the slightest idea why."
"Might you have driven off the demons, sir?"
"I would seem to have unbridled success at driving off the governor whenever I broach the subject, but demons around ponds seem quite another matter. I found no sign of an infernal presence when I investigated again, just 2 days ago, to which I credit myself nothing more than good intentions."
"Could it have been something else, sir?"
"Would that I could answer that very question, Miss Finch. While I found no infernal entity, I measured a significant shift to the flow of unseen planar energies in the region. An unevenness that's difficult to fathom."
He wiped the crumbs from his mouth. His spectacles shone with the light of the fire in the hearth.
"I trust you've seen nothing amiss, living in the general vicinity, as I understand."
I thought of the resonance clock, the temporal disruption it caused, the appearance of the demon mere. An unevenness that's difficult to fathom. "Amiss, sir? Oh, with the poor girls you mentioned. It's weighed on my mind, sir, horrid and frightful. But no, it's been quiet."
"I see."
He smiled, and yet something in his eyes hinted at seeing my lies for what they were. I sat up as straight as Mary Whitelock, confident and forthright, all the while fighting the urge to fidget and slouch under the weight of the nonsense I was babbling. What might cause such shifts in the... what did you call them? Plane regions?
"Planar regions."
He rested his hands on the head of his walking stick and launched into a brief description of the planes that relied heavily on Emily Dumarian's work. I noted that he didn't touch upon Thomas Wexler's concept of intraplanar confluence, which my master felt offered a more accurate depiction of the phenomena he'd observed in and around Salem. Perhaps being a more controversial theory, Dr. Rush put less faith in it. Then again, he may have been leaving such nuances out of the discussion for my benefit. Nothing he said, however, touched upon the demon mere, which I was loath to bring up. "How fascinating," I said when he finished. He smiled.
"How rarely do I hear such words these days. One would think I was forcing the governor to discuss the various aromas that arise from Bostonian's shoes, to see his curt responses to my briefings for him."
"It mustn't be easy being the royal governor."
"And bound to become significantly less so should my advice not be heeded."
"What of General Whitelock, sir? Surely he values your wisdom?" Rush's jowls shook as he rocked his jaw back and forth.
"The general is, in fact, attentive, though hardly less busy of late. Put upon by London, bedevilled by rattlesnakes."
He gave me a tight smile and kept his gaze on me. I was at last thankful for the suffocating bodice and gown, for its armour-like tightness kept me from flinching. I'm sure that General Whitelock will bring them all to justice."
"Perhaps he shall. It's not in his nature to give up. He reminds me of his grandfather in temperament and carriage, a fact that girds my heart when I ruminate on my worst fears. He will no doubt hear me out. But as with all such matters, one must use the proper channels first."
"Is he here this evening?" "The General," I said.
"I'd imagine so."
He leaned forward.
"Now tell me how you came into the service of your master. I imagine it a story worth hearing."
Did the dead bodies show on my face? Silas Wilkes, the demon who stalked me. After perhaps a moment too long, I opened my mouth to speak, unsure of what exactly was about to come out, when a figure appeared next to me.
"Might I have this dance, madam?"
I looked up to find Grayson Whitelock smiling at me, wearing a waistcoat and jacket on the small side. His hair was ridiculously powdered and his cheeks flushed. He bowed, extending a hand. He turned to Dr. Rush.
"You'll forgive me if I steal away your companion before you rob her sleep with more of your frightful tales, my good doctor."
Rush didn't appear ruffled.
"Only if you promise to behave. Restraint is the Whitelock way, is it not? God help us all."
Rush turned.
"We shall speak again, Miss Finch."
"I look forward to it with pleasure, Dr. Rush." I stood, gave him a polite curtsy, and walked with Grayson into the start of a waltz. He took my hand as I fought to locate Francis and Clara in the crowd.
"I'm not sure why everyone I speak with this evening feels the need to extract a promise of behaving from me," Grayson said. "Is this not a ball? Are we not being festive?"
I could smell the ale on him. "Perhaps you've misbehaved in the past."
"All a matter of perspective. I've found my behaviour to be entirely within the realm of reasonable."
We executed a convoluted move that Grayson pulled me through.
"And you're welcome."
I held his arm as we twirled. "Welcome?"
The good doctor would have prattled on until he nodded off, a point in time that may well have been shockingly far off for someone so ancient. Trust me, I've seen women gnaw off their own limbs to escape that snare.
As we danced, I spotted Clara midway across the dance floor. "He's fascinating."
"You must get out more. The book glue is obviously affecting your judgment."
"Behave." I turned back to him, following his steps in time with the string players. "Did you powder your hair yourself?"
"Finally, someone acknowledges my statement."
"And what statement might that be?"
"The absurdity of it all."
"Of all the powder?"
"Clever, but no. The absurdity of pretending we're all not pretending all the time."
He raised my hand, and I executed a semi-respectable spin, finding that the girth of my skirts assisted the motion. "How does half a tin of powder in your hair say that exactly?"
"It wasn't a half a tin, and the thing about an unspoken statement is that it's unspoken."
"Or an unstatement."
"Ha! You're on the right track, Miss Finch."
The steps shifted, taking us across the parquet floor. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Are we not all really at a masquerade?
Hardly ever.
Oh, but we are, all the time. Isn't that all we're really doing in life? Hiding behind this mask or that? One costume or another?
If he was about to make a comment about my eye, I would stop dancing. He continued, no barb launched.
We all have a mask and a costume given to us, forced on us. And then there are those that we put on ourselves, the ones we grasp at, clutch tight. What is a uniform if not a costume? The attire of an apprentice, likewise.
An overpowdered head of hair, I said.
Now you're catching on. For the tragedy of it all, the sublime ridiculousness, the appalling foot-stomping, scrunch-faced tantrum-inducing manner in which we deny it, all points to one thing. Care to guess?
I haven't the faintest.
I suspect you do, but let me illuminate it anyways. The fact is that we're all committed to pretending that our costumes aren't costumes at all, that our masks aren't masks. Our real selves aren't the ones the world sees us as, or what we are. Do you see?
If this is a pretext to in some fashion peer beneath my dress, I will have to ask you to behave yet again. And we know how sensitive you are to that guidance. A broad smile crossed his face.
Heaven help us, you've almost struck me speechless. No. My intentions are philosophical, entirely. Unless you're bolder than I'd had you pegged for, in which case let's see where this conversation might lead.
The number ended, and the couples broke apart, filling the air with the soft patting of gloved hands clapping. I'm not so bold, Master Whitelock, I said. Nor am I curious about such a conversation.
Nor are you as dull as the other geese of my sister's gaggle, fine plumage notwithstanding.
He swiped a pewter mug of ale from the tray of a passing servant, and tossed half it back in one long chug.
As for my point, look about.
We're at a ball. People don't go about their days like this.
I don't. Don't they? He sipped at his beer. Sadly, I've spent my life cursed with an excruciating awareness that everyone else is confoundingly unaware they are, in fact, costumed. So when I refuse to wear any costume whatsoever, I am dismissed, and I get nothing but scorn by the costumed fools all around. That's the problem, isn't it? The genuine is mocked, while the superficial is praised to the heavens. And pity the person who's not what they've always been told they are. Not that there wasn't sense to what he was saying, but I grew suspicious of what he was getting at. What did he know? So that's why you overpowdered your hair. Well done.
And this is in reality about the officer's uniform you're being forced into?
You may be the colony's most insightful apprentice.
Another tune started, but we'd missed the beginning, and watched as 2 rows of dancers passed by one another, stepping in time. You don't want to be like your brother? I said.
I'd rather be pressed to death. He adores making men march in little circles, drawing lines on maps, speaking of canon ad nauseum, saluting our father. As he spoke, I noticed General Whitelock enter the crowded room, pausing by the doorway and regarding the spectacle. He was among the tallest men in the room, and his presence drew the eye of many of the guests. Does he enjoy balls?
Grayson smirked into his mug.
No doubt a question the eligible young ladies of Boston have only wondered 1,000 times.
As I realized what I'd said, a flush bloomed on my cheeks and throat. Behind the general entered the governor, deep in conversation with a shorter man dressed in muted browns and blacks, trailed by a number of similarly dressed gentlemen. Grayson followed my gaze.
Do you see that dour man next to my father? He said. Lionel Sackville, the Earl of Middlesex, just arrived from London. To torture us, apparently. I doubt the muscles of his face are even capable of calling forth a smile. A man for whom laughter is bookended by sin on one side, devilry on the other. Dry. Utterly cheerless. His eyes sweep everything crossing his path, with a delightful blend of paranoia and religious mania. But since he has His Majesty's ear, being married to one of the king's cousins or other, my father and brother are yoked to him for much of the evening. London's grown a tad jealous, and the Earl has been sent to make sure the ancient Dr. Rush isn't tilting the scales of trade with generous applications of the infernal. Ridiculous as that sounds, my father and brother have no choice but to smile and bear it. That is my future if I let it be. Duty, obligation, joyless forbearance. He shuddered and took a deep draw of his ale. Mary Whitelock sauntered up next to him. She looked at his hair. You look idiotic, she said. Did you get dressed in the dark? Miss Finch can explain.
Father expects you to behave.
Oh, joy. Another.
He drained his mug. What father expects is for me to do the impossible. And I'm sorry, but the thought of tactics and drills and another grim meal trying to keep a stray dollop of soup from hitting my lapel for fear of revealing the black hand of Satan at work in our colony
doesn't hurl me out of bed in the morning as though fired from a cannon.
You get out of bed in the morning?
If life's passions occur after midnight, who am I to question?
It's not the when I question, but the where, she said. At the bottom of bottles and glasses?
Well, I've yet to find them in dressing rooms and dressmakers' shops, but by all means keep up the search and let the rest of us know.
He stopped a servant, glanced at the tray of drinks, and reached for one. Mary tried to block him. Grayson stretched past her. He tossed back a glass of sherry and put the empty glass on the tray while grabbing a fresh mug of beer in his other hand.
And I don't think I'm divulging any secrets to point out that there's not a single one of the rapacious abbots, the self-serving Quincy's, the stiff-backed earls from court, or the rest, who would take me seriously in any event.
I can't imagine why not. She looked at me. I apologize for my brother's... well, for my brother. I hope he's not been a bother.
He's been delightful. Thank you, Miss Finch, he said, bowing and spilling a splash of ale on his shoes.
Mary frowned. She took him by the sleeve and led him to the food, then piled a pewter plate with chicken legs and potatoes cooked up with onions. She handed it to him. At least put food in your stomach. She took the mug from him and pointed to the plate. He dutifully took a bite. Looking past him, I spotted General Whitelock again. He stared at me from across the ballroom, giving me a shock. I looked away, pretending to smile at something his brother and sister were saying. Mary turned. Now enough of my brother. There are a few young men with more manners and less liquor inside them, whom I will introduce you to, one of whom has already asked about you. I spared another glance toward General Whitelock, and saw he'd straightened, his gaze still fixed on me. A moment later, he started off across the dance floor, cutting through dancers, apparently heading right for where I stood. My pulse found a tempo faster than the lively number the musicians played. I grabbed Mary's arm. Your brother. He's coming this way, I whispered. She saw him and nodded, shoving me along with her free hand. I'll slow him down. Go. As I tried to disappear into the crowd, one word rang clear in my head. Trap. Had I walked right into one? Where were Francis and Clara? And why had those two survived, while the other rattlesnakes had been caught and hanged? And why did General John Whitelock, the man who'd hanged the rattlesnakes, decide to suddenly attend the ball? I fled through a sea of satin limbs, embroidered torsos, and rum-infused breath. Desperate. Chapter 28. Twists of Shadow. I pushed my way through several gentlemen gathered by a punch bowl, begging the pardon of those whom I displaced. Beyond a gilded pillar, I spotted a narrow doorway used by the servants. On the other side was an empty hallway of plain plaster walls, lanterns hung every 10 paces. Distant kitchen sounds reached me over the dull roar of the crowded ballroom. Lifting my skirts, I broke into a sprint. At the corner, I glanced back, only to see General Whitelock's form filling the doorway I'd come through. I sped past the corner and spotted the kitchens opening ahead of me. 2 regulars loomed just inside the door. Coming to a stop, I looked forward and back. No hope of getting past anyone unseen. To my right, I found another door and yanked it open. A set of stairs led down to where a lone lantern burned. I closed the door behind me and hurried down as quietly as I could manage. At the bottom, a floor of packed earth stretched off to my left. Casks of ale lined one wall, while opposite them stood shelves stacked with sideways wine bottles. The air held the scent of hops and spirits. Beyond the wine, the cellar was dark. As I felt my way forward, the door above opened. I darted behind 2 casks, pulling in the overspill of my skirts and crouching. After a few moments, the door closed. I held my breath, listening, telling myself that General Whitelock hadn't seen me come this way and had no reason to suspect that I had. Perhaps he'd only checked. Just when I'd nearly convinced myself of it, Boots descended. I inched back farther between the casks. The steps reached the bottom of the stairs, took a few paces, and stopped.
You might have outrun me if you'd kept going, General Whitelock said.
He stepped to the end of the row.
Get up.
The expression on his chiselled face was unreadable. He was a handsome man, tall with a penetrating gaze, and a hint of dark stubble on his fair skin. The resemblance to his siblings was there as well. He was a virile male version of Mary and, frankly, a masculine version of Grayson. I stood. He looked me over.
Well, aren't you something?
I'm sorry, sir, I must have taken a wrong turn.
As you fled, the moment I looked in your direction.
I was just looking for the privy.
Wrong way. Finch, is it? The eye patches. The dresses.
I grabbed at my skirt with trembling fingers and curtsied. Yes, sir. He put a hand to his chin.
The only trouble I'm having here, if you'll forgive me being blunt, is with the description plain-looking.
Sir?
One-eyed certainly fits. Tall, likewise. But I'm not sure about plain-looking.
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir, I said, though I was beginning to. He opened his hands in a gesture of agreeable candour.
We don't need to play at this, do we?
Play at what, sir?
The magic. The spells.
The cellar tilted, and I reached out to steady myself on a cask. I struggled to find a reasonable-sounding denial, but only a thin sigh escaped my mouth.
But I wouldn't call you plain-looking, in truth, he continued. The words of a rattlesnake, mind you, not mine. There are any number of young men who would no doubt trail after you from one end of the evening to the other. Still, you weren't at a ball when you set those lads' clothing afire. And, to be fair, perhaps what you did to them coloured their impressions of your looks. Who could blame them, really?
I didn't do anything with magic, sir. I don't know anything about it.
Of course not. That said, I will suggest that if you're thinking of casting a spell on me, don't bother.
He held up his left hand. A signet ring rested upon his index finger.
Dr. Rush fashioned these for my family a generation ago. No magic will work on me, allegedly. How it works, I'm not certain, but the good doctor would no doubt be happy to expound upon the theory behind it at some length. You can ask him from your jail cell. I'm sure he'll wish to speak with you soon enough.
I shook my head. This is all a misunderstanding, sir.
I suppose your master is in on this. He's made a name for himself, I will say. Anyone who's been to London over the past year heard all about him. Of course he has to come here. Become my problem. As though I hadn't enough already. Yet having him in custody will buy me and my father a good deal of relief. In short supply, believe me. If the governor of Massachusetts can't convince his people he's protecting them from the infernal on an ongoing basis, he won't be governor for long. Not these days. He motioned. Come along. Let's go make my father happy. I stepped back. Miss Finch, please, he said. Look where you are. Look who you're with. Why not make this easy for the both of us? Put your arm in mine. No one needs know any better. We'll walk up the stairs, start a few rumours. I'll have the men escort you out the back. All very reasonable, if you come right this moment. If not, my patience, already down to the nub, may well escape me. He held out a hand to me. I nodded, reaching out as though to take his hand. Before I made contact, I turned my hand toward the wine bottles in their racks. I had no time for a proper incantation, nor to reach the appropriate state of mind. But I had my witchcraft. It had been there in the sensation of power passing through me when I'd slammed Clara backward with my spell during our first encounter. And the fire, so much more intense. So much so that I'd questioned which fire spell I'd actually used. And when I'd cast de Bourgh's Grave Raven, the extra power I'd experienced. Witchcraft. I couldn't let myself be jailed. Not with Swain missing, not ever. The strength of my will surged forward from my hands, tracing crystalline pathways across the cool floor, touching soil, stone, rack as it followed my intention. Through the casks and shelves, carried by the wood itself, until I felt it touch the glass bottles, one after another. I felt each sloping shoulder of the bottles, each seam within,
The beauty of the pressures and temperatures that had formed them, the taste of mineral and ore and fire, their crowns of cork and wire. Now. All it took was the gentlest winding of my will, a twist, a counterclockwise collision with its mirrored opposite. One bottle shattered with a loud bang, followed by another, then a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, and more. A dozen bottles burst into shards, each sharp crack reverberating in the chill cellar. Wine gushed to the floor in sopping falls of crimson, filling the cellar with a heady scent. When General Whitelock turned in surprise, I hauled myself over the nearest cask, hoping to get beyond it and outrun him. Sadly, I hadn't counted on him being as well-trained a soldier as he was. Before I could get down on the other side of the casks, his hands grabbed at me, one pulling at the shoulder of my gown, the other catching my pendant. I pulled away from him and my pendant ripped free.
"You've just made things so much harder for yourself," he said.
Even though I'd slipped his grasp, I turned and clawed at his hand where my pendant dangled. I couldn't pry it loose. He punched me with his other hand, catching me in the side, driving the wind from my lungs. Worse, a wave of icy air crashed over me, shocking the flesh of my neck, throat, and hands. A demon. And I'd lost the protection of the pendant. Whitelock grabbed my wrist so hard I cried out. I struggled to get in a breath, raking at his face to get him to release me. Before he could punch me again, I rolled sideways, yanking my wrist free. He lunged for me. I scrambled backward, out of his range. The air between us darkened with the demon's presence, causing us both to recoil. I got my feet under me and stood, reaching for the words of the strongest ward I knew. A ripple in the air pressed in at me, deadening the sounds of Whitelock's breathing. He dropped my pendant, and it lay on the earthen floor next to him, catching the light from the lantern. I dove for it. Whitelock tried to wrap me with his arms, but I elbowed him in the eye as my fingers closed over the chain of the pendant. Frigid air brushed the back of my neck. Rolling up into a crouch, I curled my hand into the gesture that accompanied the most potent ward I knew from Hume's Shravophis Ravasius. Thrusting my hand forward, my ring finger snugged by my thumb, my remaining fingers touching tips and arching forward, I shouted, Heimskreirtu, Líka hugur I gandi, thru ad augum I eldrapar, ligger mer und heruim. Demon bani, aller hand utan eldis vipin. The air whipped about, fluttering the skirts of my gown, filling with smoky trails and a wretched stench. Casks of ale rocked, broken glass whipped about. General Whitelock raised an arm to protect his face, even as he dragged himself to his feet. Stay back, sir. I backed off toward the stairs. He shook his head.
Do you see what being reasonable gets me?
I'm starting to wonder if that isn't half my problems. You need to run. There's a demon about. The door at the top of the stairs opened. Whitelock ignored me. Instead, he looked up and motioned.
Get down here. Arrest this woman.
I spared a glance over my shoulder. A soldier of the governor's own started down the stairs, others behind him. I tried to spring to my right. Whitelock blocked me. The soldiers rushed down the stairs, leaving me no room to escape. Desperate, I readied a fire spell and spun on them. The first soldier stared at me, eyes wide. Francis and Clara followed him, each with a pistol trained on him. They were clear to me, just as I'd last seen them, skimmed here and there, with hints of faint blue light. I realized that to General Whitelock, they likely appeared to be soldiers as well. Francis shoved the real soldier forward, sending him sprawling next to the cellar floor. He walked straight to General Whitelock, the pistol pointed at his face. Whitelock stepped back, his boots crunching broken glass in the spilled wine.
What is this?
Clara stood next to me, pointing her pistol at the weaponless soldier on the ground.
This, Francis said, is what happens when you tread on a rattlesnake, General.
Whitelock looked back and forth between Francis, Clara, and the soldier on the floor.
Miss Finch, Francis said, our good General is confused. Please release the spell.
I nodded, still winded. Whitelock had already seen me use my powers. Another display could hardly make for more trouble.
I lifted my hand and recited the relinquishing incantation. With a flaring of the blue lines of magic, the enchantment of the deflected guise surrendered. Whitelock's eyes widened. The soldier on the floor spat.
Bloody shoved a pistol in my ribs, sir.
Whitelock ignored him, staring at Francis.
What do you want? The same thing any reasonable citizen of the colony has always wanted, General Whitelock.
Francis kept the pistol steady.
Justice for the people of Boston. An end to the greed, the corruption. It's time for the pigs to leave the trough. It must be invigorating to wake each morning with such self-satisfaction, Whitelock said.
If he had a sliver of fear, he didn't show it.
If you must know, Francis said, I wake each morning under a pall. Friends of mine, dead. The ramparts built by your richest friends to keep out anyone else with thoughts of prospering, higher. Knowing the bounty of the labour of so many will never benefit them, but rather will fatten the purses of your family and all those who praise and slaver and genuflect in your direction. Not much of that makes me satisfied, General. Not even a little. You'll be even less satisfied when I see you hang, Rattlesnake. William Harbour, Alfred Graham, Samuel Van Horn. Those were their names, the ones you...
Whitelock swung his arm up, deflecting the pistol, shoving himself at Francis. Francis stepped back with a grunt. The pistol's muzzle flared. The shot drove the ball into the fleshy bit of General Whitelock's throat, just above his collar and below his Adam's apple, where it lodged. He staggered back, his hands to the wound. He tried to dig the ball out with his fingers, and when that failed he appeared to try to swallow the burning chunk of lead, anything to clear it from his throat. Gun smoke drifted through the cellar. Francis lowered the pistol as General Whitelock fell to his knees, unable to even gasp. The front of his uniform darkened with blood. In desperation, Whitelock slammed his forehead to the floor, evidently trying to jar loose the ball from the puckered, bloody hole. He couldn't. The ball had sealed his windpipe. Shudders racked him. His face went pale, his lips blue, and his fingers clawed at the earthen floor, where they soon stilled.
Jesus bloody Christ, the soldier said.
Clara stood over him, pointing the pistol at his head. What do we do with this one?
He's going to lead us right out of here, Francis said. Or we'll kill him too.
He reached down and grabbed the soldier by the upper arm, heaving him to his feet. The soldier stared at the blood spreading out from Whitelock's corpse. So did I. Looking up, I locked gazes with Francis. You never said anything about killing anyone.
You saw what happened.
Meaning what? I said. The soldier shook off Francis's grip.
Meaning not a one of you is going to walk out of here alive, he said. The entire Governor's Own is here tonight, and if you think they don't know the sound of a pistol, you're mad.
Clara put her pistol in his face. You're going to walk us out of here, out the back, just like we came down these stairs. Or I will shoot you in the head. You'll be the one not walking out of anywhere ever again. Do you understand? The soldier shook his head.
What? Right past the others?
Exactly. And if you so much as raise a pinky as some sort of signal, the back of your skull will get blown off. Francis reloaded his pistol, looking up toward the door, then into the darker portion of the cellar.
There's got to be a servant's door that way. Let's go.
My neck shivered. As they'd spoken, the temperature had plummeted. We need to go. Now, I said. Back by the stairs, the flame in the lantern fluttered. I feel you. So near, came a choked whisper. No one had spoken. Not Francis, not Clara, not the soldier. I turned. The corpse of General Whitelock stirred, hands clasping and unclasping in the blood. You can help me, can't you? Stop all the thunder, the storm in my head. General Whitelock rolled onto his back, staring at the ceiling. In the light of the lantern, his face had gone pale as alabaster. Dark smears of blood streaked on his chin and throat. His hands trembled as one reached the wound in his throat and dug into the flesh, working around with wet sounds until it emerged with the lead ball, which he dropped to the floor. When he spoke again, his voice was stronger, but thick with blood.
You're shining. All the others are lost in shadows, cobwebs, under sacks. I only hear mumbles."
His face twisted up in a horrid grimace, and a retching sound tore from his throat. His shoulders heaving as a roll of dark blood spilled out from his mouth. A groan rose in his throat.
"I've seen hell."
Each word grew louder, more desperate, until the words dissolved in a barren cry. He sat up, staring at me with bloodshot eyes.
"God in heaven," the other soldier said. "What's happening?" Francis said.
"Get back!" I put myself between them and Whitelock. "It's a demon!" I steadied myself against a sturdy set of shelves holding dusty bottles.
"No demon?"
Whitelock put his hand over his mouth and smothered his words, glaring at me with his desperate eyes. He dropped the hand.
"That's what it sounds like. All of it. And the fumes, the oils, the discharge, the rotten souls, maggots crawling from the corners of their eyes, thin, thin worms protruding from their gums and beneath their tongues." He rolled forward, getting to his feet like a toddler. More blood strung from the hole in his throat. "But not you," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "You glow like an angel at dusk. Your eyes shine with the precious gleam of evening stars. I see the coils of beauty as they wind around you. You have the power to fix me. Have you not?" I didn't let him get closer. I moved past one aisle of wine, then another, not turning my back on him. "Miss Finch," Francis said.
"Get ready to run."
"But we need the spell. The one to hide our appearance."
"Then you shouldn't have asked me to end it." I blocked them from Whitelock. "Tell me your true name." The demon kept coming in Whitelock's corpse. "August Swain," he whispered. "Your name, demon!" I raised my voice. He cocked his head and spoke several grotesque words of one of the 6 known tongues of hell, a language best never written out or seen. Raising my hands, I shouted another of Hume's wards at him. "Sava okin jarara megni, svalcoldum se ok, sonardreira, helst thotcum nuhaima ilmilium, elmic hervis eldar brunu." The force of the ward knocked the corpse of the general back a dozen feet, sending him crashing into a rack of wine bottles and pinning him there. Several of the bottles fell and smashed open. I walked toward him, my hand in front of me. His body trembled and his limbs flailed, as though attempting to snuff unseen flames. As I neared him, he howled in pain. Every muscle in the general's body strained, the tendons and veins of his throat bulging. A rank stench rose. The air in the cellar shifted. Cracks crawled across dozens of wine bottles behind the general. Twists of shadow flowed from his mouth and nose, his ears, the corners of his eyes. The temperature plunged. I closed the distance between us and repeated the ward, holding my hand inches from his face. The shadow of the demon pulled itself free of Whitelock's body, stretching and tearing. The mass of it coalesced around him, a scratchy collection of blurs and shadow that showed ghastly glimpses of its true nature. Tendrils with cruel barbs, scorched flesh, glistening teeth that lined misshapen limbs, orifices that discharged unpleasant matter. When I spoke the ward for a 3rd time, the demon fled, smashing as much as it could as it did so. A wooden cask split, a shelf collapsed, and the plaster along the wall cracked and fell off in large uneven pieces. The stench was unbearable. I covered my nose with the material of my sleeve. Whitelock's body slammed to the floor like a side of beef dropped from a butcher's hook. Dead. Motionless. "How did you?" the soldier said. Before he could get another word out, the pistol spun out of Clara's hand and cracked against the wall, spilling its powder. Both she and the soldier staggered and crashed up against the wall where the pistol had hit, pressed by a ferocious, unseen presence. A grunt escaped Clara, while the soldier cursed. Both of them tried to free themselves, but neither could do so much as pull an arm off the bricks. Behind us, the door to the cellar opened.
"What on earth is that smell?" Someone started down the stairs. "Check down there."
I raised my hand and tried a 3rd ward from Hume's Sravophis ravasius. Clara squeezed her eyes shut in pain as I spoke, and the air snapped with energy. The demon pushed back at me, but the ward gained force. 2 channels of golden light poured forth from the tips of the twined fingers on my right hand. The floor shuddered as a swelling pressure grew. The soldier groaned. Footsteps banged down the stairs, and a man cried out, "Major!" I ignored the voice and concentrated on completing the ward. Before I reached the final phrase, the wall where Clara and the soldier were pinned fell in on itself in a proliferation of cracks and plaster dust. Both cried out as they tumbled inside. I looked inside, seeing a dimly lit corridor of unfinished slats and a wooden floor stretching out toward the center of the manse. The lifeless quality was immediately apparent. The demon mere. Clara slid down the length of the corridor, dragged by the collar of her cloak, raising a cloud of dust behind her, yelling all the while. The soldier got halfway to his feet before he was yanked cruelly backward too. At the far end, stairs descended, and in the dim light I saw both of them hauled down into darkness. A thin female scream reached me, followed by distant bumps and thuds, then silence. Off behind us, a lantern descended.
"Wait a minute," a voice said.
Francis stepped into the demon mere, rushing after Clara. I reached out and grabbed him by the collar, holding him back. "No," I whispered. "You can't go after her." "But she's—" "It doesn't matter. We'll never get out if we follow her." He spun on me.
"I'm not leaving her."
I yanked him back to me. "No choice! Come now! Run!"
"What is this?"
"I'll explain later." More bootsteps banged down the stairs. A voice called out, "It's General Whitelock!" Taking Francis by the arm, I lifted the hems of my skirts with my other hand and darted around the corner into darkness. A guard shouted for someone to stand aside. A thin line of light revealed a door down along the wall. I shoved it open, and Francis and I found ourselves outside. Light spilled out of the many windows, and the sound of music floated in the night. For a moment I paused, my breath frosting the air. Where to?
"This way."
Francis still clutched his pistol. The bravado he'd shown General Whitelock had all but vanished. His face was drawn, eyes narrowed. As we traced the long edge of the manse, the music inside came to an uneven stop, replaced by a tide of raised voices. News of the murder had made its way up from the wine cellar. Francis and I came to a pair of privies, then passed through a splash of warm light that fell from the tall windows of the ballroom. Not much farther along stood a set of doors leading back into the manse, lit by a pair of lanterns. Francis went ahead and checked that there were no guards at the doors yet, then motioned for me to follow. Before I could get more than a few steps, a shadow flew up from beneath a snow-draped hedge next to the path, flying up into my face with a scorched smell, battering me with smoky wings. A shadow raven. As I stepped back from the sooty bird, the sole of my shoe shot out from under me, hitting a patch of ice dusted by the fresh snow. While the billowing fabric of my gown cushioned my buttocks, one elbow and one wrist smacked the cobblestones. My pendant, still clutched in my hands, slipped from my grip and carved a sinuous line in the snow. I leaned over to retrieve it. Before my fingers touched it, I saw the shadow of my hand emerge, crisp on the snow. A pale glow, silver-tinged and clear as moonlight, brightened above me. I froze, confused, as I stared at my silhouette as it pooled around me. I turned my head, squinting. A bright lantern shone atop a tall pole of black wood. At its base, iron chains and posts. A witch pole, filling the night with a glow not seen in half a century. A witch pole designed to protect the colonists from me. From my mother, as meek and compassionate and quietly exuberant and well-read as a person could be. From women stalked by demons for no other reason than the composition of our blood. The absurdity of it was as clear as my own shadow, filling me with an indignation I'd never known. I stared at the glowing lantern, ignoring the snow that fluttered into my lashes, ignoring the cries that rose from inside the manse. My eyes widened. Atop the lantern perched the shadow raven. My heart leapt beneath the cage of the corset, a terrified rabbit. The raven lowered its head, staring at me with obsidian eyes, cloaked in shadow. With a chuffing caw, it took wing, trailing wisps of black smoke.
I watched as it disappeared into the night sky. I followed its path, northeast. Francis stared at me, his mouth open. I turned and snapped up my pendant. The moment it was in my grip, the lantern light of the witch pole faded. From back along the side of the manse, guards shouted from the cellar entrance. Francis sprang forward and helped me to my feet. I clenched my pendant in my fist. We cut down a path between hedges in the snowy lawn. Behind us, the doors from the manse opened, and people streamed out, a mass of colour and wigs, and hurried chatter and warmth, the look on their faces confirming that word of the General's murder had erupted across the soiree. With one final glance back up at the darkened lantern overhead, I turned and ran with Francis. The path ended at a gate in a stone wall. A guard lay sprawled in the snow, gagged, bound, and blindfolded. Francis sped through the opening, turned left, and headed for a trio of thick chestnut trees that marked the far edge of the property. A wagon stood beneath the farthest tree, a pair of horses filling the air with rolling clouds of their breath. At the side, Francis turned and helped me up, lifting me by the waist. A man in the wagon took my arm and pulled me the rest of the way. Once inside, I got a good look at the other man, starting with recognition. Ethan Knox, Iris's husband, Francis's brother. I recalled Iris's words, her certainty that her husband had nothing to do with the rattlesnakes. No, of course he's not. He has a family. Francis climbed in after me.
"Where's Clara?" Ethan said.
Francis shook his head.
"Just go."
Ethan nodded, took up the reins, and started the team forward. With a gentle hand, Francis pulled me down out of sight. He leaned into me.
"How are we?"
"North," I said.
"What?"
"To Andover. Fast as we can." Behind us, the lights of the Whitelock manse disappeared behind night-black trees, banks of snow, and other buildings. I put everything else from the evening out of my mind, thinking only of the shadow raven flying northeast. Chapter 29. Foul Perils, Both Seen and Unseen. The moon stared at us as the miles passed, accusing with its pale glow, not altogether different from the lantern atop a witch pole. Midnight found the house in Andover quiet and dark, fresh snow tracing the angle of roof, sill, and lintel. I scanned the sky and house for ravens, but spotted none. No signs of passage marred the lane as Ethan pulled the wagon to a halt. No soldiers, no riders had come that way. Yet. Ethan lit a lantern and took care of the horses once I pointed him in the direction of trough and feed. Francis followed me inside and helped me with a fire and lights. While he crouched by the hearth, I took a candle to the copy of Fletcher's book I'd used in the Raven spell.
"You lied to me," I said.
"You planned on killing him all along."
"I didn't."
"You're lying now, and if you keep doing that, I'm not helping you with anything. Not Clara, nothing."
"You don't know what I planned."
"Your speech wasn't impromptu."
"It's what I believe. No rehearsal needed."
"I have enough problems on my hands." I put the candle down and lifted the raven feather. "And now murder!" Francis stood as the flames took to the fresh wood.
"He'd have hanged you. He'd have hanged me."
"Or we needn't have been there in the first place. I didn't volunteer, if you recall. Now shut up, please. I need to concentrate." The look I gave him emphasized my point. He crossed his arms and watched me. With a minute of careful focus, I narrowed my attention on the phrasing of the spell. When I felt ready, I spoke the incantation. The mixture of ink shuddered before I even reached for it. Once I did, I dipped the raven feather into it and once more flicked it over Fletcher's map. This time, drops of ink landed just above the page, hovering over Salem. To my surprise, they shifted, spinning in small, irregular spirals, yet remaining in proximity to the old town. It wasn't what the spell was supposed to do, but at least it was telling me something, confirming what my intuition had lighted upon when I'd seen the shadow raven on the witch pole. Swain was in, or near, Salem. After seeing little change over the course of several minutes, I ended the enchantment and took the ingredients, book, ink, feather, and shoved them into a satchel.
"You're a witch," Francis said.
"I don't know what I am."
"The witch pole seemed fairly certain."
Then you must be thrilled to have yet another way to extort me.
Do you know what it will mean to the governor to have a witch in the colony? This could take him down.
I know what it means to be a witch here. I know the history. They know I'm here now.
That's my point exactly. If they can't...
I'm not interested in politics.
Well, politics is interested in you. Don't you see?
I grabbed a warmer cloak and put it on. I see nothing but trouble.
The one thing every governor of this colony has relied on for 80 years. What if you could...
I stepped in front of him. I'm not on your side. I'm not on their side. I'm on my side. My master's side. What do you think is going to happen now? You've killed the governor's son. That's more than a bit of political theatre. A sign, a bushel of manure, a pamphlet. Do you think that's going to win over hearts? Or lose them? Do you think you'll have more young lads and lasses lining up to join you? I'm not inclined to, and I'm probably more sympathetic than most, given my nature. No, they're coming after you, which means they're coming after me.
We escaped. Who saw us?
Do you think they didn't line up every guest at the ball and question them? Didn't do a little survey of who was there before the shooting, and who was there after it?
They were spilling out of the manse, Francis said. You saw it. Do you think the most influential Bostonians were going to stand around in the snow for very long?
If the governor's own told them to, yes. Muskets have their own influence.
Your spell hid us.
You! It hid you, not me. I was there. I spoke with his brother and sister. I spoke with Dr. Rush. Do you think he'll miss the signs of what happened in the cellar? Trust me, he won't. Even as I spoke it, I wanted to retch. Do you know how his witch poles work? Because I honestly don't. For all I know, I'm marked, and he's riding here right this minute with a company of regulars. The thought filled me with terror. Biting the corner of my lip, I spun and crossed into Swain's study. I picked up the occultatum ostium and shoved it in the satchel. I descended upon my master's collection of books, rifling through them until I found Dr. Rush's own On the Principles of Planar Cartography, wherein he detailed the workings of the witch poles. Thus harnessing the central transferent principles with the alchemical blending of recombinant energies, the application of such efforts to the object-based binding of the witch poles throughout the colony render them critical in the detection of witches. A lantern of silver and pewter and steel, forged and shaped by the noted silversmith Apollos Rivoire, imbued with a sequence of spells that work to redirect the forces and energies of a second-order plane into a pattern that loops in on itself in 7 folds, creating an effect as though curving mirrors expand outward in such a fashion as to tune the witch pole to the specific currents of planar force that all witches, by their nature, must possess. I read it and reread it. There didn't seem to be any mention of tracking, but that might well have been by design. The theory was sound. I had no reason to suspect that the witch pole hadn't worked precisely as intended. All witches, by their nature. And what was my nature? Did I know? Had I ever known? A child? A daughter? A Finch of the well-stationed Finches of Mayfair, weaponsmiths to kings? Were those my nature, or were they costume of the sort Grace and Whitelock insisted so many mistook for their authentic selves? Certainly, when those labels were torn from me by a murderous demon, they had been revealed to be every bit as fragile as a mask of papier-mâché. Orphan, indentured servant, more horrid conditions thrust upon me by chance. Apprentice? Student of the unseen arts? Yes, closer, I supposed, having taken on those of my own volition. But underneath, who was I?
What about Clara? Francis said from the doorway he'd watched me from.
I put Dr. Rush's book aside. I'd have to risk carrying my master's most precious book with me. If I can find my master, I can possibly find her.
How are you going to do that?
I'm not sure.
Surely you must have some idea.
Must I? How about you? Do you have any ideas? My patience had burned away. He waved his hand at all the books.
You're the expert.
Then let me think. I paced the room, looking from one book to another. No, I wasn't going to find the answer in any of those. Maybe I'd only been delaying what I knew I needed to do. I shouldered the satchel once more and headed for the door.
What now? Francis said.
Now, you take me to Salem.
I'm sorry, what? Salem?
Yes, Salem. And if you're too frightened, I'm going on my own. I pushed outside into the frigid night air. Francis followed.
Fine, if that's what it takes, he said.
Ethan, however, wasn't quite as enthusiastic.
I don't know about that.
He stood by the wagon, having gotten feed for the horses.
Whitelocks are one thing. The devil is another. My life has gotten fraught enough without bringing a curse down upon me and my family.
I didn't have time to explain where he was right and where he was wrong. Then just take me to the edge and no farther. I'll do the rest. The wind rattled the trees, shaking off curtains of fine, fresh snow, to glint in the moonlight. Francis and Ethan exchanged a look. Then Francis nodded.
We'll do it.
Ethan raised a hand.
But only to the edge.
Fine, I said. The edge will do. I remember little of the ride beyond fatigue and the steely cold, as I guided Ethan to the most secret of the back ways into Salem. The woods to either side of the roads passed by in moonlight, twisting branches lined with snow, giving it the flavour of an unsettling dream. I dozed off more than once, jolted away by a bounce of the wagon, and a final time by Ethan bringing the team to a stop. A pair of whitewashed boulders blocked the road, past which stood a faded sign that read, "Hear ye, all who would cherish their souls. Beyond this point dwell foul perils, both seen and unseen. By order of his most faithful governor William Cabot, such roads, lanes, paths, vales, fens, and forest as lead to the accursed town of Salem are forbidden to trespass on account of the various and vile devilries and witchcraft that infest it." Neither of the brothers said anything. "You can go around it," I offered. Ethan fidgeted with the reins.
I don't know about this.
"I've done it scores of times. But if you can't go any further, at least lend me one of the horses. There are miles to go before the real edge."
Come on, Francis said. We owe her. I owe her.
Ethan shook his head.
I don't like it. She's done it before. Is that supposed to be a comfort?
He looked around, screwed his face up tight, and released the brake on the wagon and set the team off at a trot. The silence eventually filled with the wide exhalation of the sea, its presence just beyond the hills making itself felt. I watched for ravens, not spotting any against the scraps of cloud speeding eastward, nor against the stars showing clear between. Glimmers of queer light flashed across the horizon, but elicited no remark from Francis or Ethan. Magic. I grew uneasy, thinking about what had gone wrong with the resonance clock, how time itself had looped across sections of the property. The absurdity of what I was trying to do left me feeling tiny indeed, pitting myself against all of the hidden secrets in Salem. As the water came into view, the folds of land around it resembling a gown tossed carelessly into a puddle, the eastern sky lightened, a pale band revealing the line of the ocean. I spotted the manse on its rise off to the north. My chest tightened. Home. The pang surprised me, for I hadn't felt that way about any place in years. We approached a thick grove of alder and birch trees. I gripped the side of the wagon. You can let me out here.
I'm coming with you, Francis said.
No, it's too dangerous. I lowered myself to the ground once Ethan stopped the horses. Francis climbed down beside me. And I don't have time to worry about you.
I can worry about myself.
Sorry, but you're not in charge. I didn't wait, heading off. Unless you want to threaten to turn me into the Whitelocks if I don't listen. Or maybe you don't have that card to play any longer. He followed me.
What if you need my help?
What if I don't? I passed into the trees. The snow was light, but grabbed at my calves. I realized with annoyance that I still wore Mary Whitelock's gown. I stopped, turning to Francis. Listen to me. This is dangerous. For me. And it's more dangerous for you. I know you want to help, fine. I also know you want to give me a speech. You want to weave a little magic of your own with your golden words. But I'm telling you to listen. To me. You need to leave. He tried to speak, but I raised my hand. And if you don't leave right now, I'm not helping you with anything. You have your expertise, I have mine, and this is mine. Please, go. Now.
I need to find Clara.
I'll find her.
Promise me.
Fine, I promise. Now just go. He stared at me in the faint light before dawn, then nodded.
Do you need this?
He held out his pistol for me. You'd better keep it. It won't help for what I'm after.
Right.
He looked around, then down at me.
Good luck.
All the luck in the world might not be enough. I kept the thought to myself. Francis turned and left. It was possible he believed in me, had confidence in my judgment. It was also possible he was frightened. Or all of it. I didn't get too much farther, however, before I heard him cry out a wordless yell. I ran back along the trail in the snow I'd made. He knelt by the side of the wagon. Both horses flung their heads and rolled their eyes. Demon. Sprinting across the snow, I gasped. Ethan lay on the ground, a terrible fan of blood steaming in the snow. His severed head lay on its side a dozen paces away. I thrust my hand in my pocket, making sure I still had my pendant. It was there. I readied a ward, wary of the demon. Francis was oblivious of the danger, kneeling beside his brother's body, his hands to his mouth, rocking back and forth. I came up next to him, my stomach wanting to empty itself, my knees threatening to drop me to the snow. No, of course he's not. He has a family. Iris. As much as I wanted to cry out, there was no time. I grabbed Francis under his arm and heaved him to his feet. Come on! You have to leave! Now! He yanked his arm from my hands, looking at me as though I were a demon myself.
Ethan, I saw his head.
Francis, it's a demon. It's still here. You really have to go. Now!
But what am I?
There's nothing you can do. I'm so sorry, but there's not. But if you don't go, the same could happen to you. I feel it near. And I did. Even in the growing dawn, shadows lingered and my skin prickled. I pushed Francis toward the driver's bench of the wagon. Get up there!
Ethan!
Leave him! I tried to shove him up. A blast of icy air wrapped us. Long gouge marks erupted along the side of the wagon, racing to where we stood. I spun and called out Hume's powerful fourth ward. Giata Dryton! Gwirfana slo ingelaf! Brusio ek gewak! Brunonbain! Bat swidor! The side of the wagon exploded in shards and splinters of wood. Snow and frozen earth burst skyward as the demon flailed back from my ward. As it retreated, the shadow of its passing swept across the headless body of Ethan and dragged it off through the snow, setting it tumbling and cartwheeling, staining the snow with bright blood. Francis screamed. I reached out and put my hand on his shoulder, turning him toward me. Listen to me. I shoved my pendant into his hand, closing his fingers around it. Take this. It will keep you safe. Don't let it go. Don't let it off your person. Don't lose it. I'm going to need it back. But take it with you. Don't stop for anything or anyone you see. I'll find you. He nodded, but I saw his gaze following the bloody trail left by Ethan's body. I shook him by the shoulder. Francis! Do you understand? His eyes focused on me. He made a fist of his hand with the pendant.
Will you kill it? The demon?
Demons couldn't be killed, only banished. But there was no time for the finer points. If it comes near me again? Yes.
Good.
Trembling, he turned and lifted himself onto the wagon. His voice wavered as he shouted at the horses, getting the wagon to lurch forward. I stepped back, giving him room to turn the team around. As one of the horses passed me, I smacked its haunch with the flat of my hand, adding urgency to its equine mind. The wagon banged over hidden ruts, but got back into its tracks from earlier. Francis whipped the reins and headed back along the lane, soon moving into the trees. Whatever else might happen, we now had each other's most dangerous secrets. A thought that gave me precious little comfort. Chapter 30. A Great Realm. From the top of a nearby ridge, I scanned the sky, searching for shadow ravens,
as the sun crested out of the Atlantic. I tried to put Francis out of mind. And Iris, Ethan, the dead rattlesnakes, General John Whitelock. Another wake of death and loss, trailing me, this time of my own making. I didn't know how much more ruin I could bring down upon the lives of all those around me. For a time, despair threatened to choke me. Maybe that's who I was, really and after all. Touched by the grave, fated to bring an end of days to all who crossed my path. Maybe that's the truth I didn't want to embrace. Maybe my time with Swain had been no more than a corpse-filled respite. And look what had happened to him. Was that my fault also? Maybe the best thing I could do would be to stand up, arms wide, no pendant, no wards, no protection. Let the demons finally take me, shred me, lob my head clear of my shoulders, free the world of the bane I carried with me. But no, I couldn't. Wouldn't. Would my mother have wanted that for her only daughter, even knowing she carried the same curse of witch blood? Would my father, fearless, tireless, meticulous, have given in to despair? Would Swain, a man who begrudged sleep, hunger, exhaustion in the pursuit of the impossible, have wanted me to give in, to let the demons triumph? No, no, no. Shoving all else from my mind, I focused solely on the task at hand. Shadow ravens. Across the expanse of Salem, the first rays of dawn grabbed hold of the tops of trees, gilding the roof of the manse, 500 yards from where I crouched. As I watched, I saw one of the windows on the second floor, Swain's room, shine with firelight, then go dark. Shine, darken, shine, darken. For a moment, hope fled. And then I remembered the disastrous repercussions of the resonance clock, the strange temporal displacements and loops. If only we'd never attempted to create the resonance well. I glanced over to where the distortion in the sky was, and my breath caught. Above the ruins of the orchard, a towering column of light and energy filled the air, made up of thousands upon thousands of strands of magic in every hue imaginable, twisted, twined, patterns within patterns, all alive with an undeniable energy that filled my senses. Some glared like permanent lightning. Others shone as molten silver, gold, iron. Still others twisted in dark and brooding shades of night. The entire array shimmered and turned, rising 3 times higher than the hemlocks by the edge of the meadow. The glare from the magic lit the snow and trees in shifting colours that spiraled up in an unbroken pattern, glinting as though inset with metals and gems, while others shone with the deep glows of sunset. The pendant. I'd never seen Salem without the pendant on me. In an instant, I realised that as it had cloaked my presence from demons, it had also cloaked the energies of Salem from my vision. The more I looked, the more I saw the strange intricacies, spires and wreaths, buttresses and coils that spanned the growing edge of daylight, glowing against the retreating night. As I traced the towering cables of energy, I froze. Ravens, circling the spot we'd activated the resonance clock, 6 of them. And farther afield, a pair on the river's house. Up by the barn at the manse, 3 more. 1 circling high above the bridge. But where was Swain? He couldn't be in all those places. I tossed the satchel from my shoulder, untying the straps and pulling out the contents. I grabbed the bottle of ink and the raven's feather, ready to try again with Fletcher's map of Salem, but I stopped when my gaze landed on the occultatum ostium. What might the raven spell tell me that I couldn't see with my own eyes? And without my pendant to protect me, how might I concentrate on casting the incantation, without making myself even more vulnerable to all that stalked Salem, eager to catch my scent as a witch? The book had pointed me in the right direction once before. I glanced back at the ravens, still circling or perched as before. I needed more help. Grabbing the book, I pushed the other materials aside, kneeling in the snow. Nothing stirred nearby, but I didn't trust the stillness. Almost without thinking about it, I tapped into my witchcraft and found a particular energy, subtle as wind, unseen and cold. I raised it like a cloak about me, in the hopes of recreating the protection of my pendant. Not quite the same, but enough, I hoped, to hide my presence from the stray demons of Salem. Once I felt it was stable, I turned my attention to the book. The cover felt colder than the snow on which it lay. I opened it to the first page. Blank. The second, same. As I found one blank page after another, I bit back rising panic. Don't do this. Not now. The last page was blank. I flipped once again through the entire book and saw not a single marking, not a letter, not a word, not an answer. Taking in a long breath, I closed my eye, determined to pry an answer from the book, the most powerful book in all of the unseen arts. I placed my hand on the cover, allowed my witchcraft to roll from my palm. That's when I felt the book shudder. I opened my eye and lifted my hand. When I opened the book a third time, I stopped at the first page. An outline of a hand was traced in golden ink in the center of the page. The ink shimmered. I waited for more information, but saw nothing. A gust of wind ruffled the skirts of my gown. I placed my hand over the outline on the page. It fit exactly. The moment I pressed my hand to the cold paper, a chill spilled across my back and scalp. My flesh broke out in bumps. Demon. I snapped my gaze up, a word already on my tongue, my other hand raised. Finch. A spinning gust of wind rose before me, dragging up drifts of snow, rust-coloured pine needles, clumps of moss and earth from the hilltop. As I watched, the whirling flotsam assumed a familiar shape. Swain's face, a yard in height from chin to crown, resembling a glass casting of his head, filled with debris. His expression intense. Finch! The cold whisper emerged from the spectral mouth.
Where are you? How are you doing this?
I glanced back in the direction of the ravens. I'm not sure, sir. The book. You can hear me?
For the moment. I daren't risk more sorcery beyond this. Certainly not where I am.
But where are you? I whispered.
Stairs. Hallways. Dreamscapes. Worlds. Little of it makes any sense to me.
You're closer than you think, sir. I stared past the strange image of his face. The ravens seem to indicate you're nearby. I cast a spell. They've led me to Salem, where we did magic, but across several spots. Can you see anything familiar?
Salem?
Of course. There appear to be 3... The form of his face dissolved, swept sideways. Needle, snow, and twig pattered to the ground. No! I yelled. A malign will pressed against my thoughts. A demon, or more than one, flew at me. I spun around, breaking my connection with the book. Shadows surrounded me, shapes, eyes, mouths, claws, and worse. Ghastly presences flocked toward me. Lines of bright light sparked along the edges of the stone wall. From every direction came tattered monstrosities, foul stains, desolate wisps of doom. I curled my hands in the complex gestures required and spoke Hume's 23rd ward. Feoran kundum, reste hinatha ruim hiot. Reked hiliuad, geap ond goldfa. Giast in swith, of thet, hrefin blaka heofnes win. Blairhert berdod. My ears filled with a roar as the ward boomed out from my hands, crashing into the onslaught of demons as they surrounded me. They fell back before swarming me again. Stunned by the shifting energy, my feet stumbled. Foul energy and brutal cold crashed over me. From the snowy ground, I swung my hands at the demons. Bright strands of magic rose in a tight series of weavings from my palms. The demons shrieked and tore at the air with claw, tooth, limb, and ghastly appendage, but their attacks failed against the glimmering filaments of witchcraft. By instinct,
I concentrated on one of the thickest streams of colour before me, blue as the base of a flame, fading into a deep red of sunset. It ran from my hands like flowing water and grew more powerful as I focused. The brilliant light that surrounded me painted the snow and shone on the nearby trees, shifting and turning, prisms from 1,000 chandeliers. Many of the shadows fled before me, while a handful of the bolder entities howled and barreled straight for me, only to be knocked back when they reached my witchcraft. Above, around, behind, the frenzy continued. A power I'd never known welled up inside me. Without thinking, I repeated the potent words of the 23rd ward, letting the magic wrap my hands as I gestured. Filling my mind again with the power of the incantation, I lifted my hands and let fly a wordless explosion of fury, the full force pouring out of my hands. A whipping, spiralling explosion of witchcraft spilled from my hands, coursing along my arms, circling around my head in a crown of lightning. Streaks of blood red, wrapped in molten gold, flew in every direction, only to crash and ricochet against the demons, sending them flying off into the fields like stunned birds, falling to the ground before the trees, by the snowy stone walls, in the far meadows, the magic bouncing around them, bright and fearsome. For several long seconds, the morning filled with light and motion, and a zipping hiss that accompanied my heaving breaths. Demons cried out and fled. Panting, I got to my feet and rushed back to the book, only to find the pages all blank once again. I tried what I'd done earlier, my hand on the cover, but my witchcraft slipped and wavered, spent from having pushed back the demons. I slipped the book into the satchel and hurried down the hill. Snow fell down before me in thick tufts, and I had to steady myself with my hand. I looked at the ravens. More gathered on the manse itself. Others circled the field. Pausing, shading my eye with my hand, I counted them, realizing that far more than 13 filled the air above Salem. No, there weren't more ravens. They were temporal reflections, temporal distortions, something of the kind caused by the rift the resonance clock had initiated. I had no way of knowing which ravens were the real ones. Energies upon energies looped through the air, presumably the ground as well. The thought struck me that if Dr. Rush had noted a shift to the flow of planar energy in and around Andover, he'd have been horrified at what engulfed Salem. And how could he not know? He was, after all, the man who invented the witch pole. He mentioned nothing of Salem to me at the ball, but as the colony's 3rd Doctor of Magical Sciences, he'd hardly be unaware of the perilous state of the plains centered in Salem. I stopped at the bottom of the hill, out of breath, my mind racing. I looked to the manse, the fields, the river's house, ravens, dozens near them all, pairs of ravens in other spots. But where was Swain? Turning to the manse, as there seemed to be more ravens there, I slogged about a dozen paces through the snow before stopping. Doctor of Magical Sciences. Fletcher. Archibald Fletcher had been the first. His explorations of Salem had formed a keystone to my master's own understanding of the perilous nature of the area. His verbose style had earned my master's scorn, as he'd once quoted to me. Something in what he'd quoted had always seemed strange. I spun the satchel around, keeping a wary eye out for more demons, and dug inside it until I came up with Fletcher's book. I whipped the cover open and paged through the beginning. There, the exact paragraph Swain had read aloud to me on my first night in Salem. "'Tis when autumn eventide sets this feral forest a-smoulder, as with the glow of hell's infernal chambers, that one begins to apprehend the discorporal touch of the darkness in this land, the soul and the nerves preyed upon by the blackest currents of witchcraft and sorceries of most insidious origin, whose reach extends from beyond the borders of midnight to reveal a great realm, winding unseen, beyond sill and threshold, beneath rivers. Rivers. Beneath rivers. I glanced up at the river's house, home of one of the original settlers of Salem, a warlock. A great realm winding unseen, beyond sill and threshold,
beneath rivers. Ravens flapped above the canted roof. Chapter 31. Gazing into a mirror. I dashed along a wooded slope, steadying myself on the branches and saplings that were handy. At the bottom, a wide meadow levelled out. I stopped at the edge of the trees. The curious magic grew faint in the daylight, tracing old stone walls and spots, rising over buildings. Stretches of field appeared empty of all but the smallest coils of shifting light. As I neared the dark bridge over the river, the sound of flowing water filled the air. Beyond, I saw the shimmering expanse of the harbour and the strait where it opened into the mighty Atlantic. The water stretched out to the horizon, a line that cut the heavens in half, a blade that had cut my life in half by way of a storming, wave-tossed, miserable voyage when I'd fled London. I hurried across the bridge, the planks knocking with my steps, the river muttering around the pilings. Nearing the heart of the town, the silence grew heavy. The wind sighed around an old well, a rotted pier, across the snow blown against the leeward side of a slanting barn. I hurried past an uneven row of weathered gravestones, past the exposed doorway of a mouldering house. I reached a slight rise, upon which stood the ruins of what had been the old town meeting house. Blackened stones and the vestiges of burnt timbers littered the ground, half buried in the snow, hiding glimpses of faded weeds and cold earth. As with much of the town, it bore faint traces of magic. So far, the demons kept their distance, though the back of my neck rippled with their presence. Leaving the lane, I climbed over a snow-lined fence and cut across a white meadow, nearing the house once occupied by Thaddeus Rivers. The shadow ravens watched me in silence from their perches on the roof. A dozen paces from the faded walls, I found thin filaments of magic penetrating the ground like roots, spreading out in complex webbing. As I examined them, I sensed a tension, like fine netting with strength enough to support a ship. I knelt and closed my eye. It differed from the rest of the magic I'd sensed so far, with a pensive energy, unsettled and shifting. Looking around, I got to my feet and approached the open doorway. The wind gusted, blowing a plume of snow from the corner of the roof. I rested a hand on the canting doorframe, the wood made grey and splintery from decades of exposure. The interior was black, stabbed here and there by a fall of sunlight through windows and chinks in the walls and ceiling. I stepped inside. The boards underfoot creaked and let loose the scent of dust. I sensed a presence to the air that struck me as unnatural, felt it weighing on my cloak. It wasn't a demon, I was sure of that. I passed through to the main room, with its flagstone hearth and tumbled chairs in the corner. Their banister backs crashed and broken. The wind chattered around the eaves, through the missing windows. I sniffed back the tickle in my nose and brushed aside cobwebs that hung from a warped joist overhead. I paused. Again, the pressure increased, yet it wasn't the deadening sensation of sorrow that had permeated the location when we'd first investigated it, nor was there a hint of the infernal tainting the house. I grew uneasy, looking for the source of the sensation. Near the spot where we'd put the planer clock, floorboards were missing, a few askew atop the remainders. In the centre, an opening exhaled chill air. Kneeling by it, I pried at one of the loose boards. Bits of wood crumbled between my fingers, and a breeze streamed out over my hand. I got on my knees and held the flame over the opening. The air smelled wrong. Not the faint salt tang of the harbour, not the scent of aged resin or dust. I leaned forward. There was no earth beneath the floor, nor the foundation beams, as one would expect to see. Instead, I peered down into a narrow corridor. I pressed my face to the opening and lowered the flame cupped in my hand into the emptiness. Beneath the remaining floorboards, I glimpsed space and faint light. The floor rippled beneath me. I felt it in my knees, my palms. Where the ground should have been, a stone corridor opened, and as I listened, A hint of distant sounds rose from the depths. Faint rattles, peculiar noises, a low humming, reverberations extending into nothingness. It was the same sensation I'd had when I'd looked into the opening in the wall of the Andover house. The same queer emptiness. The demon mere. A chill passed over me. The sense of distance and depth overwhelmed me and made the whispering house around me seem a thing in appalling miniature. A shift in my awareness focused my gaze on something in the middle of the floor beneath me. A ring. I leaned in, staring. A silver signet ring. In a moment, I recognized it as the one I'd seen the night before on the hand of General John Whitelock. Before I considered it any further, the ring rose onto its edge. It rolled off away from me, into the darkness, the metallic tinkle of its passage dwindling. I watched in horrified fascination. A presence pulled my attention away from the demon mere, a presence within the walls of the river's house. I yanked my arm out and sat up, knocking a loose board down into the peculiar corridor below me. It clattered on the stone, and the sound echoed off into the distance, growing longer, continuing to repeat until it seemed to fill an entire world beneath me. Nothing moved in the house, save for the dust motes in the sunlight, kicked up by my passing. I wasn't sure how many more times I could cast a ward and have it be effective. Even the slight witchcraft I'd raised around myself trembled from exertion. I turned back to the hole in the floor and tore away one board after another until I'd widened the opening large enough to slip through. The dark floor was a good 10 feet below me. Looking around, I searched for something to help me down. Rope, a ladder, anything. The best I could come up with was a tattered mattress of straw, mouldy and desiccated, but at least something to cushion my fall. I shoved it down into the opening and watched it thump down to the corridor floor. My nose filled with dust as I tightened the satchel and hung my legs out into the hole in the floor. A chill washed over me, and hands grabbed at my shoulders, dragging me backward as I cried out in surprise. The woman from Swain's study, from the first time we'd entered the river's house, loomed over me, her face turned down in a grimace. Pale skin shone with splotched patches of sunlight and shade. She clawed at me, whispering words I couldn't understand. I shoved her away from me, finding her to be no heavier than a scarecrow. I rolled out of her grasp and shouted another ward. It did nothing. I'd exhausted my strength too much to cast anything potent. The woman leapt at me, sending me sprawling as I lost my footing. Her slender fingers wrapped around the strap of my satchel. I pressed my hands into the center of her chest, trying to push her away. She pulled me in closer, her face showing the strain. I lifted one hand to her chin, straightening my arm, peeling her off of me. In an instant, she let go of the satchel and instead grabbed me by the legs, dragging me across the splintered floor toward the door. My head banged on the boards and I cried out. Something unseen knocked her sideways, sending her flying into the stones of the central hearth. She tried to right herself, but the demon, for the presence was unmistakable, likely one of Swain's somehow summoned to aid me, bore down harder, scraping her around the corner and heaving her into the far wall. The few remaining panes of glass in the window shook and pitched forward, shattering on the floor. With a cry, the woman lifted her hands. A burst of silvery light exploded in the air, and the demon tore across the far wall, dragging loose boards, a rack of warped wooden utensils, a mildewed curtain with it. A joist from the ceiling collapsed at one end. The woman flew from the far wall, colliding with the demon in the midst of the room, filling the air with strange magic. I scrambled back to the opening in the floor. The woman and the demon hurled themselves into the doorway to the back room, sending dust feathering down from the ceiling. I rolled to my side and got my feet into the opening in one smooth move. With a glance back at the battle tearing apart the far side of the big room, I twisted myself, scooted backward, and lowered my legs into the demon mere. Hips, stomach. Wriggling, I got my hands on the edge and slid down until I hung by my fingers. Only for a second. Closing my eye, I let go, landing with a grunt on the old mattress, sending up a shower of musty hay. The thud of my hitting the mattress echoed off in both directions. From overhead came crashes and flares of light, but no sign of who might emerge victorious. Not risking being delayed further, I stood and started off in the direction I'd seen the ring tumble. After just a few paces, the light from the opening in the ceiling dimmed, and I cursed myself for not bringing a lantern with me. A candle. Anything. I held my palm out before me and whispered, "Ignis." A small flame flared to life in my hand. Moments later, candles and glass sconces sprouted flames, one after another on either side of the corridor, marching to life 2 at a time before me, revealing 50 yards of corridor. Well-set maple floorboards ran beneath darker baseboards. Walls of ivory-coloured plaster rose to delicate cornice work by the ceiling. No doors or openings broke the run of the walls between the sconces. At the far end of the corridor stood a door of what appeared to be mahogany. Halfway to the door, a small table with a drawer stood against the right-hand wall, spindly legs rising a yard or so. From the opening I'd come in from, the rampage within the Rivers house continued, sounding as though the ceiling was crashing down. Behind me, more candles and sconces bloomed flame, running an even longer distance in the other direction, but ending at a similar door. Nothing else stood in the corridor. Looking back and forth, I decided to move in the direction of the table. As I neared it, I saw the ring on the floor, glinting with the light of dozens of candles. I crouched next to it. There on the face was an engraved letter, W. The table had but a single drawer, with a delicate hasp of black metal holding it closed. I flipped over the hasp and slid the drawer open. It moved evenly, lightly. Within, a thin velvet pillow of deep scarlet filled the drawer, the centre fastened down with a matching button. The pillow looked as though it had been designed for one thing only, to hold the signet ring. I closed the drawer and left the ring where it was. My footsteps filled the corridor as I approached the door. The sounds coming down from the opening in the ceiling behind me ceased. I paused and bent my head, listening. Nothing. The corridor remained empty. I continued on to the door, only to find it smaller than I'd thought, no more than 5 feet in height. Examining the walls and ceiling, I realized the geometry of the hallway had narrowed as it neared the door. I placed a hand on it. Cool to the touch, the surface was smooth and, as with the materials I'd found in my first trip into the Demon Mere, bereft of anything resembling the mark of humanity, bearing only the impression of age, stillness and abandonment. The materials themselves held a blandness to the eye, yet touching them delivered sensation that was almost too real. Wood that had never lived as a tree, seen sunlight, drank rain. Stone never quarried. Plaster never mixed, smoothed, imbued with a fundamental otherness, a peculiar expression of magic that had taken on a life of its own. The handle, brass in appearance, turned without protest, and I was able to swing the door outward with little effort. Cold air washed over me, and I confronted a dark room. Reaching back, I lifted the nearest candle from its sconce and carried it with me, releasing the spell in my palm. The flame fluttered queerly, stretching, looking in various moments as more than a single flame, casting off a light that extended with more brilliance than might be expected of a lone candle. Uneasy as I was with the strangeness, but unwilling to attempt any further magic, it was all I had. I ducked my head and passed through the doorway. Unlike the corridor, the room I found myself in appeared to have unfinished walls, slats and studs open to the interior, with angles that made little sense to me. A triangular section like the prow of a boat extended out from one side, while several thick beams ran from floor to ceiling at nearly a 45-degree angle. There was no ceiling per se, only a collection of unmatched surfaces meeting around various wooden rafters. The floor, rough boards with notable gaps between them, appeared to be an afterthought, occupying a haphazard geography that wound its way between the strange walls. The feeling was of a long-abandoned garret, but in purpose it seemed to be a side effect of the intersection of numerous architectural features unseen from within. Stairs, angled hallways, corners, chambers, implied on the opposite side of the construction I examined. Keeping my head low, I avoided knocking myself against studs and beams, making my way forward. Shadows leapt and loomed as I passed from the door, losing sight of it within a dozen paces. Not much farther, I almost stepped straight into an opening where the boards were missing, not seeing it among the shadows that preceded me. I held the candle out over the void. Along the sides ran rough slats, dried plaster squished through their gaps. Dust and cobwebs. The longer I looked, the deeper it appeared to go. The effect was dizzying, and a strange light fell in from one side. 200 feet? 1,000? It was impossible to tell. I stepped across the gap, mindful of the depth beneath. Angled segments of plaster wall appeared, cutting across the space, forcing me to crouch beneath them to get by. A sound reached my ear. Overhead, footsteps. For a moment my heart lifted, thinking I'd found my way to Swain. Before I called out, however, I listened more closely, a tension building in my chest. Rising with a heavy tread, shoe on wood. The steps passed over me at a perpendicular, beyond the strange angled sections. I held still, didn't even breathe. Step by step, a low, indistinct muttering accompanying them, creaking the wood in the ceiling overhead, and then rose away, not pausing. The word murderer kept repeating in my mind, intrusive in origin, as though whispered into my ear by a stranger. I didn't move until the last of the steps had faded, up and to my left. I knew only that it wasn't my master, without question. Trying to remain silent, I edged my way around angled corners, beginning to wonder if the area would crowd down into nothing more than a crawl space. Just as I was starting to consider giving up and backtracking, I reached the first flat wall I'd seen in some time, rising in my path. While the wall itself was of the same craftsmanship as the rest of the strange eaves, a rectangular opening stood in the centre of it, rising from the floor to a height of no more than 3 feet. When I reached it, I felt a breeze blowing in through the opening, strong enough to almost gutter the flame of the candle. I shielded it with my palm and squatted in front of the opening. The rough wooden boards changed over to what looked to be hewn stone, and as I peered out, I saw a much wider space revealed. I crawled through. Wind rippled my cloak and skirts, sent my hair streaming back over my shoulder. The space over my head opened up as I left the cramped passageway behind. Standing, I found myself on an elaborate balcony. Stone arches opened up, one to the left, the other to the right. Before me rose an iron railing at waist height. Intricately laid stonework formed the floor, a mosaic of light and dark marble, forming a circle with a radius of nearly a dozen paces, divided into smaller circles, inset with symbols of alchemy that I recognized from my studies. The symbols looked like they were made of various metals, though of the strange demon-mere variety. I looked up from the floor. My breath left me. Beyond the balcony gaped a wide space, rising and descending out of sight. The scale was dizzying, larger than anything I'd ever seen. On all sides rose a complex of structures, all seeming to open into the chasm. Looking across and along the sides, I could make out vast mazes of rooms, hallways, stairways, catwalks, foyers, chambers. Distant sections of rooms revealed themselves to be upside down, or on their side, chandeliers standing up like decorative bushes of glass, cornice, frieze, and head jamb lining the bottom. Doorway after doorway along strange landings, wide windows that shone with strange colours of sunset, walled gardens of dead flower, shrub and tree, bridges of stone, wood, iron, spanning precipitous drops between further rooms, balconies, glimpses into rooms filled with walls of books, shelves of scrolls, all of it stretching both up and down to unseen depths, 1,000 palaces stacked one upon another, every dwelling in the world that had been touched in some fashion by magic. Staircases twisted in tight spirals, others extended out in graceful arches out over moonlit ballrooms, bedchambers, or glass observatories. I traced the passage of one staircase of wood, the steps of which grew in size, until each reached 5 feet in height, yet no wider than 2 feet. My determination fluttered away with my breath. How would I ever find Swain? I could search each visible room and passage and stair, and it would take half a year. What I couldn't see and what extended out, up, down, and away from me, and who knew how far it all went, would take years, decades, centuries. The candle blew out on the gusting wind. No matter, for pale illumination seeped from windows and doorways. Peculiar angles of ghostly moonlight spilled across the way, coming from nowhere, yet everywhere. I dropped the candle next to me and grabbed the iron railing. "Master!" I cried out. My call echoed after a few moments, repeating and reverberating off into the demon mere. "Master!" I heard no call in return. I saw no movement. 10 minutes passed, then 10 more. Taking a reassuring glance back at the small opening I'd reached the balcony from, I inspected the arches to either side. Both were blocked by heavy doors of dark wood, bound in iron, neither with a handle on the side I stood on. Attempting to shoulder or pry them open didn't work. They didn't yield a hair's width. Over the balcony's edge were a set of 3 windows, framed in iron, open to the air, and 12 feet down, with no way to reach them. I could barely look at them without a massive tide of vertigo carrying me back from the rail for fear of pitching headlong into the chasm. Craning my neck, I searched for an indication of what was above me, but could only make out the lower edge of a stone wall 20 feet or more above the balcony. Sweeping the satchel off my shoulder, I dumped the contents onto the stone mosaic and went straight for the occultatum ostium. Keeping well away from the drop-off, I knelt, holding the book on my thighs, putting both my hands on the cover. A shiver ran along the backs of my arms and neck, for the book had gone cold as a slab of granite in winter. "Please," I whispered. I opened the cover. Expecting a blank page, I squinted as a golden illumination flooded the dim light of the balcony. I stared at what appeared to be my own reflection, drawn in fine lines of shimmering gold. Even more shocking was the image's movement. As I turned the book, leaning closer, the lines shifted, bringing the image to life. I stared at the reflection of my own surprised face, as though gazing into a mirror. I turned the page this way and that, confused. I reached my hand to the page only to see my hand in the drawing near the surface. I placed my palm on the page, but the cold forced me to lift it right away for fear of frostbite. I turned to the next page, but saw the same shining image of myself. Every page of the book was the same. Tell me what to do. The glow of my image in the book flared, then began to fade, the lines thinning, dimming, until the only faint smudge of colour I saw came from my own eye as I frantically scanned the page. "No, wait!" In the faint light, the pages stared back at me, blank once again. The cold left the pages, but no matter how I ran my hands across them, not a mark nor letter appeared, no answer to my quandary. Unless I'd already received the answer. Me. It had shown me. Shining, glowing, flaring. My witchcraft. I stared off into the space beyond the railing. Could I use my witchcraft to shine? To reveal myself to Swain? To act like a beacon my master might spot from wherever he was lost? I closed the cover to the occultatum ostium and placed it back into my satchel. It had given me the answers before, twice now, and what other hope did I have? I stood, pushing the other materials off to the side, moving the satchel to the small doorway I'd crawled through. I moved to the centre of the mosaic, raised the crown of my head, let my arms hang, inhaled, closed my eye. I pushed everything else out of my mind, where I was, what it had taken to get there. Instead, I breathed. Inhale, exhale. For some time, that's all I did. As I did, I felt a stirring in my chest. Was it witchcraft or emotion? Both? More than anything, I found a sudden ache inside, thinking of my mother. Could she have done what I was capable of? Had she known? Had she ever wondered? Or, as I believed, had she lived her life a prisoner to her own nature, fearful, with no answers, different from everyone around her with no explanation? stalked by demons, never understanding. She may well have gone to her early grave never knowing who she really was, never having a name for it, never having anyone explain why she felt and saw the things she did. Such a lonesome struggle. My heart broke for her. Terrifying as the turns of fate had been for me, at least I finally knew. And better still, I had someone who could guide me, someone who cared about me learning as much as I could about myself, who, in his own cerebral way, cared about me, who could help me make sure that I would never live in the shadow of ignorance and fear my mother was forced to endure, who could help me make sure that no demon would ever take anyone else close to me, or even just physically near to me, again. Too late for my father, my brothers, my other masters, good and bad. But not too late for the rest of my life. August Swain. He was out there, and I was going to find him. Chapter 32. Fate's Servant. I stepped to the rail of the balcony and raised my hands. As I did, I let my witchcraft rise up from my chest and out my palms. Spirals of moonlight-coloured magic spilled out, thin as cobwebs at first, thickening into strands as the energy increased. I thought of Swain, and the magic transformed into dozens of hues of blue, forming a stunning pattern that extended out a dozen feet or more, and I felt a calm comfort run up my arm. I relaxed, and let more of my magic pour out, feeling the expression grow even more powerful. I turned my attention to the demon mere beyond the railing. Focusing my mind on the breath passing in and out of my lungs for a few moments, I increased the power. The witchcraft rose from my feet, surging through my legs and middle. A satisfying release of intention expanded outward from my bones. The air cross-hatched with slender lines of magic, turning counterclockwise. I swung my gaze to the structures across the way and below. Stairs met at an apex, and I directed the magic I channeled to it. Loops of glowing magic spun out over the stone, across the chasm, to the other side. The sensation was like the other times my witchcraft had fueled my spells, but more potent. A result, I guessed, of tapping the forces that rose around me in the demon mere. As the witchcraft reached the stairs, I sent it into half a dozen flights, where it spun like ivy, following balustrade and top rail, from runner to landing. From there, it followed each step. The line of stairs shone with pale fire, shimmering. The space between me and the stairs blazed with a bridge of witchcraft, a web of lightning. The stones around me lit up with golden lines, as though revealing cleverly inlaid ribbons of metal, setting them to glow with the heat of a forge. All around, witchcraft crackled with my intention, the connection between the will of the maker and the materials at hand, as my father had once described his craft. Well, it was what I had at hand, and my will. "Finch?" The voice, rising from somewhere in front of me, sounded small indeed. I didn't falter, didn't let the energy subside. "Master? I'm here. Can you reach me?" "I'm not sure how to get there. Do you see a route?" Gazing down, I looked across the way and saw Swain, wearing no shoes, no coat, his shirt-tails hanging loose over his breeches, standing in a thin doorway at a stone landing. As I was about to shout down to him, I saw movement above him, and saw him emerge from a passageway next to a crumbled wall of stone and mortar. Over to my right, I saw a third instance of my master appear in a tall window backlit by a shifting firelight. Each version of my master raised his hand and called out my name, the timing off by less than a second. The echoes jumped around the massive space. Finch, 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 Finch. As I looked, I spotted 3 more instances of Swain. "Master, which one is you? I see a number of you. Is it—" "Those aren't me," Swain shouted, though I couldn't tell which of the Swains had done so. "Nor is this another temporal distortion. They've been pursuing me, and I've only just stayed ahead of them. Demons, Finch. Rather unpleasant ones, I fear." "But which one are you?"
The one who knows the proper gestures for Hume's 30-second ward.
Even as he said it, I watched the various doppelgangers move their hands and fingers. How the demons knew to even attempt to mimic a ward, I wasn't sure, but if he'd been pursued by them throughout the time he'd been lost, anything was possible. He'd no doubt used more than a few wards to keep them at bay. But of course, there was no 30-second ward from Hume. He'd only documented 30. Only one figure of Swain stood still, below me and to the left, the first I'd seen. I grabbed the railing, scanning the warren of structures between where he stood and where I was. If you can lower yourself down, there's a walkway leading off to your right. It connects with a bridge. Follow that, sir. The bridge arced out over the empty chasm, stone and without railings. It looked horrifically narrow. Swain didn't hesitate. He ran to the edge of the stone landing he stood upon, and wriggled himself down over the edge, hanging. The distance was greater than it had looked to me.
"Finch," he called out.
"It's below you. 4 feet, no more." It might have been a little more. He let go, landing in a crouch on the walkway. His grunt reached me.
"Keep your eye on my friends. They're not very nice."
Already the other versions of Swain moved in my direction. One of them leapt from rail to ledge. 2 others hurled themselves down and onto the nearest promontories, feats of physicality well beyond my master's abilities. I tried not to let my witchcraft falter, so Swain wouldn't lose sight of where I stood.
"Finch," he called out as he sprinted across the bridge.
I scanned the area. Panic gnawed at my concentration. "Your left, that walkway. It passes through 3 arches. There are stairs after the 3rd one." From my vantage, I only saw the stairs. Stone things with no rail, protruding from an otherwise empty stone wall, and not where, precisely, they led. Still, it was the only path I saw leading in my general direction. As Swain reached the walkway, I turned back to the demons in his guise. 2 of them reached my side of the great void. One spidered his way along the outside of thin windowsills that lined an 80-foot-tall battlement to my right. Another scaled the wall beneath the balcony. They whispered my name, filling the dim space with hissing repetitions of Finch. By guiding Swain to me, I also guided them. I couldn't find several of the shadow Swains. That bothered me even more. Finch, Finch, Finch. The whispers fluttered and bounced off stone, off wood, out into space. Leaning over the rail, I watched Swain pass through the second of the 3 arches. And then another Swain stepped out of the 3rd one, moving in the opposite direction. "Master, there's one ahead of you!" Swain slowed.
"Where?"
"Just out of the final arch."
"Good. I've had more than enough of their nonsense, thank you."
Swain lifted his hands and kept moving forward. For a moment I lost sight of both of them in the shadows, but a massive eruption of white light revealed them a moment later. Swain's spell lifting the demon off of the walkway and out over the void, where it spun out of sight, a wailing cry trailing off into the depths.
"Keep watch for them, Finch. I haven't too many more of those left in me."
As I eyed the other demons, it occurred to me that I might better point them out to Swain. Redirecting my witchcraft, I sent strands of blinding blue lightning, slender fissures in the air, down to the demons, my energy splitting into 6 branches. There they are, sir."
"Excellent."
Swain's reply was a breathless huff. He reached the staircase and started up, running one hand along the stone wall and leaning away from the bare edges of the runners. One strand of my witchcraft curled up around my wrist and arm, leaping from my elbow to the door, to my right, tracing the planks moments before the door slammed open, booming outward on hidden hinges. A demon simulacrum of Swain burst through, eyes narrowed. Not entirely taken by surprise, I shouted Hume's 4th ward, the ward I felt most well versed in, which I'd been saving for when I needed it. The demon loosed a guttural scream before breaking apart into dozens of scraps of shadow that curled into the air like sooty filaments and disappeared.
"Finch, I can't see you!"
With a yell, I forced the energy out of my hands once again, watching the jagged blue light spin out into the air, whirling and curling down to the other demons. It didn't feel as strong as before. I didn't have too much left in me, I realised. "Here, sir!"
"Try to hold them off. I'm not sure I see the best way to you."
I leaned over the rail, spotting him 25 yards below me. The angles of stone and wood occluded any details about what lay between us. "There are windows below me, sir. If you can find a way in." A hand grabbed at my wrist, yanking me off the railing and dragging me up and over. With a cry, I pulled back, bracing myself against the metal. Swain's face leered up at me, distorted and not quite right, eyes wide, teeth showing in a snarl. Without time to shout a word, I released the same energy I'd used in the fields outside. The demon released my wrist, filling my ears with a shriek, crawling off to the side. Rather than fleeing, it scrambled up over the railing and clung to the shadows at the side of the balcony. It rushed past me, reaching for the occultatum ostium. I spun and heaved forth another stream of witchcraft. It hit the demon, sending it sprawling to the wall. I stepped toward it, hands extended, shouting the fourth ward a second time. The demon tore apart into scraps of shadow, filling the air with a vile stench. I snatched up the book, shoving it along with the other book and spell ingredients into the satchel, and tossing the strap over my shoulder. I wasn't going to leave the book or anything else unattended again.
"Finch, help me!"
Leaping back to the railing, I leaned over and saw Swain, the real Swain, reaching out from the second of the windows below me. Even with me reaching down to him, our hands were 6 feet apart, nothing but rough stones along the wall in between. "It's too far," I said.
"Rope?"
"Nothing. Is there another way up?" More of the demon Swains neared us. Swain saw them.
"A doorway and a passage, leading down. I won't risk it. No, stay where you are."
With that, he climbed out onto the edge of the balcony beneath me, his knuckles white as he gripped the stones to the sides. I could barely watch as he clung to the wall, the enormous gulf opening up beneath him. Searching out one handhold after another, he straightened. His arms shook as he pulled himself up by 1/2 yard, his right foot scrabbling for purchase on one stone after another. Finally settling, he shifted and reached higher.
"This was a terrible idea," Swain said through gritted teeth.
His arms and legs stretched in awkward angles.
"I can't go any farther. I don't think I can even go back."
"Hold on, sir." I stretched over the railing, reaching. Our hands were still several feet apart. I straightened and slipped the satchel from my shoulder. The leather strap might reach. Lowering myself once again, I dangled the satchel by one end of the strap. The other end almost reached Swain. "It's 4 inches above your right hand."
"It might as well be 4 miles. I don't think I can let go to grab it without slipping."
Bracing my knees on the rail, I stretched as far as I could. The strap grazed his fingers.
"I feel it," he said, "but I'm afraid I'm only going to have one chance to grab it."
"I have it, sir. I won't let go."
"Don't try to lift me. Just steady me. Pull gently once I have it. If I have it."
"Yes, sir." He took several deep breaths, then grabbed at the strap, stretching as far as he could. He caught hold of it, slipping in the process. I tugged at the strap with all my strength, holding him in place. Leaning back, I kept him from falling. "Up," I grunted. He kept his feet on the rough stones, pressing against the wall. I pulled. The satchel started to tear. Without pausing, I allowed my witchcraft to flow down through the tough hemp and leather, tracing the fibres, the hidden strengths of the fabric, toughening it, giving it more strength than it actually possessed. I pulled as hard as I could, lifting Swain, letting the power do some of the work for me. He ascended more quickly, now grabbing the strap with both his hands, his feet hopping from rock to rock, nearly walking his way up. As I got him to the top of the rail, he grabbed for it and held on. I slid my hands over his shoulders and grabbed him by the shirt, pulling, getting a grip under his arms. In a moment, he wriggled over the rail, landing on the stone floor in a heap. I slung the satchel down next to him. "You're here. You did it, sir."
"Well done, Finch."
He sat up, opening and closing his fingers with a grimace, eyeing the depths beyond the rail. Up close, he looked stricken, pale, underfed, frightened. One of the demons neared the rail, another not far behind. "Wards, sir." He shook his head.
"You know the way out?"
"Back through that opening, sir. It's not far."
"Then let's go, before they reach us. I'm down to the end of my wick."
I helped him to his feet and picked up the satchel. The demon swains drew closer. "This way." I led him to the back of the balcony and pointed to the opening in the wall. "Follow me, sir." I got onto my hands and knees and crawled through the opening. Leaving the strange illumination of the larger space behind, the darkness grew complete. With no other choice, I held out my hand and whispered, "Ignis," whereupon a small flame sprouted in my palm. As I did, more lights flared around me. I gasped. The strange, unfinished eaves I'd followed to the balcony had changed. No longer raw slats and studs, smooth plaster covered the walls, even as they retained their peculiar angles. Moreover, candles and sconces shimmered with calm flames. Swain crawled in behind me.
"Best hurry."
Yes. It's changed, sir."
"You might tell me as we hurry."
"Of course." After crawling for 10 feet, we were able to stand. I helped Swain. We hurried back through the curious angles, our shadows sliding over the tilted walls. Cast by dozens of candles, we appeared to be a crowd of nightmare figures, stretched, squat, looming. At the far end of the space, I reached the door into the corridor. Still open, thankfully. Hurrying into it, I was startled to see a deep scarlet carpet, stitched with golden threads, in a pattern at the edges. Galloping stallions. The walls, formerly plain plaster, now wore intricate wainscoting along the top edge, carved to look like vines, replete with blooms of flowers, bunches of berries, and tiny songbirds. The slender table had become a tasteful armoire. The decrepit mattress I'd tossed down had transformed into a 4-post bed. Still, the opening in the ceiling remained, and that was all that mattered. Swain followed me, the both of us jogging past the strange finery. As we approached the opening, we both heard footsteps resounding out from the crawl space. I turned and helped Swain up onto the bed. "Up, sir." I interlaced my fingers and boosted him up high enough to grab the edge of the ceiling. Lifting his foot to the height of my shoulders, he got his arms fully onto the floor of the River's house and crawled free. Looking back over to the end of the corridor, I saw one of my master's doubles peering out from the doorway. I hopped off the bed and shoved it sideways by 3 feet, then jumped back up. "Sir, a hand, quickly, please!" Swain's head appeared above me. He held his arms down. I grabbed his wrists, he grabbed mine, and he lifted me free from the demon mere, with the help of me shimmying up one of the bedposts as he did. Once up, the scent of dust and sea air and mildew filled my nose in a rush, in contrast to the scentless spaces below. I dragged myself away from the opening in the floor, panting. The interior of the house showed signs of the fight between Swain's demon and the figure of the woman. Cracked joists, shattered glass, broken cabinets, blazes of gouged wood. I sensed neither the demon nor the woman. "One of the demons is coming," I said. Swain nodded, the exhaustion clear on his face. He looked around the inside of the room, hurrying over to the old hearth, wiping his hand on the stones only to come up with dust. "Sir?"
"No ash. I need something for a glamour."
I slid the satchel around and opened it. My fingers closed around the bottle of ink. "Ink?"
"Yes, that will work."
He hurried back and took the bottle, eyeing how much remained. Flipping off the stopper, he circumambulated the opening in the floorboards, carefully sprinkling ink as he went. When he'd completed the circle, he tossed aside the bottle and raised his hands. Closing his eyes, he spoke.
"Giarofom, siarobendum, gegerwiet, diofles crifton und drakan fellum, unsignintje, dirdfruma, gaden wolde manigrosumne." The ink hissed, a flume of steam racing around the circle, leaving it shining a glaring silver. Swain put his hands on his thighs and leaned over, exhaling. "Will that?" I began. My master raised his hand. I closed my mouth. Demons arrived, darkening the doorways, sliding through the walls, shadowed and menacing.
Glimpsing them, I reflectively extended my witchcraft again, holding them off. I sensed their unease, obeying their master, only to confront my protection. "I don't have my pendant," I whispered. Swain looked at me.
"How are you doing that?"
"Witchcraft, sir. I'm not sure. I just know."
"And is that how you knew to reveal yourself to me in there?"
"Well, not exactly. The book, your book, the Occultatum Ostium, sir. It told me, or suggested it. It's strange."
"The book told you?"
I pulled it from the satchel. "Yes, I have it right here. I'm sorry, sir, I had no other choice. At least, I didn't think I did. And I don't know how else I would have found you." If my master hadn't been pale already, he'd have gone so at the sight of the book. He reached out and took the book, turning it over in his hands as though to make sure it was authentic.
"Good Lord! You brought this into there?"
"I'm sorry, I didn't know what else to do, sir." His hands shook as he tightened the grip on the tome. I expected his fury, to see his brow lower. Instead, he stared at the book in his hands.
"It saved me. You saved me. One would have done nothing without the other."
He looked at me.
"I thought I was done for, Finch. Every turn I made grew more confusing than the last. I couldn't find my way back after the first 10 minutes. I lost my shoes within the first hour. What magic I attempted fizzled. I couldn't reach my demons. No, you did the right thing, and at great peril to yourself. But the Occultatum Ostium isn't to be trifled with. Do you understand?"
"I'd be happy never touching it again, sir."
"Good."
He tucked the book under his arm.
"That is the proper instinct. Now, how long was I in there?"
2 days.
"Then I'm doubly impressed at your newfound facility with your witchcraft."
He nodded.
"But let's not have you harassing my servants. We should leave."
"Yes, sir." I followed him out through the wreckage of the river's house. "Was there anybody else in there?"
"Besides the demons? No. It's a realm unlike any other, Finch. One that doesn't get many visitors."
Clara's final scream as she'd been hurled down into the demon mere hadn't left my mind. If my master had barely survived his journey, I couldn't see how Clara might. When we stepped outside, I was shocked to see that the morning had spun to late afternoon. How long had I been in the demon mere? It had felt like an hour at most, but the day looked long. Still, I saw my footsteps in the snow from my approach earlier, some of them still crisp. Swain shivered. I took off my cloak and gave it to him. He looked at the gown I wore, from the top where I'd torn one of the sleeves, through the still lovely middle, down to the stained and trampled skirts.
"Why on earth are you dressed like that?" he said.
"For a ball, sir." He put the cloak over his shoulders and started walking.
"I see. I disappear into a deadly realm of interstitial planar residue, and you seize the opportunity to play dress-up."
"No, sir, it's not. It's a longer story." I followed after him, blushing. Swain lifted his hand.
"Of course it is. It's always a longer story. We both ought to know that by now."
The winter sun neared the horizon to the west. My fingers ached. The frigid breeze whipped my hair into my face. All around, I caught glimpses of the strange intricacies of the witchcraft, spires and wreaths, buttresses and coils that spanned the trailing edge of daylight, glowing against the coming of night. Swain stopped.
"You did well, Finch. You've done things I couldn't teach you in 20 years, which is good, because our biggest challenges are ahead of us. This place." He swept an arm out over the town and harbour. "This place holds everything. I've seen it. I understand it in a way I hadn't dared to imagine. The future of mankind will be forged here. Untapped power, the connections, the promise and potential. All we have to do is stabilize it, harness it. I have ideas. Good ideas. Ideas to help us wring every drop from what fate has offered us."
His eyes reflected the light of the first stars that kindled to the east. I knew he meant what he said, and more. Somehow I'd spared him from the demon mere. I knew I couldn't have done any of it without all that he'd shown me.
So perhaps that's what I was, after all. An apprentice. An apprentice to a great man. As we crossed the snow-draped countryside beneath a fiery western sky, I thought back to poor Silas Wilkes. Perhaps not a great man, but a good one, whom I hadn't been able to save.
Our fortune is here, if we're lucky.
His words came back to me. As Swain and I made our way toward the snowy lane, I realized that luck was a fickle thing. Fate's servant, really. Chapter 33. Tales are usually just tales. And what of secrets? Those unstable posts and hastily thrown together beams, out of which we build a facade for the world to see. Some built slapdash from lies that fly from the lips before a considered moment might argue otherwise. Others sketched out with a cool deliberation. Do they not inevitably become a prison? Worse, one that promises to collapse and reveal the cowering liar within at the slightest prodding. Even sturdy lies, laid one at a time, forever bricking up a room. Even then, they can't be forgotten. They will always whisper, "Here I am." One doesn't spend all that time laying brick after shameful brick, only to forget what's inside, as much as one would like to. To live so, to fill your days with innumerable rotted trapdoors, ready to give way with the wrong step. And for what? Fear of hurting others, upsetting them, worrying them. Perhaps those are no more than more lies, foisted on oneself. Dig deeper, and one might scratch the true surfaces of vanity, of esteem, of reputation, all those imagined pillars of the self, so susceptible to the corrosive nature of shame. Put so, it seems ridiculous, yet I found myself dwelling more and more in just such an unstable edifice, one that threatened to grow in time to rival the demon mere, with its mismatched structures, hallways, arching spans, pointless windows, upside-down rooms. For, you see, I'd told Swain some of what I'd done in his absence. But not all. Of rattlesnakes and generals I said nothing. Of Mary Whitelock's desires to learn the unseen arts, no word. Of witch poles, silence. And I made no mention of my foolish promise to rescue poor Clara from the demon mere, yet another secret that gnawed at me with the passing of each hour. For as much as I disliked her, and she me, I could only imagine the terror of her plight. As for Dr. Rush's hints and intimations at the ball, well, I only needed to transfer the comments from the ball in Boston to the inn in Andover, and the recipient from me to Iris Knox, who could quite believably have relayed the rumours on to me. Swain, more consumed than ever with the plainer forces around Salem, paid close attention. To my surprise, he didn't outright dismiss Rush's concerns. To my further surprise, and great relief, he carefully posted his demons along the roads leading both into Andover and Salem itself, set to observe any comings and goings of the good doctor. Within 2 days, just such an excursion occurred, notified by the gentle ringing of a brass bell, one of 7 located in the study in the Andover house, its handle daubed with blue paint to identify the demon as positioned near the old Boston road leading to Salem. Swain and I huddled over a polished mirror he'd enchanted and linked to the demon in question. A wide winter sky stretched over fields of snow by the edge of the forest. A trio of soldiers on horseback wound along one of the abandoned roads. Sunlight glinted on their bayonets and set their scarlet uniforms ablaze. Behind them rode Dr. Rush himself, unmistakable in girth, his white hair fanning out from beneath his tricorn, his spectacles topping the scarf wrapped around his lower face. I watched, horrified, convinced my terrible mistakes had caught up with me. All that Swain had worked for, all that he'd accomplished, the efforts I'd assisted with and made on my own, all of it stood on the brink of ruin. And it was my fault. Swain sniffed, folding his arms as he watched the surface of the mirror. The quartet's passage between shadows and snow brought them ever nearer to the fork in the road that led straight up to the property and all our secrets.
He does love his devices, my master said. Look, his right hand.
Leaning in,
I saw Rush holding what looked to be a lantern made of silver. As he rode, he occasionally lifted the lantern, then held it close to his face.
Plainer readings, no doubt, Swain continued. He should detect very little in the way of disturbance, thanks to my spells.
On hearing of Dr. Rush's investigations, my master had draped the approaches to Salem with a series of potent enchantments designed to compress any fluctuations in the harmonic shadow orders, guessing that Rush's approach to such investigations would almost certainly rely on his work within that discipline, as catalogued and documented in his own writings for decades. The real disturbances would be dealt with soon enough, Swain insisted. That, in any event, was the gamble. The riders neared the fork. Every so often, they halted while Rush took another reading. When they reached the turnoff that would take them to the manse in another 3 miles, they paused once again. The road into Salem, blanketed in white, was crisscrossed with shadows of trees. Gusts of fine snow curled from their tips as the highest branches swayed in the wind. Rush raised the lantern, north, south, east, west. I held my breath. Swain might have held his, staring intently at the mirror. Rush lowered the lantern and the riders gathered. After what appeared to be a brief discussion, they turned around, heading back the way they'd come. Beyond the line of trees, Rush and the soldiers soon dwindled. Man and horse, glimpsed through the spaces between trunk and bough, none sparing a glance in the direction of Swain's manse. They moved off, into the shadows beyond the dell, where the old lane snaked into the woods. With a final glance at the lane leading into Salem once again deserted and forgotten, I looked up at Swain. He smiled.
One hates to use the word genius too liberally, but feigning humility can be an equally disappointing affectation, wouldn't you say?
I'm not sure I'd recognise that particular affectation, sir. My pulse was only starting to slow down. Swain barked a laugh.
Fair enough. Well, in any event, words aren't actions, and actions need no words. So, onwards. I shall fuel my actions with the proper harvest of words, the ignition of which we shall use to forge the hitherto only imagined into reality. What say? Tea, Finch. Lots of tea. We've work to do.
He returned to the stack of notes and books at his writing desk. A pleasant fire snapped in the hearth. The chill of a cold winter's day held largely beyond the windows. I looked for a moment longer at the mirror as the spell faded, catching my own eye as my reflection returned. My master was certainly a genius. Yet I wondered, silently, what the lantern in good Dr. Rush's hand was designed to search for. Some secrets were more painful to bear than others, excruciating in one case. That afternoon, I left Swain to his work and drove the wagon into Andover to meet Mr. Robert Twelves at Knox's Inn and Tavern, where his ride up from Boston was to leave him. I'd barely eaten at noon, and my stomach threatened to double me over as the wagon passed over rutted roads. I took my time. Still, I couldn't stop the clock. I couldn't not fetch my master's clockmaker. Whatever resolve to maintain my composure I'd worked up vanished as soon as I pushed open the door to the inn. Iris sat before the fire, her hand on her mouth, a shawl over her shoulders. Bertram leaned against the mantel, his expression grim. The public room was otherwise empty. Iris looked at me with red eyes. Iris? Is everything all right? Her hand still on her mouth, she shook her head. Ethan. I stood in the open doorway, half a second from turning and running out. Guilt welled up in my throat, in my eye. All over my face, I was certain. He's dead, Iris said. What? She nodded, tears spilling. They shot him! The governor's men! A misunderstanding! Francis told me last night. In the chaos. After the murder of General Whitelock. I closed the door, on fire with shame. Shot him? For what? There was a meeting at a tavern in Cambridge, raided by the governor's own. Half of them were cut down by guns, bodies dumped in the harbour. It was all a misunderstanding. Ethan had nothing to do with a plot against anyone. The last phrase came out in a whisper. Bertram watched me. He looked as though he hadn't slept. Thinking myself the worst wretch imaginable, I crossed the room to comfort her. As I took her in my arms, as her hot tears stained the shoulder of my dress, as she sat back and told me in a hitching voice how Francis had blamed himself, of how she had yet to tell her own son, of how many times she'd warned Ethan to be careful, of how she'd failed as a wife to protect him, of the ache in her heart that she didn't know how she'd bear. As I sat and listened, holding her hands in mine, her raw grief flooding the room around us, I thought only of demons and why they stalked me. And in the guilt and shame and sorrow, beneath it all, rose an anger. They'd taken so much, my own family included. Why? Because of who I was, because of the secret in my family bloodline. And in that moment, I vowed no demon would ever kill someone I cared for, ever again. Of course, I couldn't breathe a word of it to Iris. The secret was mine to bear. I simply held her hands, wondering what kind of friend I truly was. Soon after, her sisters arrived, along with 2 of the town's pastors. Friends and family filled the public room, talking quietly, adding to the weight of mourning. I sat off to the side, waiting for Mr. Twelves to appear. Bertram brought me a mug of cider. I thanked him.
"It's bad business," he said. "Murder, guns, killing. Worse than tales of spirits."
"You're not wrong."
"A lovely man. Fine brother-in-law."
"I'm so sorry."
"You're not the one to be sorry."
He spoke more quietly. I stared into my cider.
"Naught but trouble could come from that brother of his. Saw that early on."
"I don't think Ethan had anything to do with what happened." Another lie for me. Another secret to carry. Iris doesn't think so.
She might not. Or she might not want to see it. Hard to say what goes on with brothers.
Where is he?
Francis? Blew in my front door last night like the wind, dragged me along with him, frightened my poor grandpa half to death. Needed me to stay with Iris, said he was leaving, off to New York. Said he'd been falsely tarred. Pretty sure he tarred himself, but no matter. Gone now. Maybe for the best."
I wondered if Bertram wasn't right. For a moment, a guilty thought filled my mind. Since Francis had left, I wouldn't need to keep my promise to him to save Clara. Then I recalled the terror on her face as she'd been dragged off down that darkened stairwell. I didn't care for her, true, but I hated to imagine her suffering at the hands of a demon. No, my promise wasn't just to Francis. "Did he leave anything?" I said, thinking of my pendant.
"Besides his broken-hearted sister-in-law and her 2 children, do you mean? No. He was naught but apologies as he left. I spent the rest of the night waiting for the governor's own to storm through the door looking for him. Maybe shooting as they did."
The door to the tavern opened and Mr. Twelves stepped in, taking his hat off to avoid knocking it on the upper edge of the doorway. I handed my mug back to Bertram and surprised him with a quick hug, whispering another sorry into his ear. I waved to Twelves, who spotted me. "Mr. Twelves," I said when I reached him.
"Miss Finch?"
He shook his head, looking around the room.
"An ale might go down well after the coldest and bumpiest."
"No time. Let's get your things." I led him straight back out the door. "My master is beyond eager to get you settled in. We have ale at the house, cider, tea, victuals, a meat pie I baked this morning, fresh bread, cakes." We crossed along the front of the inn. Wind whipped down from the gables. The sky was blue and unbroken by a single cloud.
"I won't say no to good food," he said,
working to keep up with me.
"You cook?"
"Among other things, I do. Our wagon is that one." He put his hat back on.
"My tools are these ones."
A stack of trunks and a crate stood near at hand. "Of course." I thought of Silas Wilkes again. "Your tools? You'd have a few."
"More than a few."
He squatted down and hefted one of the larger trunks. I helped him load the back of the wagon after ignoring his pleas that he could do it all himself. He appeared grateful nonetheless. I latched the back of the wagon closed and joined him at the driver's bench. Within a few minutes, I had the team on the lane to the Andover house, passing orchards of bare apple trees, fallow meadows slumbering beneath drifts of snow, dappled with blue shadows of covered stump, stone, or fence.
The other driver told me this all used to be part of Salem.
Twelves warmed his hands by sticking them beneath his armpits.
Trying to frighten me, I think.
I'd never heard that, Mr. Twelves.
Nor had I. But it's a fright that used to keep me awake as a lad, hearing tales of Salem.
You do know who you're going to work for, don't you, Mr. Twelves? He smiled.
Oh, I do. Course I do. I'm not a frightened 8-year-old any longer. Just thinking of the tales. Witches appearing, spirits waylaying travellers, the devil leaving his mark on children.
I'm sure you don't still believe in such tales.
Well, no. Tales must have come up from somewhere, true, at one time. And I'll never close my mind too tight to get anything in or out of it. But you know how people are. Love to put a fright into the gullible, Miss Finch.
He nodded.
Do you?
Believe in the tales, Mr. Twelves. My own fingers were cold. I remembered the feeling of the witchcraft that had poured from them. I believed in that. I believed it mine, as much a part of me as my own hands. I also believed in the intention I'd brought to bear, that it connected my past with whom I was becoming. The wind snapped at my coat and skirts. Well, I think I'm with you. Tales are usually just tales. I followed the lane back through the bright afternoon, tracing the tracks I'd left earlier. Ah, secrets. This has been The Magic of Unkindness, written by Kevan Dale, narrated by Victoria Boulton. Copyright 2019 by Kevan Dale. Production copyright 2019 by Kevan Dale.